Tang Yuan simply couldn't comprehend the situation. Who could they be? Is it possible that the Huang family has hired assassins? However, it was useless to think about these things in the current situation. Therefore, he turned around, and broke into a run. And, those two burly men also began to chase after him since they weren't willing to let go of him. Tang Yuan was shouting for help on top of his voice while running. However, the guard posts were somehow empty at this time even though the security at the aristocratic hall was very tight on normal days. Tang Yuan had been rendered helpless because of this. Therefore, he ran towards the garden without a better alternative. Then, he started to run in circles around the buildings in the aristocratic hall's courtyard. Those two huge men also started after him. They screamed on top of their voices as they chased after him while holding their cold and glittering sword high. However, it could be assumed that their knowledge of martial arts was very poor. After all, they hadn't even realized that they could use a pincer attack method in this case. Instead, they simply ran after him in an attempt to catch him. Fatty's running speed wasn't that good. But, nothing great could be said about the speeds of the two men either. The two men had been running at a distance of 4 or 5 feet behind Tang Yuan's body the entire time. Moreover, they had been constantly yelling whilst striving to strike him in vain. However, one of them was able to approach closer at one point. And, he had slashed at the fatty's back in that instance. This attack had slashed open a big gash in Fatty's robes, and blood had begun to ooze out of the wound. The fatty had obviously been left to scream in pain as a result. Fatty wailed loudly. The pain obviously made him run faster, there was a look of terror on his face. Oh God! This is terrible. Is this how I'm going to die? Fatty began to run even faster in a fit desperation for the fear of death. The two men blindly went on yelling and abusing at him from behind, "We will squeeze all that fat from your body. Then, we will use it make a lantern out of it." Their curses made it evident for Tang Yuan that they had been hired by the Huang family to take revenge upon him. And, this made the fatty run even faster out of fear. In fact, he had been scared so witless that his brain had left his skull, and his soul had left his body. Oh crap! I have to shortage of gold if they had wanted money. But, they're here for revenge. They're here for my life. Fatty started to run even faster in desperation. He was aware of his situation. So, he knew his own speed as well. He knew that they could catch him if he stopped for even a little while. In fact, he didn't even dare to look back. He soon found himself gasping for breath and sweating profusely. His legs felt heavy as if they had been loaded with lead. His throat felt pumped out like a bellow. However, those messengers of death were still chasing him, and didn't seem willing to stop. So, how could the fatty stop and get slaughtered like livestock? Therefore, he bravely continued to run faster with those swollen feet. Then, Fatty suddenly felt a burst of relaxation in his entire body, he suddenly felt an ineffable strength in his legs. Consequently, Tang Yuan rejoiced and continued to run like a wild horse. Jun Moxie, Hai Feng, and Song Shang were on the rooftop at this time. The three individuals stood in a circle, and were merrily chatting while cracking melon seeds. They didn't seem worried about anything. However, Jun Moxie suddenly felt astounded at something, and began to speak. "Oh, this is interesting. This fatty has made a breakthrough. This is amazing. Isn't it?" However, Hai Feng and Song Shang were amazed by this since they were unable to understand what he was talking about. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan was running violently. And, he was constantly screaming out of panic. He kept calling for help, but couldn't find anyone. So, he kept running for his life. He felt as if there was no strength left in his legs at one time. But then, he suddenly felt as if his strength had revived enough to allow him to run again. Then, he again felt as if his strength had vanished and he couldn't run. Yet again, his strength revived, and he could. Thereupon, this cycle continued for 7 or 8 times in total. His energy eventually got drained in its entirety. So, he fell down to the ground since he was too exhausted. His hands and feet twitched, and he began to vomit blood. He then spoke up in desperation, "Do whatever you want to do, but, give me a good end." He passed out after he had said this. The two burly men dropped their weapons with a clanging sound after the fatty fainted. They then bent down, and propped their hands against their knees for support. Then, they stuck out their tongues, and started to pant so heavily that it seemed as if their organs would drop out. They complained to themselves as they gasped, "Young master. You killed us. How can this fatty run like this? He didn't stop the entire morning. Oh God." The entire circuit they had been running on had been drenched in sweat by now. However, Jun Moxie felt satisfied at his initial success. So, he came down to take a look at the fatty. Then, he smiled and said, "That's fine. He has once again resumed to his state from 5 days ago. That's good. You will continue doing as I say. Continue to prohibit him from eating fish and meat. It won't be good if we make him dependent on those mysterious yang pills either. So, only give him 1 per day. Moreover, the number of steamed buns in his daily meals shouldn't exceed 3. Jun Moxie left after he had said this. Tang Yuan leisurely woke up, and found that a worried Song Shang was sitting by his bedside. Song Shang said as soon as he woke up, "How did this happen? I went out for a moment, and so much happened. Fortunately, I came back in time. Else, those 2 men would have turned young Master Tang into a ghost. Even the guards have died. And you would have been buried alongside them if any mishap had happened." Tang Yuan felt that he was very lucky. Therefore, he thanked Song Shang even though he didn't have much strength left in his body. Then, he finished a bowl of porridge, and went back to sleep. And, the same cycle was repeated for another 5 days. Fatty had revived his strength by the 10th day, and felt a lot better as a result. However, he then recalled that he hadn't seen Sun Xiaomei for quite a while now. So, he decided to visit the Sun family's residence. However, he ran into a certain young man when he reached at the gate of the Sun family's residence. This young man had oiled hair, and a powdered face. Moreover, he was one of Tang Yuan's former love enemies, and was said to have attempted wooing Sun Xiaomei. It must be mentioned that Sun Xiaomei's figure and beautiful face had become extremely popular of late. Therefore, numerous good-looking men had been trying to woo her. In fact, a multitude of men would come to woo her from every part of the city. That greasy-headed young man heard that the man standing in front of him was Tang Yuan. And, he got extremely angry. However, he didn't seem inclined on starting a one-on-one fight either. So, he shouted out orders to kill Tang Yuan without delay. Tang Yuan had also brought many bodyguards along with him. However, his bodyguards fled the scene since they had noticed that the situation wasn't good. This meant that they had left behind young Master Tang to confront those shining swords by himself. Tang Yuan was struck dumb by this. Oh crap! Why doesn't all of this end? Everyone, everywhere, is waiting to kill me. I don't have any other option but to run. Thus, Fatty turned his buttocks around without much of a choice, and ran like a wild horse at full gallop. He ran wherever he could, and didn't think much about which road he chose. But, that young man was unwilling to let go. Consequently, Tang Yuan was chased to every street of the capital city by that young man. It was very strange that no officers or soldiers were present around to intervene. Moreover, there was no one chivalrous enough to show up in order to fight against this injustice. Not a single one of Fatty's acquaintances could be spotted in the vicinity either. Furthermore, every family in the city closed their doors upon him. Therefore, Tang Yuan had no choice but to run from one street to the other. Tang Yuan probably covered every street of the entire Tianxiang city. However, there eventually came a time when he wasn't able to endure it any further. So, he fell on the ground out of exhaustion, and couldn't get up again. In fact, he felt as if his body had been paralyzed. However, it must be said that this condition was still slightly better than the last times. After all, he didn't faint this time. An individual sharply spoke some words of righteousness at this critical moment. Who dares to harm young Master Tang? I'll kill that man. This voice belonged to Hai Chen Feng. The savior had finally arrived for the rescue. Tang Yuan felt so grateful that he was nearly moved to tears. He's such a good man. Had my fat blinded my mind? Why did I order him around like that in the past? The half-fainted Tang Yuan could hear a lot of screaming in the background. This was also accompanied by sounds of clashing weapons. Then, he heard someone shout, "This doesn't look good. Everybody, run for it." This was followed by the sounds of people fleeing away without a trace. Hai Chen Feng picked Tang Yuan up, carried him on the shoulder, and began to walk back. However, Hai Chen Feng didn't feel that Tang Yuan's weight was much as it used to be. Poor young Master Tang Yuan had reached the verge of collapse after this round of intimidation. His eyes had turned green. He was once again served porridge after his return. So, Tang Yuan said with tears in his eyes, "I feel like my intestines have squeezed in due to starvation. Can't you give me something nice to eat?" Another 5 days passed in the same fashion. Then, Tang Yuan's weight was measured once again. However, he was scared witless this time. Crap! Only 115 kilograms. He had gone from the initial 265 kilograms to the present 115 kilograms. This meant that he had lost 150 kilograms after only 20 days of hard labor. Fatty still looked a little obese at present. However, he looked as handsome as a jade tree if one were to compare to the Fatty from before. Tang Yuan had finally been able to lose weight owing to the crazy tortures of his devil-like friend Jun Moxie. This was a huge success. Moreover, it was a unique accomplishment. After all, losing weight at such a rate was unprecedented, no matter which world's context we were to bring this up in. In fact, this was an archetype for a legendary folklore. Tang Yuan's name would have been mentioned in the Guinness Book of World Records in case this had happened in the modern world. Mentioning this in a bro talk would have sounded something like this: "How did you get so thin so quickly? Did you get cancer or something?" A normal person wouldn't have been able to stand this if they had been in Fatty's place. However, Tang Yuan had been eating enriching delicacies throughout his life. And, this had made his body strong and sturdy enough to endure this. Moreover, Jun Moxie would often sneak into the Fatty's room at night when he would notice that Tang Yuan wasn't able to bear it. Then, young Master Jun would transfer his spiritual energy into Tang Yuan's body in order to open and unblock his meridians while he slept. Consequently, Tang Yuan would find himself recovered by the time he would wake up the next morning. His energy would be reinstated as well. But, he was still unaware of the reasons for it. So, he continued to lament his bad luck. However, his body weight had decreased by a significant margin. So, his appetite had also reduced. Moreover, he had gotten accustomed to the diet of vegetables and tofu over the last 20 days or so. Therefore, he couldn't get back to fatty foods even if he wanted to. This was obviously extremely painful for Tang Yuan. I desperately wanted to eat more. But, my mouth gets exhausted very quickly. It's taking too long to swallow. Moreover, my stomach can't withstand these fatty foods anymore. That is why Fatty clenched his teeth and stamped his foot as he declared, "I won't be eating fat from now on." Tang Yuan's weight loss success was officially announced at this point. A grand celebration was organized to commemorate this success on the very same evening. Sun Xiaomei had made the arrangements for it. However, Tang Yuan found many familiar faces there. The two burly men who had wanted to kill him with their swords. And, that young man from some rich family. I.e. his so-called love rival. All of them were present on the scene. And, Tang Yuan couldn't help but be stupefied as a result. Fatty was also an intelligent man. So, he also understood when he thought about it. Everything indicated that it was Jun Moxie's strategy. In fact, this matter had a lot of loopholes from the start. But, who thinks so much when it comes to a moment of life and death? Fatty didn't even know whether he ought to laugh or cry. He didn't know whether he ought to step forward and thank his friend, or go and settle the accounts. Then, Jun Moxie carefully selected a martial technique, and told Sun Xiaomei to force Fatty into practicing it. Fatty Tang's weight loss also managed to produce a small joke. He was returning to Tang family's residence one day, but he was stopped by the guards. Moreover, the guards refused to let him enter no matter the Fatty said. The guard only state, "I don't recognize you." However, Jun Moxie had been feeling tremendous pressure during this time. The three holy lands were like three huge and irresistible mountains which were putting a lot of pressure on him. Jun Moxie himself hadn't anticipated that the auction he had organized to earn some money would lead these three behemoths to target him. Jun family's current strength was at a level where they could proclaim themselves as hegemons among the families of the secular world. They could even claim themselves a superfamily without earning anyone's disapproval. However, the strength of the three holy lands had been at the peak of existence for the last several thousand years. And, the Jun family was far from enough in comparison. Let's consider the three holy lands to be like eagles. The ordinary families would only qualify to be like free-range chicken by that analogy. And, the Jun family was only one level higher than the ordinary families. That is, they were a fowl at best. Jun family seemed to possess tyrannical power. But, they didn't even have the strength to retaliate if the three holy lands genuinely determined to destroy them. In fact, the three holy lands could destroy them in between dawn and dusk. This had rendered Jun Moxie with a feeling that he was on the edge of an imminent crisis which could strike him any time and anywhere. And, this had left him very annoyed. But, he had no way out. He had no way out for the time being at least. The Jun family's strength had indeed undergone tremendous changes ever since he had arrived in this world. It had moved up in the hierarchy from being an ordinary noble family, and had quickly turned into the most valiant and influential family. They had even developed strong relations with great master-level individuals. And, they had also gained support from the Tian Fa forest. Therefore, it could be said that he had already transcended to the top of this world's secular society. Jun Moxie had never felt arrogant over these achievements. He had certainly built everything with his own hands. He had produced clouds with one hand and rain with the other. He had turned every situation to his advantage. In fact, he had sailed with the tail wind. This had obviously left Jun Moxie to appreciate his own intelligence. He felt a sense of achievement since he had created something from nothing. It was as if he had conquered an entire city whilst being unarmed. However, this accomplishment seemed entirely worthless in front of the oncoming crisis. It was as if his accomplishments would collapse at the first blow. But, Jun Moxie wasn't willing to resign to a situation wherein his family's fate was between the palms of someone else. After all, it was possible that these people could flip it over any time they so chose. He needed to do something for self-preservation, and, also to suppress that sullenness of his heart. Therefore, Jun Moxie had been striving in a state of desperation during this moment. He had been striving in the Hongjun Pagoda to refine the pills this entire time. Or, he was practicing his martial arts. Or, he was running to the treasury in order to refine his blood of yellow flame sword. He had refined 18 pills of the vitality linkage Dan after 3 successful attempts in these 20 days. However, there had also been a curious incident that was crying to be explained. He had managed to refine 12 pills of the vitality congregation Dan owing to 2 successful attempts. However, when it came to the heavenly vitality pills, Jun Moxie's face had stained with 2 steams of tears when this issue had been brought up. He had believed that these heavenly vitality pills were the most important one among the 3 types of dawn. Therefore, he had figured that they would be the most difficult pill to refine. However, he had surprisingly succeeded in the first attempt itself. Moreover, his attempt had left behind 10 perfectly round and best quality pills in the furnace. Jun Mo was left baffled in the end. It turned out that I was wrong. It was the easiest. Poor me. I had always regarded it as the most difficult mountain to climb. Ah! I'm truly speechless. The young master brushed his gloom aside, and attempted the process for more times in one session. And he succeeded each time. He then whimpered and ingested one of his pills. He chewed it with a crackling sound. But, he only had to chew it twice before the vitality was pushed into his body. It must be mentioned that he was constantly practicing to refine pills, constantly refining pills, continuously overdrafting himself, and constantly recovering his energy during this period of time. Therefore, the bottleneck of Jun Moxie's Sky Xian Peak had eventually loosened. Consequently, Jun Moxie succeeded in upgrading his cultivation right after he took one heavenly vitality pill. And, he reached the spirit Xian level. The bottleneck had already loosened. And, his meridians were then supplied with 50 years worth of pure aura. Therefore, he had broken past his bottleneck with ease. However, young Master Jun didn't rest even after that. Instead, he straightaway swallowed a vitality congregation pill. After all, he could bear the burden since he had reached the required realm. Moreover, this pill could increase the benefits even if it was a bit excessive to take it right now. Anyway, it wouldn't hinder these benefits in any manner. Also, Jun Moxie's art of unlocking the heavens fortune would help in reducing the overload in case there were any issues with his current cultivation. This 20-day-long struggle finally came to an end. Jun Moxie had found time to return to his home and check in besides helping Tang Yuan in losing his weight. However, he would instantly return to Hongjun Pagoda if there'd be no news of activity. After all, the smoke and fire from the meteors was already visible in the sky. And, this indicated that the times of trouble were approaching. Big Bear and the Earth Cracker had indeed had a great time during this period. They'd spend the entire day in Tianxiang City. They had been living life of debauchery, and forgotten their home and duties in their entirety. Moreover, Jun Moxie hadn't bothered to send them back. Instead, he had urged them to stay and wait for the day when he'll finish refining the pills. He had done this so that their strength could be upgraded before they'd start on their return journey. Jun Moxie was almost certain that these two beast kings would encounter a powerful besiege on their return journey. But, the pills could enhance their strength, and provide them with a life-saving insurance by doing so. Moreover, he felt that it was very important to help the Tiger King in breaking through his bottleneck. After all, he ought to have sufficient strength for self-defense. Jun Moxie had finally refined the blood of yellow flame further by constantly adding elements from the gold he had acquired in the auction. And, he had also refined those 9 swords he had previously smelted once his skills had improved. However, the amount of gold in the treasury had reduced as a result. He would have probably been dearly sorry in case Fatty had caught sight of it. This is a loss. This is a huge loss. Millions of gold coins have disappeared in silence. Jun Moxie came out from the Hongjun Pagoda at dawn on this day. He bathed himself, and neatly put on white robes. Then, he embraced the fruit of his labor, and turned towards Guan Qing Han's courtyard. Everybody was anxiously waiting to see it. So, there was no time to tarry. Elegant fragrance courtyard. One mustn't say that only women stroll crazily down the streets whilst going on insane shop sprees. In fact, men who've never strolled across the street before, are also the same. And, this was particularly true for these two men, Big Bear and the Earth Cracker. After all, how many shopping streets had they seen? It could be reckoned that even the craziest shopaholic woman would also concede defeat in front of these two men's current state. They would buy whatever they would see. They wouldn't even bargain. They wouldn't simply buy it and leave. After all, a man's biggest advantage is his frankness. They had been wantonly sweeping across the Tianxiang city's markets. However, they could have never imagined that the Lord of Tian would wish to return these items. Moreover, Big Bear and Earthcracker would simply be reduced to bowing their heads while enduring the admonishing. The two Beast Kings had the gold and silver that Jun Moxie had given them. So, their attitude was similar to a millionaire who had entered a village. They'd frantically rake in every big shop of Tianxiang City. They'd buy whatever pleased their eyes, and whatever they deemed precious. Consequently, the amount of gold and silver notes rapidly shrank, but the number of things that they had bought increased with each passing day. In fact, these things had eventually risen to the size of a mountain when piled up. The two Beast Kings were very smart about it. They had kept everything they had purchased in the front courtyard since the place was outside Mei Shuiyan's line of sight. After all, Mei Shuiyan was generally in the elegant fragrance courtyard, and was unlikely to go out. Therefore, these two had thought that they could get away with this. And, everything would be easy to handle once they'd returned to the Tianfa forest. It's a pity that God's plan supersedes our own. Thus, they were caught in the end. They were stopped at home by Mei Shuiyan when they were leaving to continue their frantic shopping spree on this day. Both the Beast Kings were kneeling on the ground by the time Jun Moxie arrived. There was cold sweat on their forehead. Their facial muscles were twitching with fear, and they weren't even daring to move. However, Green Hunter seemed to be rejoicing at their misfortune. In fact, there was no trace of sympathy for them in her eyes. It seemed as if the sight of these two men getting admonished was very pleasing to her eyes. Meanwhile, Guan Qin Han was smiling with lips pursed. This situation was very strange. Mei Shuiyan had instructed these two guys to pack up and return in a couple of days. However, they were fortunate that Guan Qin Han had spoken a few words of advice in the beginning. Her words had gone something like this: these guys have no shame. All traces of shame have evaporated from their beings, and only this rotten shamelessness is left behind. So, there's no point in saying anything. It was obvious that anybody's face would expose a bemused expression upon watching their crazy action. Therefore, one couldn't be blamed for mischievously fawning in the hope of getting a better show. After all, it was unlikely for anyone to speak in their favor under these circumstances. Mei Shuiyan's anger still hadn't calmed down by now. She grabbed a women's silk shirt, and threw it at the Tiger King as she said, "Earthcracker. See, this is what you've bought. I've considered it if you had bought something useful. But, I can't understand this. Tianfa is where the Xian beasts live. Who else lives there? But, you bought so many women's clothes. What will you do with them when you go back? Will you wear them? Or will you give them to your subordinates for accessorizing? And this, you're losing your head." Several brushing sounds were heard as many items were thrown at Earthcracker. One box even opened with a kabang, and a fragrance spread everywhere. It had turned out to be a perfume. Some of the liquid had also made its way into the Tiger King's mouth. And he was left to issue incessant hiccups as a result. Mei Shuiyan furiously said, "Why did you buy this nuisance? Do you want to put this on your hairy body?" Earthcracker, you seem very interested in this stuff. You bought a large amount of women's products. But, you didn't buy anything else. You even have bracelets here, this is. Then, she suddenly got even angrier, and said, "What is this? A foot-binding cloth. Earthcracker. Who did you buy this for?" Earthcracker continuously wiped his cold sweat, but didn't dare to speak up. Earthcracker's eyes were continuously glancing towards Big Bear. It seemed as if Earthcracker wanted to say, "Fourth brother, you should say something. You told me to buy this stuff. Ah. You told me to buy these things for the maids of elder sister's future palace. That's what we were preparing for. I'm being treated unjustly. Why don't you say something?" Big Bear was squatting on the ground. However, he finally couldn't prevent himself from laughing. And his entire body started to twitch while he rejoiced in others' misfortune. Jun Moxie was standing at the door. He too couldn't prevent himself from letting out two hee-hee sounds. What are you laughing at? You still have the audacity to laugh. Big Bear, you stupid bear. Take a look at this stuff you've bought. See. 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 This, and this one. Big Bear's face was suddenly pelted with various kinds of objects. Teacups. Golden glasses. This glass is so small. Can you even use it? Is there anyone else who can use this? And, these clothes. You're one level ahead when it comes to the clothes, Big Bear. You even bought a coat made of bear fur. You are a bear king, Big Bear. You like things that are made from your people's bodies? No. You like these things so much that you even bought them? Mei Shuiyan continued even though her charming face had paled, you want to harm your own race now? Has this gold roasted your brain? It's such a cold winter. Big Bear stammered, he had begun to choke and sweat. He had been laughing at other people's misery a moment ago. But, a whole lot of abuses had suddenly rained on his head now. This had left him flabbergasted. And, a strange expression had emerged on his face as a result. Cold. Mei Shuiyan raised her leg, and let a kick loose at Big Bear. This made him roll away on the ground. You go into torpor as soon as the winter arrives. Isn't that how you've been managing things your entire life? So, what cold nonsense are you talking about? Moreover, you're the Bear King. Are you going to wear a coat made of bear skin? You're very talented. You're exactly like that dim-witted Jun Moxie, you have no shame either. Jun Moxie's smile turned into an expression of sorrow when he heard this. How did this land on me? Don't you know that I'm not foolish? I've only been pretending to be foolish this entire time. So, why would you mock me like that? Bear King and Earthcracker were scowling in misery, and weren't able to say anything. So, our old bear hasn't gone into torpor this year. He's leaping and frisking about instead. Jun Moxie had seen that the two individuals were in a wretched and embarrassed state. Therefore, he decided to change the topic with the intention of smoothing things over. Why have you come here? He's the Bear King. How does it matter to you if he wants to torpor or not? And, I'm not done talking to you either. Tell me, why did you give so much money to these two fools? Mei Shuiyan looked at him, and waited for him to speak. However, she then noticed that he had a smile of contentment on his face. She couldn't help but ask, what are you smiling at? However, Mei Shuiyan had sensed that young Master Jun had already procured more pills. In fact, her expectations were faintly evident in her voice. Jun Moxie stepped forward with a whoosh. Then, he smiled and said, fortunately, I don't feel insulted. Oh, Shuiyan. You can start counting the number of people on your side. There shouldn't be any problem as long as the number of people isn't unusually large. Mei Shuiyan shot up her eyebrows. He dared to call out my name. However, she quickly came back to herself. Are the pills ready? She suddenly forgot to settle these matters with him. Instead, her fingers began to dance in counting without any music. Bear King and Earthcracker gazed in Jun Moxie's direction, and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Wow! That's an amazing speed of progress. He's worthy of being hailed as Big Sister's husband. He called her by her first name. And, he even took control over her anger so quickly. Both the Beast Kings were gazing at Jun Moxie with an expression of admiration in their eyes. He's an awesome man. 10. 10 are enough. Mei Shuiyan had closed her eyes while counting. She then sighed, and exclaimed. 10. Are you sure? Jun Moxie was surprised by this. He had thought that Mei Shuiyan would include all the Xian beasts who had reached close to the 9th level's peak. Therefore, it was shocking for him since Mei Shuiyan had only asked for 10 pills. Without a doubt, Mei Shuiyan took a deep breath. 10 pills are enough. One doesn't have to be greedy. Those level 9 Xian beasts are only one step away from transformation stage. But, how can we allow them to achieve it without any efforts? Moreover, upgrading the strengths of only the Beast Kings would be more beneficial for the Tian Fa Forest's management. As far as the rest are concerned, I'll go back, choose among them, and train them carefully later on. After all, I'll have a major headache in case some of them turn out to be extremely wild and untamable. Jun Moxie clapped his hands in appreciation. That's right. That's good. This is the proper way to handle this situation. After all, the soldiers can be effectively governed in this manner. The Beast Kings would have absolute authority over other Xian beasts if we follow this. And, we can then consider the follow-up development plan without any constraints. Mei Shuiyan, you are extremely thoughtful. Then, he took out the fruit of his labor. He took out a jade bottle from his chest pocket, and placed it on the table. The bottle instantly attracted everyone's gaze like a magnet. There are 5 pills in this bottle. I've given you 4 in the past. And, you've already taken 1. So, that's an exact 10. Jun Moxie exclaimed in a heavy voice, I recommend that Tiger King, Bear King, and Snake King not return to the Tian Fa Forest for the time being. Instead, they must take the pill here, and advance their levels without delay. The sooner, the better. What do you think about it? Green Hunter has already taken 1. But, these 2 guys are extremely short-tempered. Moreover, this matter needs to be handled wisely. Their strength would increase by a solid margin. But, what would I do if they go around abusing their powers after they return to Tian Fa? Wouldn't that make things difficult for me? Mei Shuiyan looked extremely worried as she cast solemn glances on Big Bear and Earthcracker. The Bear King and Tiger King had heard the news that one's abilities could be enhanced by merely consuming these mysterious pills. And, they had suddenly become extremely overjoyed to have come here for this delivery assignment. This is exactly what I had expected when I had come here, therefore, they couldn't contain their happiness. But, their faces flattened like a sheet of paper as soon as they heard Mei Shuiyan's words. It could be said that Mei Shuiyan understood them very well. Both of them had been thinking of this a moment ago. We'll enhance our strengths, and go back. Then, we'll show off our abilities in front of that old crane. And, we'll let everyone know how powerful we've become. But, how could they have anticipated that Mei Shuiyan would reject the idea even before their beautiful dream had come to reality? Bear King and Tiger King are extremely simple-minded. But, they're understanding individuals nonetheless. So, how can they do something like that? It must be said that they had created a killing ring at Tianxiang's gates the other day. But, the stupid prince was unlucky to not have opened his eyes to see everything clearly. It's essential for them to take these pills. They've walked the entire way from Southern Heaven to Tianxiang as far as I know. It must be admitted that they've killed many people on the way, but they never provoked anyone on their own accord. They had acted up only when they were provoked by the other party. Jun Moxie spoke sternly with an air of righteousness. That's why I don't think these 2 can do something like that. The 2 Beast Kings were very moved by this. In fact, they even looked at Jun Moxie with eyes full of fervent tears. They thought, he's a genuinely amazing brother-in-law. He should be our brother-in-law forever. We wouldn't let Big Sister change her husband even if she wants to. They would grab and beat up Long Crane if worse comes to worst. They might even take the command from him for a short while. But, they won't do much more than that, Jun Moxie continued. The 2 Beast Kings felt like fainting. Do we look like the kind of people who try to take the command by force? Don't tell me that you haven't thought about it already. They have to return to Tian Fa. But, their return trip won't be as smooth as their journey to this place. Jun Moxie took the lead, and spoke up with a dignified expression. Enhancement of strength should be done without delay. You might think that the journey back to Tian Fa might be easy. But, don't forget that they might have to face some opposition from the three Holy Lands. Their current strength barely gives them a hope of being able to defend themselves in a one-on-one situation. But, there's no point in even mentioning an ambush situation. It's not a cakewalk to survive in this situation. Their existing cultivation would probably suffer great harm even if they were lucky enough to return to Tian Fa. Do you want them to be like the sixth lion and the seventh monkey? Mei Shuiyan irresolutely muttered with a heavy look on her face, what's the probability that they would intercept these two? Jun Moxie said with a bitter smile, it's not that you don't realize this yourself. You just don't wish to believe it. There's at least an 80% chance that they will attempt to intercept these two. But, would you like to gamble with their lives even if there's only half a chance? Mei Shuiyan was rendered speechless for a while. Then, her graceful eyes emitted bursts of anger as she spoke up in an objective manner, your words make sense. I hadn't thought of it in this manner. But, I now think that it's better to let these two upgrade their strengths before embarking on their return trip to Tian Fa. Jun Moxie nodded his head, this should be handled in this manner. Big Bear and Earth Cracker were extremely overjoyed. I never expected that Big Sister would go as far as accepting that she was inconsiderate. Oh, our brother-in-law is brilliant. He made her rethink her decision with just a few words. Wow! When has Big Sister ever changed her mind in Tian Fa? Our brother-in-law has such a high position. Oh dear, Big Sister's husband, we like you so much. The two Beast Kings had nearly shouted out that last sentence. They had somehow managed to hold it back, but it hadn't been easy for them. However, these two battle-minded Beast Kings hadn't paid much attention to this talk of ambush on the trip to Tian Fa. After all, the two Beast Kings had been fighting battles throughout their lives. Therefore, fighting was ingrained in their nature. What's so special about the people from these three holy lands? We're not even aware of how many battles we've fought and how many life-and-death situations we've dealt with. Aren't we capable of killing anyone laying in ambush there and then? This was particularly true for the Bear King. After all, he had made a breakthrough very recently. Therefore, he wanted to test how far his strength had progressed. Killing us off. Haha. That is an enormous joke. Let them try and kill us. We'll see who kills who. The cultivations of 6th Lion and 7th Monkey had only reached the early stages of Beast Kings back then, they were far from the peak of a Beast King's strength at that time. However, they had been attacked by 4 great masters. It was very unfortunate. And, that's why they had suffered that miserable defeat. But, we've been at the peak of a Beast King's strength for some time now. So, we'll be far more prepared than them if we make another breakthrough. We'll see an astonishing growth in our strengths. We might even go around looking for these great masters if they don't come to ambush us halfway. The Snake King had already taken 1 pill. Therefore, Mei Shuiyan was only left with 3 more pills. She was about to give the 2 Beast Kings their doses when she heard Jun Moxie speak up, wait. Don't rush. Everyone was astonished as they heard him. So, they looked at him in a strange manner. But, he soon took out another jade bottle from his pocket. He then said with a mischievous smile on his face, these are heavenly vitality pills. There's a total of 10 here. Each of these pills can provide 50 years worth of strength upgrade. But, one person can only take 1 pill. I think you should take this first and increase your skills. So, you should take the vitality linkage pill to enhance your speed once you've done this first. I guess that this would lead to better results. Mei Shuiyan exclaimed, and her body began to tremble. 1 pill has the ability to enhance strength by 50 years. These 2 kinds of pills are so precious that their value can't even be assessed. But, Jun Moxie has taken these pills out without any hesitation. Jun Moxie had been missing for the last few days. He must have been trying hard to procure these pills for the sake of my safety. He's been worried about me. Mei Shuiyan suddenly felt that she was being loved and taken care of in that split second. And, a surge of happiness took her over. This feeling was new for her. She had never felt this way in her entire life. Moreover, her Xian strength had already reached the pinnacle of the world. So, who could have even gotten a chance to make her feel like this? However, these feelings had suddenly emerged in her heart at this time. And, she had been left to feel enchanted and content as a result. But, this warm and tumultuous feeling of happiness was also accompanied by a faint yet bitter sensation. It seemed as if she was too reluctant to part with this feeling. Mei Shuiyan looked at Jun Moxie's thinned-out handsome face. His eyes were filled with a frivolous look. Her heart leaped up in excitement and joy. He did all of this for me. Young Master Jun's good conduct was meant for the Tianfa forest and its numerous Xian beasts. In fact, he even wanted to impress her. But, Mei Shuiyan was overthinking things if she felt that he had done everything for her. After all, he had been doing everything solely for his own purposes. But, it wasn't very surprising. After all, woman is the most self-indulgent creature. This fact can't be denied. A woman's beloved may do something in order to save the world. But, she wouldn't hesitate to believe. He did it for me. Oh, I'm so emotionally moved by him. Oh wow. This will deliver twice the effect with half the work. Let's carry out this plan at once. After all, you know the most about these magic pills after your master. Mei Shuiyan's faint voice reflected bashfulness and tenderness. A sense of submission to Jun Moxie was also visible in her body language. Even her face had turned somewhat red. Big Bear and Earth Cracker suddenly lifted their heads, and looked at their eldest sibling in an incredulous manner. Then, they looked at Jun Moxie in disbelief. In fact, they nearly exclaimed aloud in amazement. The two Beast Kings had always followed their leader very closely. However, they had never seen such an expression on Mei Shuiyan's face. And, they had never heard such tender words of submission from her mouth either. Therefore, they were obviously shocked since they didn't know how this had happened. Our brother-in-law's method so overbearing? He has even managed to tame our fierce big sister. Mei Shuiyan, her anger rose to its heights when saw the two of them popping their eyeballs out. So, she raised a foot to kick them, and shouted, "What are you two doing? Are you stupid? I think you want a thrashing, isn't it?" The two Beast Kings screamed in pain. But, they still managed to make gestures with their eyes. That was such amazing skill. It was unfathomable. How could we ever be able to understand the things that are at play here? Therefore, they only repeated, "Oh. It's nothing, nothing. It's nothing. He. Mei Shuiyan's anger grew by leaps and bounds as soon as she heard their mischievous giggles. And, her face reddened even further. Guan Qinghan calmly watched the two sides. She had a big smile on her face, but a densely sour taste had sprouted in her heart. She secretly cast a glance at Jun Moxie. This was man who had taken her virginity. However, he hadn't tried to seek her out in a long while since they had returned to Tianxiang City. He used to come to me every time his heart burned with desire in the past. But, I used to drive him out mercilessly. Was I too cruel to him? She was still thinking about the past when Jun Moxie came closer to her face. She couldn't prevent herself from jumping scared, and tried to move away from his face. However, Jun Moxie laughed in a mischievous manner, and moved closer to her ear. He then whispered, "Older sister Qinghan. I've been infected with that malicious poison again. Please have mercy on me one more time. Please help me get rid of this poison like you had in the past. Oh. I urgently need your help. I feel very uncomfortable. I'm your younger brother. And, this is for the sake of your younger brother's life." Guan Qinghan was stunned to hear these words. She wasn't like Du Xiaoyi since she was much older. So, she knew a lot about men and their matters. Therefore, she couldn't prevent herself from feeling greatly ashamed when she heard these teasing words from his mouth. Consequently, she twisted her waist to turn around. Her usually cold face had suddenly turned sparkling red. Even her earlobes had reddened. Jun Moxie had already moved closer to her. He couldn't help but stare at her sparkling earlobe and the flawlessly beautiful one side of her face that was visible to him from this angle. So beautiful. Nothing can be more beautiful than her. Jun Moxie's heart was suddenly set on fire. What happened next could only be described as a curious incident. He extended his tongue, and licked. Guan Qinghan exclaimed in the face of his attack. She suddenly felt as her body had gone weak. She felt as if she had no strength left in her. In fact, she nearly fell down. However, her body began to heat up soon after. She then flushed with anger, and struggled up. Then, she looked at Jun Moxie in a manner that made it seem as if she was saying, "You need to let go of me." However, Jun Moxie began to laugh loudly. He even ignored the fact that others were present there. He then grabbed her by her waist, and took her in his arms. Guan Qinghan had never imagined that Jun Moxie would be so audacious to hold her like that. She became a bit shy as her body heated up. She then spoke up with a sense of urgency, "Let me go. Quickly." Jun Moxie gave out a mischievous laugh, and whispered in her ear, "Why should I let you go? You're my first woman. My third uncle will accept you as his foster daughter in tomorrow's ceremony. So, you'll be his foster daughter after the ceremony. And, I'll make my grandfather yield to my request once that happens. And, I'll have you in my bed on the very same night. Will you still try to escape then? He, don't worry my little Han Han. I can assure you that my bed is very nice and warm." Guan Qinghan cried out in fear. She had read the book Lessons of Morality for Women multiple times since childhood. Therefore, she was well versed in the strict codes of ethics. So, how could she endure such blatant words from him? She couldn't help feeling ashamed, and her entire body started to tremble. It was unknown how she gathered so much strength within herself. But, she pushed him away, and quickly ran away. Jun Moxie burst into a loud laughter, and turned around. However, he saw that Mei Shuiyan and Green Hunter were looking at him with faces that had been fumed into reddening from excessive anger. It seemed as if their eyes were about to erupt into a volcano. However, Big Bear and Earthcracker were gazing at Jun Moxie in admiration on the other hand. In fact, it seemed as if they were looking at a god. He's a deity. This man is a god. He can make our big sister submit to him. Moreover, he also has the guts to play around with other women in front of her. Oh, his guts are stunning, too overbearing, he's too fierce. He's awesome. He's my idol. Jun Moxie was stunned. And, his heart had already started to shout out that he was in trouble. I said that out aloud. I clearly recall that I was supposed to use a cipher code to encrypt my words. But, I lost control over myself and forgot to do that. And, I ended up saying that in direct speech. Moreover, the expression on everyone's face makes it seem as if they've heard everything I said. Mei Shuiyan, he looked at him in anger, her face was still flushed red. It's so difficult to know what goes on in this guy's heart. His actions had moved me emotionally a moment ago. And now, he has the guts to fool around with other women in front of me. He's too gutsy. Snake King gave Jun Moxie an awfully malicious expression. It appeared as if she would return to her beast form at any moment and open her mouth to swallow this shameless man down her belly. Jun Moxie had quickly realized that the situation was far from reassuring. So, he hastily coughed twice. He was well aware that even a million explanations wouldn't repair the damage that had already been done. Instead, it would only make matters worse. And, that would certainly lead to a major disaster. He quickly averted his eyeballs, and decided to use astonishing, subject-changing, skills. So, he coughed twice, and spoke up in a dignified tone, "The four of you can take the pills here itself since you're all in agreement with the idea. I don't have any issues with it either. Moreover, I can even stand guard for you. And, I can even use my Xian skills to help you with your advancement. My master obviously has some matters he's busy with. And, it won't be good to disturb him either. So, I will oversee this." He added a few more words of urgency after he had finished speaking. "Miss May, you're also clear about this thing. Strength is the sole deciding trait in this matter of life and death. Even a small progress can help influence the final outcome of the battle for seizing the heavens. And, that's vital for the future of the common people. We need to grasp every opportunity of enhancing our strength. Then, we need to add on to it as time passes." Jun Moxie's throat had dried up by now. So, he stopped speaking, and gave out two loud laughs. However, it was extremely unpleasant to hear. It felt as if an owl was screeching at night. In fact, it was like someone was forcefully trying to carve out sand on a beach using a dustpan. He knew that Mei Shuiyan would be very annoyed at this time. Therefore, he had addressed her as Miss Mei instead of Shuiyan. No one had ever dared to call her like that. He had never retracted his big talk so quickly in either of his lives. Moreover, he had also managed to feign the expressions of a great saint who was bemoaning the fate of humanity while he had said this last part. It must be said that his ability to divert the subject was as remarkable as Charles de Gaulle's astonishing feats. Mei Shuiyan was seething with anger. She snorted and grabbed the jade bottle. Then, she overturned it, and took out the 4 pills. She then handed one to Snake King, and glanced at Big Bear and Earthcracker. However, both of them were still standing with their mouths open. It was evident that they were staring in admiration. She obviously got extremely angry when she saw this. However, she didn't beat them down this time. Instead, she raised her finger and shot the pills into their mouths. Consequently, the pills hit their tongues like bullets. The pills were extremely tiny, but they had been backed with Mei Shuiyan's strength. Therefore, they hit the two of them very forcefully. Big Bear and Earthcracker were left to shout in pain. In fact, their teeth nearly got knocked down by the impact. Suddenly, a stream of warm energy began to gush about their mouths along with a balmy smell. And, this heat soon burst into their limbs, bones, and meridians. They felt as if an immense power had been simulated inside their entire body. A massive turbulence was created, and the energy inside their meridians started to flow in a reverse direction. The terrified beasts remained standing still with their wide-opened eyes. However, Mei Shuiyan and Snake King had already sat on the floor with their legs crossed. They had already started absorbing the efficacy of the pill. The 2 beast kings didn't dare to neglect this either. And, they also hurriedly sat down in a meditation. Jun Moxie breathed a sigh of relief. Hoof. I've finally overcome this massive problem. Let's go step by step from here on. I had ended up offending 2 people today since my mind got overtaken by lust. This could have been a catastrophic day. I fell weak in front of Guan Qing Han's beautiful face, and I ended up taking liberties with her in front of so many people. This has spoilt so many days of my hard work. I had started making some headway with Mei Shuiyan, but this rogue behavior is sure to make a bad impression on her. I've lost the rice while trying to lure the chicken. I've done a massive damage to myself. Ugh. Young Master Jun sighed with sorrow and grief. He felt infinitely wronged. Ugh. I've held it back for so long now. Would no one have mercy on me? I've been restraining myself for this long. But, even that can cause problems. Moreover, I live around such beautiful and enticing women. And, more than one at that. So, wouldn't my urges be fiercer? I'm just trying to look after myself. So, how am I wrong? Where am I wrong? Damn it. When will this test end? I'm living around the most beautiful women in the world. But, I can't do anything. I can only do something in case I end up being poisoned by an aphrodisiac. There's no torture as painful as this one. This is most terrible one. It's just that I possess excellent determination. Anyone other person would have lost their weapons due to this torture if they had been in my place. Mei Shuiyan's body began to emit a thick and dense fog after a while. Then, it slowly started to condense over her head in the shape of a flower. Then, another one was formed. And, this went on until 3 flower-shaped things had emerged from the thick fog. Jun Moxie smacked his tongue in surprise. I think this is that so-called 3 flowers converge on top when the 5 energies combine condition. I had heard about this peak condition of strength in my previous life, but I had never gotten to see it. But, I never thought that I would see it here. Moreover, I didn't get to see via my internal aura, nor did happen via someone's Xian Qi. Instead, this happened via the Xian beast's primal Qi. This incident made Jun Moxie realize one truth: it doesn't matter which name one learns martial arts under. It doesn't matter which world the martial arts belongs to. All of them lead to the same end once they've reached a profound stage. Those 3 flowers made of dense fog went back into Mei Shuiyan's body with a whoosh sound after a while. Then, Mei Shuiyan gently opened her eyes. Her eyes shot a strange light as she looked at Jun Moxie. Her heart was undulating, and her expressions were very complicated. She seemed to be sending off several mixed indications. However, only one thing was certain. Mei Shuiyan could clearly feel that her primal strength had reached its maximum limits after this momentary effort. It had undergone massive improvements. She had received 50 years' worth of pure primal power, even a little more. Mei Shuiyan had been besieged by the 10 top-notch experts in the past. And, she had sustained serious injuries during that incident. She had somehow managed to escape, and had then returned to the Tian Fa forest. But, it could be said that the condition of her injuries was very critical. Her body had been damaged from the inside out due to that sword injury. Moreover, that sword strike had been a result of some sort of a devious and demonic martial technique. This evil energy had then intertwined with her body. And, she hadn't been able to drive this defect out from her body. Mei Shuiyan had been striving to cure this injury for decades. In fact, she had even reverted to her Xian beast form in order to do so. However, she still hadn't been able to recover completely. It must be said that Mei Shuiyan's heart used to be kind and gentle back then. Therefore, she hadn't done her best against those attackers at first. And, that's because she had always thought that these men made up the main force which would be used in the battle for seizing the heavens. They were directly related to the safety of the entire mainland. Therefore, it wouldn't be suitable to kill them. And, she had suffered very dearly for this reason. In fact, it could be reckoned that even the incense sticks in front of Mei Shuiyan's memorial tablets would have burned out a long time ago in case she hadn't possessed such dreadful strength. The seriousness of that injury had only been one step short of the ultimate disaster if one were to think from Mei Shuiyan's perspective. Could an ambush from 10 top-notch experts be considered a trivial matter? She had struggled at the gates of hell after that battle. It was on the eve of that battle at Tian Fa when Mei Shuiyan had finally felt that she was at the verge of making her recovery. But, she had been disturbed during this most critical stage of her recovery. After all, losing the sacred fruit had incited her at a time when she was so close to a successful recovery. Consequently, her primal energy had comprehensively flown in reverse, and her body was instantly reverted to its originally injured state. Then, Jun Moxie had sneaked into her territory at a time when she was incapable of doing anything. He had acted mischievously with her since he had thought that she was just an ordinary small animal. However, this had left Mei Shuiyan so ashamed that she had wanted to die. But, she was still helpless. However, Jun Moxie had unknowingly used his heavenly aura to heal her. And, this had also played a great therapeutic effect on her injury. This hadn't allowed her to make a complete recovery. But, most of her old sufferings had disappeared nonetheless. Even the effect of her primal cheese devil's bite had been reduced to a negligible level. Mei Shuiyan had concentrated her efforts after Jun Moxie had left. And, she had managed to regain 80% of her initial strength as a result. Then, she had suppressed her old injuries, and had gone to battle against 4 of the 8 great masters. Then, she had managed to win the battle in one fell swoop. However, Mei Shuiyan had known that her injuries were far from full recovery. Moreover, the battle for seizing the heavens was imminent. But, she was uncertain of her own condition at such a crucial time. This was the reason why she had come to the mainland. She had been hoping to find an opportunity to make a complete recovery. Accompanying Jun Moxie had obviously been premeditated on her part. And, that's because Jun Moxie's heavenly aura was the best method to treat her injuries. Jun Moxie had certainly insulted her. But, she needed Jun Moxie's heavenly aura in order to heal herself. It was a complicated and inexplicably strange relationship. It had been exhausting for Mei Shuiyan to toss and turn between these two emotions along that long journey. But, Jun Moxie had been having a very pleasant journey at the time. And, this had left Mei Shuiyan to feel even more unsatisfied. Therefore, she had repeatedly messed with him. However, this guy had constantly managed to deal with everything she threw at him. He wouldn't break down even if couldn't deal with things. The thickness of this guy's skin is unparalleled. He never gets angry. Who in the hell is he? It's true that Mei Shuiyan urgently needed Jun Moxie's heavenly aura to heal her injuries. But, she was the lord of the Tianfa forest. So, how could she bend her knee and ask him for this favor? She considered this issue for a long time, but couldn't make up her mind. So, she sent the Snake King to recon around the Tianxiang city after they had arrived here. However, Jun Moxie used his extremely rogue ways when they met again. He spanked her. He even kissed her. This obviously left Mei Shuiyan feeling like a big mess. Killing him would have been easy, but she couldn't do that. She could beat him up, but she mustn't beat him heavily. And, reprimanding was useless against such a shameless guy. Therefore, Mei Shuiyan was hesitant to make her choice. However, that's when she heard Jun Moxie invite her to live with the Jun family. And, she carelessly agreed to the idea in that moment of muddle-headedness. Consequently, she had been living there till this date. They remained in regular contact for a while. And, she didn't even realize how the shadow of this rascal entered her heart one step at a time. Her heart had always been like a serene lake. However, it somehow broke chaos as a result. Her injury still hadn't recovered during her stay here. However, the amazing pill Jun Moxie had given her had astonishingly increased her speed by 3 times. Then, this heavenly vitality pill had added 50 years worth of pure primal strength to her cultivation. Moreover, her injuries had gradually healed under the efficacy of these 2 divine pills. Consequently, she had restored herself to the peak of her strength from the days gone by. Moreover, she had also been given a chance of moving forward. This couldn't make up for the lack of progress during the years gone by. However, the difference still wasn't huge. In fact, it was needless to talk about making an overall recovery and the shortfall over the years. After all, the Tianfa forest would get enormous strength as long as this youngster continued to provide her with his heavenly accomplishments. In fact, it could be reckoned that the days of Tianfa's glory wouldn't be very far away in that case. However, it would be too embarrassing to ask for this favor. So, how could she do it even if Jun Moxie was willing to agree? This eccentric youngster was someone who had incited feelings of love and hate in her heart. How couldn't this be a mystical feeling? Snake King, Bear King, and Tiger King were still immersed in absorbing the efficacy of the pill. After all, there was a considerable difference between their strength and Mei Shuiyan's. Their strength had suddenly increased by 50 years of cultivation. They certainly possessed great strength, but they still needed a lot of time to digest and absorb these pills. Jun Moxie eventually realized that the beautiful Mei was looking at him. In fact, it seemed that she was watching him very attentively. And, he couldn't help but feel good about himself. So, he pretended not noticing it. And, he allowed her to watch him. After all, I'm very charming. What beauty wouldn't prostrate in front of me? However, Mei Shuiyan continued look at him like this for a long time. And, young Master Jun was eventually unable to bear it. Therefore, he forced a smile and said, "Why on earth are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm fascinating to look at? Do you feel that I'm very handsome? Do you feel that I am very stylish, very positive, handsome, and confident? Do you think I'm different? I'm an extraordinary hero who can face the rough winds. But, other people feel a little embarrassed if you look at me in this way." Mei Shuiyan's muddled train of thoughts finally came to a halt. She then smiled sweetly, and said, "Maybe it's not too late to get along with you. After all, I don't even bother myself with anything that you say. However, it's your shamelessness that it makes me feel strange. Don't you feel any embarrassment?" Jun Moxie touched his nose and laughed twice. He then said, "A thick skin makes for a great advantage. Haven't you noticed it? A saint had rightly said once, a sensitive person can't find the desirable amount of food to eat, while a shameless person finds enough. Whether it is eating or drinking or looking for wife, shameless people are always ahead. Sensitive people can only pick up what others leave. And, it's boring to pick up other people's leftovers. Anyway, I'm not very good at that. Is it? So, you think that being shameless is the biggest advantage?" Mei Shuiyan said in a somewhat ridiculing tone. "It's not everything, but it's not too far. You must have this necessary factor to achieve the final victory, whether you want to enhance your strength, or you want to get rich, or lead a battle between two countries, or become the king. You must know a winner needs to have 4 essential traits to succeed, you can't do without even one of them." Jun Moxie bragged with the courage of his conviction. 4 essential traits. Don't just toss scholarly quotes on me, explain things clearly. Mei Shuiyan's curiously had somehow gotten hooked to his words. There's nothing to do right now. So, I might as well let him brag while we pass time. The first major trait, being two-faced, kind on the outside, but sinister on the inside. Jun Moxie said in a serious tone, "The chances of your success are very vague if you're not two-faced. This one point is particularly important. This is the trait which gives rise to the countless schemes and plots one requires to formulate. And, success can't be achieved without having this trait as a foundation." What is the second thing? Mei Shuiyan carefully considered about the issue. And, she felt that it wasn't unreasonable to say that. The second trait is daring. You have to dare to do whatever you can dare to think. People's objective can be considered as half successful, in the vast majority of cases, as long as they can dare to think. After all, you dared even though the others didn't. Therefore, you have more chances of being successful than those others who didn't dare. Jun Moxie's manner of speaking was very similar to that of a scholar from a Confucian school. He even shook his head as if he was teaching with tireless zeal. What is the third point? Mei Shui thought about it, and laughed. Daring? You don't even need to mention this. After all, how many things can a coward achieve? You can be bullied even if you sell vegetables. The third point is extremely important. One must have a fierce heart. Everything depends on a person's heart. One must be prepared to kill mercilessly if someone else tries to hurt their interests. You must be prepared to destroy everything that stands in your way. I would rather suppress the entire world, but I wouldn't let the people's orders suppress me. This is the only way a monarch works. And, this has remained constant since eternity. Jun Moxie snorted. He couldn't help but think of Li Yuran as he said this. Li Yuran had faded out of sight ever since Jun family had suddenly emerged as a superpower. There had been no movement on his side even though he was the leader of the Li family's young generation. However, Jun Moxie had never loosened his vigilance. Li Yuran was no longer a threat for Jun Moxie at his current level. In fact, the entire Li family was nothing in front of them at this time. However, that youngster had a very conspiring mind. Moreover, he was full of vigorous ambitions. Therefore, it was still necessary to be prepared against him. After all, he could take advantage of a situation if he wasn't taken care of. I would rather suppress the entire world, but I wouldn't let the people's orders suppress me. Well, those are the words of a tyrant. But, it's true as well. What about the fourth point? Mei Shuiyan gradually became serious. She had seemingly understood what Jun Moxie had been indicating at. It seems that he isn't just bragging. Do you still want me to state the fourth trait? It is obviously shamelessness. Jun Moxie burst into a loud laughter. He, how many among these four traits do you think you possess? Mei Shuiyan tilted her head and asked. She had an extremely serious expression on her face. The second trait is daring, and the fourth one is shamelessness. I had reached great heights of perfection in these two. In fact, I believe that not many people in this era can beat me when it comes to these 2 points. You could even count the one who can beat me in this regard on your fingers. Jun Moxie obviously feigned a solemn expression as he continued, the first factor is being double-faced, and the third one is a fierce heart. I've half-grasped these aspects. However, my feelings have always been my greatest weakness. Relatives, loved ones, and friends are still hard to part with. Jun Moxie sighed and said, this is the so-called a doctor can't self-medicate. It's very difficult to change even though I know where my problem lies. Moreover, my heart is fickle in the face emotions. In fact, I might not be able to possess these 4 traits in this lifetime. The transformations still haven't finished. So, this soldier still needs to strive. Mei Shuiyan saw that Jun Moxie had evaluated his own self to be short of the desired goal. In fact, he had said that he might never be able to reach there. She hadn't expected him to do this. So, she couldn't help but smile. She then asked him in a perfunctory manner, what do you think of me? You're an insult to my 4 essential traits. You're no better than a fool. Jun Moxie showed no trace of politeness as he replied, you at best possess 1 trait among the 4. That is, you are very daring. But, it is merely courage. However, having only courage without the other 3 factors makes you a daring fool in layman terms. You're only capable of blindly charging forward. So, there's nothing good to speak of it. In fact, you're even inferior to those common people who know that they don't possess any of these 4 traits. After all, there's hope that they can spend their lives in safety. However, you can only become a target of people's plots. You will drag yourself into their plots. You will drag your friends into their plots. In fact, you will even lead your entire family to extinction. Mei Shuiyan got furious, that's nonsense. Nonsense? You are an intelligent person. So, think this through, Jun Moxie sneered and said, first, let's talk about that time you were ambushed by 10 top-notch great master-level experts. You had sustained serious injuries at that time. You didn't tell me about it even though I had asked, did you? But, I can determine what must have happened. You would have sustained serious injuries. Then, you would have escaped them. And, those 10 great masters would have retreated as well. However, you would have only inflicted some minor injuries on them when you had broken out of their siege. You would have made no attempts to cause a life-threatening injury to them. And, it's needless to even mention about causing any physical disabilities to them. After all, everything would have been fine in your opinion as long as you could recover from your injuries, isn't it? Mei Shuiyan angrily looked at him as her snow-white teeth unconsciously bit down on her red lips. However, that expression of anger in her eyes slowly turned into one of grief. Isn't this being kind and soft-hearted? Jun Moxie ruthlessly continued to criticize, you would have sustained serious injuries. you would have been brought to verge of death. You would have exhausted your strength. And then, you would have rushed out of their entrapment, and fled. Those experts had survived because of your generosity. However, they wouldn't repay your kindness of sparing their lives. Instead, this would have only made them fiercer in their attempts to kill you. Thereupon, you would have returned to Tianfa after that blood-soaking battle, and you would have thought that you managed to make the best of it. Isn't this how that incident happened? Mei Shuiyan turned her head in pain. Jun Moxie hadn't seen or heard about that incident. However, he had still managed to guess the sequence of events. But, she still couldn't understand their actions. Why? Everyone is going to participate in the battle for seizing the heavens. Everyone will be fighting for the sake of the mainland and its common people. Then, what's the point of this internal strife? Why would someone wish to murder their own ally? Isn't their ultimate goal the same as ours? However, I know that they're determined to fight against the foreign aggression. The security of the mainland is their highest priority. I'm very clear about this point. And, that's because these people have remained undaunted by dangers in the face of those foreign enemies. They don't even hesitate to sacrifice their lives. They've fervently spilled their blood on the pillars of heaven's mountains. In fact, the spirit of their heroism still persists in this world. Why? How can they not realize that Xian beasts also understand this reason? Mei Shuiyan couldn't believe that they hadn't realized this. But, this only made it harder for her to understand the reasons behind their actions. Killing me and eliminating the Tianfa forest will only lead to the loss of one powerful ally in the battle for seizing the heavens. Moreover, they will also lose a great amount of their military strength in doing so. Why do they wish to do this kind of a thing wherein they harm others without even benefiting themselves? Are you still confused? Jun Moxie looked at her with indifference and said, how could they not understand something so obvious? Everyone obviously has the same goal and the same enemy. So, everyone should cooperate with each other with sincerity. What's the point of this internal strife? After all, wouldn't killing one's allies be akin to pleasing the enemy? That's right. Why? I genuinely don't understand this. This question has always confused me. Was my Tianfa forest not the vanguard of the battle for seizing the heavens for thousands of years? Have we ever taken a step back? How many beast kings have been buried on the pillars of heaven's mountains over the course of these thousands of years? Ah! The numbers are untold. I can boldly dare to say that this mainland would have ceased to exist a long time ago if the Tianfa forest hadn't been there to support their trinity. Mei Shuiyan's eyes were shooting flames. However, the three holy lands wish to put the Tianfa forest to death now. What is this? Why? You beast kings of Tianfa have a pure character. And, we've never been able to attain this greatness in character. However, this advantage of yours is also the greatest chink in your armor. Don't start denying it right away, answer this question first. The expression in Jun Moxie's eyes softened, but they still continued to sparkle as he said, I don't understand why only 3 holy lands were formed after the first few battles for seizing the heavens. Why were there 3 holy lands and 1 fierce land? Why weren't there 4 holy lands instead? Why only 3 holy lands? Have you ever thought about this? The Tianfa forest was equally vigorous. In fact, it was the side which possessed the maximum strength. So, why wasn't it included in the Holy Lands? Why was it named a fierce land instead? This. Mei Shuiyan hesitated. She had never thought about this issue. There had only been 3 holy lands and 1 fierce land since the ancient times. And, Mei Shuiyan had never thought that it was inappropriate. In fact, she had believed that it was inevitable and correct. After all, the Tianfa forest was a fierce land which no man could dare to offend. This had remained the notion for the last 10,000 years. And, no experts from the human world had ever dared to invade this holy land of the Xian beasts. However, she suddenly recalled now that had Jun Moxie mentioned this issue. Right. But why? We are also famous and powerful. So, why are the 3 holy lands called the Holy Lands, but the Tianfa forest is addressed as a fierce land? You, and maybe all the other Xian beasts have overlooked this issue. But, it was very important. And, that's because this concerned the humankind's pride. Perhaps, it can be said that this is the unfathomable mystery of vanity. To put it simply, the Tianfa forest and the 3 holy lands had basically been foreordained to oppose each other from that time itself. Jun Moxie gave a cynical laugh and said, "This ridiculous belief has been derived from the psychology of orthodoxy. And, that's the reason why this dispute has been given rise to." Orthodoxy. What do you mean? Mei Shuiyan slowly retreated 2 steps. Then, she slowly sat down on the chair. You still don't understand this. This so-called orthodoxy means that, this mainland is owned by mankind. Therefore, mankind must occupy the position of its leader. The civilization and traditions of this continent must originate from human race. The Xian beasts may be very powerful, but they should only be treated as subordinates of the human race. However, the fact is that your Tianfa forest pushes itself more than anyone else in the battles for seizing the heavens. In fact, no one can deny that the mainland would have fallen to the outsiders if there had been no Tianfa in the first battle for seizing the heavens. This has certainly become a matter of pride for the Tianfa forest. But Jun Moxie's gaze seemingly started to burn as he continued, most of the people who had participated in these battles for seizing the heavens would have considered this as a disgrace for the human race. And, this notion stands true for those who are about to participate in the future battles as well. After all, they've had to rely on the power of a group of beasts to win these battles, to safeguard the life of the human race and their homeland. However, this section of the history will never be erased as long as the Tianfa forest exists. Time will pass, and this knowledge will also be passed down thousands of years. However, this part of the history will disappear if the Tianfa forest ceases to exist. Generations after generations of the human race hadn't been assured of their chances in the battles for seizing the heavens. They had feared that they would lose a major portion of their strength in dealing with the Tianfa forest. And, this would have allowed those outsiders to take easy advantage of their internal strife. Therefore, this alliance between the humans and beasts had continued. However, the 3 holy lands are now assured. They believe that their wings have grown big enough. They believe that they will win the battle for seizing the heavens without any problems even if there's no Tianfa forest. Therefore, the Tianfa forest's tragedy has arrived. People tend to dispose others once they've served their purpose. Humans treat even their own kind in this way. So, is it even worthwhile to mention you Xian beasts? Plus, it is quite a coincidence that the so-called fierce land is only fierce in name at this time. After all, it lacks the fierceness it once used to possess. This has obviously given them sufficient reason to proceed with this plan. The clenched fist is the ultimate argument in this world. So, don't feel aggrieved. History books are always written by the victors. Jun Moxie used a faintly taunting tone as he said this in a breath. No need to feel aggrieved. Mei Shuiyan shook her head in disappointment as she muttered, my Tianfa forest's beast kings and lords have been joyously shedding their blood at the pillars of heaven's mountains for generation. This had always been a matter of pride and glory for us. However, I had never thought that your human race would treat it as a tool someday. I shouldn't feel aggrieved. How can you humans be so lowly? And, how can I not feel aggrieved? You genuinely don't need to feel any grievances in this regard. And, that's because the 3 holy lands will also fade away with the fall of the Tianfa forest. So, why should you feel grieved? Jun Moxie sighed. The 3 holy lands will also fade away. How is that possible? Mei Shuiyan was baffled. The reason is very simple. The three Holy Lands will pay a considerable price for dealing with the Tian Fa forest even if they are successful in their plan. Therefore, the first possibility is that the three Holy Lands will be destroyed in the battle for seizing the heavens. Then, the outsiders will occupy the mainland. The three Holy Lands might still be left with some survivors who could pass on the torch to the future generations. However, they won't be able to persist for long. Consequently, they would eventually vanish in a puff of smoke. Jun Moxie smiled mischievously and continued, the second possibility is that the three Holy Lands are genuinely very strong. Then, they might win the battle for seizing the heavens. However, the three Holy Lands will certainly feel very confident in case they win decisively. However, there will be no Tian Fa by that time. So, they will have no external force to unite them. And, this will automatically give rise to internal strife since they would each look for a world with only one orthodoxy. Therefore, only one of them would remain by the end of this struggle. In fact, I'm certain about this point. After all, this is a basic behavioral pattern of the human race. This is also the inferior nature of the human race. In fact, it would be strange if this didn't happen. This is impossible. The ancestral training of the three Holy Lands is to work as one so that they can withstand the invasion of the outsiders. So, how can the three Holy Lands massacre each other if the outsiders haven't been annihilated in their entirety? How could they forget their roots? Who can bear this kind of stigma? The remaining faction could easily lose their motivation since there would be no competition. It is very difficult to support a roof with only one pillar. Wouldn't these people be condemned in history if the outsiders were successful in winning those future battles for seizing the heavens? Mei Shuiyan violently shook her head as she spoke to Jun Moxie. It was evident that she wasn't convinced. You saw what they did at the auction. Do you believe that these three Holy Lands are capable of collaborating with each other? Jun Moxie sneered and spoke, therefore, I can only say that you're too naive to understand something this complex. And, what about ancestral teachings? Is that even worth a few silvers? No. It's worthless. Haven't you seen the Silver Blizzard City's internal strife? Didn't the Silver Blizzard City have their ancestral teachings? The royal family of Tian Xiang had once vowed to my Jun family that they would share the glory and shame alike. They had said that they would never abandon us. But, to what extent was my Jun family allowed to decline? I'm afraid that my Jun family would have perished a long time ago if I hadn't suddenly risen to power in the southern Heaven City. The ancestors of the northern grasslands wolves had said that they would only defend the grasslands properly. They had said that they wouldn't attempt to go south. They had said so 1,000 years ago. But, which generation of their royal family hasn't tried to occupy this teeming world of pleasures? Which of their generations hasn't marched their horses south? And, what outcomes has it ever yielded? Ancestral teachings. It was considered as the golden principle hundreds and thousands of years ago when they were written. However, they've become obsolete and cliched with the passage of time. Do you think they can curb the vanity and avaricious desires that exist in people's hearts? They can't. Only a handful of people who follow these ancestral teachings can be considered great and wise. However, the remaining people who follow such long-standing words of wisdom are merely mediocre. And, people who possess great wisdom and intelligence are wise and far-sighted in their own merit. Therefore, they rarely mess with these ancestral teachings. And, the average people aren't capable of changing anything. Therefore, they have no choice but to submit. However, things change when a generation sees the rise of many ambitious youngsters. After all, these people are smart and talented. These talented people are aware that these golden rules of wisdom are very important. However, they still regard them as words of nonsense. Therefore, they don't follow them. And, that's because nobody wants to renounce the glories and pleasures of this world because of this nonsense. Therefore, we can say that a smart and talented man might not possess great wisdom. Jun Moxie spoke in a grim tone. Mei Shuiyan feebly hung her head. The faith she had persisted in since her birth had suddenly collapsed. Therefore, she gathered her strength and retorted in a powerless manner, "No. That's impossible. This is merely your conjecture. There's no evidence to support whatever you've said. Their attempt to besiege and kill you is also my conjecture. Is that not evidence? The 3 holy lands were openly fighting in the auction. Is that also my guesswork? Is that not evidence? Ning Wuqing is convinced that you are somehow associated to me. Is this also a guess of mine? Isn't this evidence enough for you?" The elusive land of immortals and great golden city remained indifferent when they saw that the illusory ocean of blood wouldn't be getting any additional pills. They said nothing when we insulted their counterparts. In fact, they even took pleasures in others' misfortunes. You were present on the scene. You witnessed it with your eyes. You even dealt with them. Is this also a story that I made up? Do you still need more evidence? And, don't forget that time at Tianfa. The words spoken by Rainstorm and Hurricane Masters had agitated you as well. Or was that a conjecture as well? Do you still need more evidence? These 5 arguments exploded in Mei Shuiyan's heart like 5 nuclear bombs. She suddenly became deathly pale as her body shook twice. "Big sister, young Master Jun has a point, you should take this into consideration. Otherwise, the Xian beasts of our Tianfa would find it difficult to escape regardless of what the outcome is for the humans. We'll certainly drown in this calamity." The Snake King's voice was heard from the side at this time. She had absorbed the miraculous pill's efficacy by now. Big Bear and Earthcracker stood on the side, looks of resentment on their faces. They had obviously heard Jun Moxie's words. Mei Shuiyan moved her lips. It seemed that she wanted to say something. But, she didn't say it in the end. Instead, she only sighed deeply. The 3 holy lands have many experts. There's no doubt at that. But, I can say for sure that only a few deserve to be compared to you. In fact, I'm certain that 10 above great master level experts can't prevent you from escaping, they can only injure you at best. However, how many of those 10 experts were allowed to return unharmed? Jun Moxie exclaimed, "You could have easily killed several of them with the kind of strength you possess. And, you could have easily injured the rest of them while running away. Moreover, let's not forget the amazing techniques you've mastered. I even reckon that you could have managed to kill all of them in case you had gone all out without bothering about the consequences. And, you still would have had enough strength to retreat. But, you didn't. Instead, you ran away, and left those 10 people alive." Jun Moxie breathed a deep sigh. "They aren't plotting a trap for you because you can't defend yourself. Instead, it is because they're aware that you won't kill them even if they come to assassinate you. This is the reason they're being so bold. You've allowed them to be conniving. You weren't able to achieve anything apart from this. But, each successive generation of the Xian Beast Kings have been entrusting the battle for seizing the heavens to their successor. How can I pay no heed to this fact? You humans may not take your ancestral teaching seriously. But, we Xian beasts can't do the same." Mei Shuiyan took a deep breath as she slowly wrinkled her eyebrows. "That's why I said that the purity of you Xian beasts' nature is your biggest strength as well as your biggest weakness. You need to understand one thing very clearly, I'm only telling you this because I want you to care about saving your own life first. And then, you ought to think about saving the entire Tianfa forest. But, this doesn't mean that you have to withdraw from the battle for seizing the heavens." Jun Moxie deeply stared at her. "You must participate in the battle. You must participate in it even if I tell you not to. But, you shouldn't exercise blind tolerance in the face of such threats and provocation. You must kill those who wish to kill you. You must cut those who wish to cut you. And, this doesn't mean that we'll fail in the battle for seizing the heavens for sure. However, you'll only fulfill their cherished dream of destroying you and all the Xian beasts in the Tianfa forest in case you allow them to kill you like this. Moreover, they might still not be able to win the battle for seizing the heavens after doing this. How can this be considered the fulfillment of the duty of a beast lord from Tianfa? You need to understand this point clearly. One mistake on your part can lead to the destruction of all the Xian beasts in the Tianfa forest. Will you be able to face your previous beast lord in the netherworld if this happens? Mei Shuayan pondered. Then, two seemingly congealed ons of vitality exploded in her eyes as she slowly said, "You're right. I realize it now. I've suffered humiliation in silence this entire time. I've been patient and accommodating. But, I guess I've made a mistake in doing so. I was gravely mistaken. I hope you've understood this well this time." Jun Moxie smiled. "I guess you ought to keep watch while these two guys digest these vitality linkage pills now." Mei Shuayan smiled and nodded. She was one of the wisest individuals of her generation. However, she was obsessed with winning the battle for seizing the heavens. And, this had made her usually firm nature somewhat indecisive and irresolute. However, her issues had been laid out bare at this time. Therefore, she had quickly reverted to the usual decisive and murderous temperament of a beast lord from Tianfa. She then gave 2 divine pills to Big Bear and Earthcracker. And, the two of them sat down to circulate their vitality. Mei Shuayan, Snake King, and Jun Moxie seemed to be sitting calmly. However, they weren't negligent in the least. Each of them could sense their counterpart's spirit sense spreading out. In fact, it could be reckoned that any movement made within a perimeter of several hundred meters wouldn't go unnoticed by these three. Jun Moxie had even gone one step ahead. He had transferred some of his own spiritual aura to assist the two beasts' kings. Mei Shuayan and Snake King had been astonished by Jun Moxie again. Jun Moxie's speed of progress is astonishing. But, he's only a Sky Xian Peak expert. So, how can he possess such a powerful spirit sense? Snake King even compared her own spirit sense with Jun Moxie's. However, she only ended up realizing that she was slightly inferior to Jun Moxie in this regard. She couldn't help but feel extremely strange. Is he possibly hiding some deep secret? Mei Shuayan was the strongest amongst those present on the scene. Therefore, her spirit sense was also the sharpest and most sensitive. This meant that she could understand Jun Moxie's abilities better. She could sense which directions Jun Moxie's spirit sense was spreading towards. She could even sense how far it was going. In fact, nothing was able to escape her detection ability. However, the might of Jun Moxie's spirit sense hadn't come as the biggest surprise to her. That's because Jun Moxie's spirit sense had been keeping a check on the spots which would allow someone the best vantage point to mount a sneak attack. Many of those spots were coincident with the ones Mei Shuayan had been watching. However, he had even taken care of the ones she had overlooked. This would seem easy when talked about. But, it takes abundant experience to reach this level. And, Mei Shuayan was well aware of this. I've been fighting for a long time. And, I've suffered many situations of crisis to achieve this. In fact, I've reached this level of battlefield intelligence after experiencing many vicissitudes in life. But, this 17-year-old boy possesses the wisdom and intelligence to be more careful than me. Isn't this extremely strange? Mei Shuayan was still in a state of shock when she heard Jun Moxie speak. He had seemingly asked in an absent-minded manner, "Oh. By the way, I haven't been able to figure this out. How did I offend you? You've been playing many devious tricks on me since the start." Mei Shuayan suddenly went dumb. This question didn't fall into the category of difficult to answer. Instead, it fell into the impossible to answer. You've had many opinions about me since the time we first met in the Tianfa forest. Jun Moxie's spirit sense was still persisting in the area. In fact, it had remained motionless. However, he had still managed to speak up without a constraint. This left Mei Shuayan and Green Hunter even more startled. And, that's because Jun Moxie's spirit sense hadn't fluctuated even a little when he had spoken. Even Mei Shuayan could barely display such precise control over her spirit sense. This guy is a freak. They then heard him say, "You seem to hate me a lot at that time. Even that Li Ju Tian probably suffered because of the anger you felt for me. Then, you had grabbed me. But, you didn't kill me. Instead, you spanked my ass. It left my butt swollen for several days. But, I still haven't been able to figure out what this matter is about. Is this some kind of a kink of yours?" Mei Shui-yen couldn't help a faint smile from blossoming on her face as she recalled their first meeting. But, traces of resentment also flitted past her face. It seemed as if she had remembered the time when she had been molested by this youngster in the Tianfa forest. "You messed with me the entire journey from the southern heaven to Tianxiang City. And, you spanked my ass even when we met outside Tianxiang City. You didn't kill me. You didn't murder me. You only spanked me. That's weird, isn't it?" Jun Moxie couldn't understand this. "What hobby bullshit are you talking about? That was only because you look like someone who needs a spanking. Who wouldn't want to spank you?" Mei Shui-yen snorted. It was obvious that she didn't wish to discuss this topic. "I may have a repulsive countenance. But, I could sense that you were holding your strength back while spanking me. I was almost as if you were afraid of breaking my body into pieces. I can understand that you had these divine pills' importance on your mind when we met outside the Tianxiang City. But, that wasn't the case when we first met outside Tianfa. So, I genuinely can't figure this out." Jun Moxie frowned as he concluded, "Therefore, I eventually figured that I must have offended you. It mustn't have been a small matter either. After all, you can't stand me. In fact, you even wanted to kill me. But, you still couldn't kill me. Therefore, this has been confusing me for a while now. What has made our relationship so complicated?" Mei Shui-yen snorted. But, she didn't say anything in reply. She would rather let his mind run wild. Therefore, she closed her cherry lips tightly, and didn't say a word. "I've never asked this before, Shui-yen. But, what is your main body's form?" The crisis was long over. Therefore, Jun Moxie had again shamelessly gathered the courage to address Mei Shui-yen by her nickname. "You don't need to know this." Mei Shui-yen glanced at him. She then shot a meaningful glance at the Snake King as an indication that she mustn't leak this information. The Snake King replied with a wink, "She meant, okay. Are you kidding?" Mei Shui-yen looked at Jun Moxie and thought, "Won't you find another way to offend me if I told you about my real body? And, that would be very shameful for me. So, how will I be able to get along with you in future?" Mei Shui-yen couldn't help but heat up with impatience as she recalled that scene. Her face was burning hot, and her heart was filled with rage. She felt as if there was a huge hand on her buttocks. And, that hand was massaging her buttocks without a care in the world. "Let's forget about it since you don't wish to share." "It doesn't matter," Jun Moxie sighed. He seemed somewhat bored. It seemed as if he didn't have much to talk about. So, he spoke while attempting to change the topic. "Oh, that's right. Allow me to tell you something interesting. I saw this tiny thing the last time when I was in Tianfa forest." He closed his eyes to recall. He spoke while making gestures with his hands. "It was long ago, it was a very small thing. Its entire body was snow white, and it had pointed ears. Its nose was pointed and somewhat red. And, its black eyes looked like gems. It had fine red hair on top of its head. It was so adorable. Her buttocks were particularly to my liking. And, it felt so good to rub it. I remember that I had rubbed it for a long time. It had felt so good. It had seemed that the little thing was suffering from some internal injuries. But, I didn't know what kind of a heartless person would do this to such a cute little thing. Please help me and take caring of it when you return. And, don't forget to grab that thing for me if you're able to find it, okay? I want to play with her buttocks every day. It was so much fun. That small thing looked something like Xiao Yi's little white But, his buttocks were a little bigger and better. And, it was far cuter too. I had even told it that I would put inside the crotch of my trousers. Ha ha ha. The Snake King clearly heard someone draw a firm but cold breath when Jun Moxie spoke till here. She couldn't prevent herself from looking towards Mei Shuiyan in bafflement. Don't tell me that she's this tiny animal. The Snake King hastily lowered her head. However, her mind had spiraled into a shock. Oh my god. He isn't referring to elder sister, is he? I've finally understood why elder sister hates Jun Moxie so much. So, this is how he managed to offend her. This is what happened. Oh god, how can this be possible? It's hard to imagine that he rubbed elder sister's buttocks. This is very shocking. Mei Shuiyan was extremely angry that this guy had dared to say this out loud. Moreover, he had even asked her to help him in catching that little animal. However, she was most annoyed with the fact that he still remembered what he said at that time. Small thing, you should follow me. I will massage your buttocks every day, and you will like it. Moreover, he had then said that, he wanted to stuff that little animal in his pants. However, the most important thing was that the Snake King, Mei Shuiyan's younger sister, had heard this. Mei Shuiyan wanted to choke him to death for running his mouth. I'm so furious. Jun Moxie noticed that her face had turned red. So, he couldn't prevent himself from asking out of curiosity, what happened? Why has your face turned red? Is this sudden increase in your strength not suiting you? Someone with your cultivation shouldn't have had a problem, right? Snake King finally couldn't prevent herself from letting out a hee-hee. It seemed that she had forcefully held her laughter from erupting out. Shut up! Mei Shuiyan fiercely roared. In fact, it seemed as if she was ready to swallow someone whole. Jun Moxie shrank his neck, and obediently stayed mum. I can't bear this. What should I say? He has said what he shouldn't have. He mentioned that topic all over again. And, I've now heard everything I didn't wish to. And everyone else has heard it as well. Mei Shuiyan's stomach was on the verge of blowing up from excessive rage. Damn this guy. Suddenly, a strange shout was heard as Big Bear abruptly jumped. Big Bear's eyes were opened round, and he had a look of disbelief on his face. Then, he turned and twisted his buttocks at speed which couldn't have been captured with normal eyes. He then burst into laughter and said, "This is wonderful. This medicine is super awesome. My speed of primal energies flow has upgraded very significantly. Is this a dream? Haha. It has increased more than 3 times in one go. Wah ha ha ha. Now, this eldest bear can finally taste the feeling of being invincible and unrivaled in this world. What's that third crane standing in front of me now? I can beat him to a bloody face and a swollen nose now. This eldest bear won't be called third bear after that. In fact, I will become second bear. Ha ha. Big Bear had seen many enhancements in the last half a year. He had first taken a 10 years pill, and upgraded his strength once as a result. After that, Jun Moxie had helped him in making a successful breakthrough from his bottleneck. His strength had been stagnant for some time before that moment. However, it had suddenly increased by a very considerable margin. And, he had taken a dose of the Heavenly Vitality pill now. This had given his strength a boost of 50 years. Then, he had taken 1 dose of the Vitality Linkage pill. And, that had increased his speed 3-fold. The Bear King was repeatedly blasting his energy to show his strength. How could he not be bursting with confidence at this time? Old Bear. Shut up with your stupidity. Snake King knew that her elder sister wasn't in a good mood. So, she hastily shouted at the Bear King with good intentions. However, it seemed that it was already too late for that. And, that's because Mei Shuiyan had already turned her head. Moreover, her eyes had frozen at Big Bear's body. Big Bear felt an indescribable urge to retreat in the face of her irresistible strength. However, he then suddenly recalled that his strength had upgraded. It would be better to verify the extent of my progress. I know that I can't match up to Big Sister. But, I can hold my own for a while. He couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. So, he smiled and said, "Elder sister, I wish to spar with you." Green Hunter buried her face in her hands. She had covered it completely. People's joys often turn into extreme sorrow when they get dizzy with success. It seems that this wasn't merely applicable to men alone. Even Xian beasts had this tendency. What be considered as stupidity? That was stupid. In fact, it was extremely stupid. This stupid bear seems very pleased with himself. He thinks that he has become tyrannical today. But, he will soon suffer the consequences of his actions. Very good. I also wish to spar with you. Let's spar. You rarely take this initiative on your own. So, I must be very careful, in sparring with you. Mei Shuai-Yan clenched her teeth. She had been holding in a belly full of anger since she didn't have a means to vent it out. However, she had suddenly found herself a sandbag. Moreover, this sandbag had willing showed up. It was as if he had dropped from the heavens. Moreover, it was rough and tough sandbag. She coldly swept her glance over him. Then, she started to walk out of the courtyard. She said as she walked, "Come out. Don't you wish to practice with me?" This poor big bear had barely opened his eyes after absorbing the medicine's efficacy. Therefore, he had no idea as to what had happened in the outside world. Consequently, he thought that this was merely a normal matter. Therefore, he followed Mei Shuai-Yan in high spirits when she started to walk out. In fact, he even grinned in joy the entire way. After all, he was still dreaming about the increase in his strength. It must be said that this fourth bear couldn't be blamed for his boldness. He and the third crane had broken through their bottleneck with the help of Jun Moxie's heavenly aura a few months ago. And, their strengths had increased substantially as a result. It could be said that they had reached the peak of the Great Master level. In fact, they had only been a step away from reaching the level above that of the Great Masters. Therefore, their strength was far beyond the other Beast Kings. Big Bear's strength had again taken a giant leap since he had digested the Heavenly Vitality Pill and Vitality Linkage Pill today. This meant that Third Crane, Snake King, and Tiger King were no longer capable of matching up to him. Therefore, it could be said that his strength was already at the top when it came to the Beast Kings of Tian Fa Forest if Mei Shuai-Yan wasn't counted. This also meant that Mei Shuai-Yan was the only person who could teach him a few things. It was true that Fourth Bear's strength had increased tremendously. But, Mei Shuai-Yan was still far stronger him. There was no doubt in this regard. In fact, Big Bear still dreaded his elder sister. But, his own strength had forged ahead vigorously. Though, it would have been very annoying for him since would have had no way of confirming his limits. This was the reason why he had put this proposal forth. It was a very normal thing to look for an opportunity to learn something after making a breakthrough. But, let's assume the Bear King had heard that conversation, or even a small part of it. He would have never dared to provoke Mei Shuai-Yan in that case, no matter how gutsy he was. It was a pity that, he hadn't heard it. He had committed a sin. And, sinners don't live long. Big Bear came out. He then saw that a slim shadow was rushing over with a whoosh sound. The Bear King's strength had increased moments ago. Moreover, his speed had increased by 3 times. Therefore, his present fighting strength was far superior to the one he had commanded in the past. Moreover, he was erupting with energy and enthusiasm as this time. So, he needed a means to release it. His self-confidence had also risen to an unprecedented height. He saw that his elder sister had attacked with a very high speed. But, he reacted quickly without flying into a panic. Big Bear knew that he was still no match for his elder sister. But, he believed that he could hold his own for a while after this latest enhancement. Though, it must be said that Big Bear's calculations were based on the strength Venerable May had exhibited in that battle with the four great masters outside the Tian Fa forest. However, Big Bear wasn't the only one who had taken these pills, the other party had done so as well. Moreover, the other party had seen a much better result when it came to the matter of strength enhancement. The gap in their strengths had been rather huge at first. However, this gap had widened by now. Thus, a tragedy befell this old bear. Bear King believed that his speed had undergone a substantial enhancement. This attack wasn't slow, but he felt that would be able to dodge it by using his current speed. However, he wasn't able to foresee that abnormal pain which suddenly arose in his back. It was evident that his back had endured a fierce kick. He staggered a few steps while attempting to turn around. However, he suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his buttocks. The irresistible force of that attack left his body to rotate in circles. Bang 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 sounds continued to arise. It sounded as if someone was beating a leather bag into shape. Big Bear rolled out like a ball. It seemed as if a gust of wind had sent a gold ingot to roll in the ground. He continued to tumble on for a while, and eventually came to a stop. He thought. Didn't we agree to spar? Why am I being beaten up like this? I wasn't even given a chance to attack. Is this what sparring looks like? Why does it feel like I've become someone's punching bag? I've made a decent progress, but why does it feel like elder sister's strength has seen a much greater enhancement? Oh God, how long is this old bear going to get thrown around for? Don't tell me that I ran myself into the door again. He was about to open his mouth with the intention of begging for mercy. But, he suddenly felt that a heavy foot had slammed onto his chin. Big Bear was sent somersaulting backwards as a result. And, he fell to the ground thereafter. In fact, it would be more appropriate to say that he had slammed onto the ground. It was evident that it was hard for him to lift his neck at this time. He resembled a huge tortoise as he tried to stretch his neck to speak something. Then, his eyes were greeted with a series of punches. And, he was suddenly left looking like a panda instead of a bear. Any man lying prone on the ground would quickly flip over if he were being beat up. However, Big Bear's head had gotten so dizzy that he couldn't even do that. So, he merely shouted, "Elder sister, spare my life. I won't act recklessly again. Don't do this to your little bear. You won't act recklessly again. You think that you can do that? Don't you wish to be the eldest bear? Don't you want to be?" Mei Shuiyan showed him no mercy. She rushed like a sudden gust of wind, and started to rain kicks and punches with pop 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 sounds. Every punch and every kick was mixed with an irresistible force. Meanwhile, Big Bear had been reduced to screaming and grumbling, "Why is this happening? Why is this happening? I never said that I wanted to be eldest bear. I can only be the second bear at best. Do you want me to become the little bear instead? Why is this happening?" The Snake King looked at him with sympathy. "I had told you to shut up. But, you didn't listen. Then, you volunteered to take a beating. So, why are you so confused now?" Earthcracker awakened from a shock, and sunk into a new one the next instant. In fact, his eyeballs nearly popped out as he watched Big Bear receiving a violent beating. "Will someone tell me what's going on?" The Bear King's screams were earth-shattering. It seemed as if he was being thrashed rather heavily. He eventually found a chance to run away after several attempts. Consequently, he quickly broke into a run in a confused and disoriented state of mind. "Ah! This woman is going to kill me." A loud and sudden voice was heard from his background, World Cage. The Bear King was in the midst of attempting to elope. Therefore, one of his feet was in the front, while the other was at the back in a running-like posture. However, this sudden call froze him in this posture. And, he was only left capable of turning his eyeballs as a result. There was an expression of remorse across his entire face. A foot charged towards him like a tornado, and his body was again struck with a series of heavy blows. Jun Moxie's eyes popped out as he witnessed this scene, while the corners of his mouth had been left to twitch. It seems as if Mei Shuiyan had been very merciful while beating up by buttocks. It's a tough one to have such a wife. Won't she use me as her punching bag whenever she's mad at me? Oh my god. One mustn't provoke her if they don't have the strength to deal with her. After all, one will have to deal with her destructive blows if they aren't careful around her. However, his tongue had still stuck out in admiration. Bear King truly deserves his title. His thick bear skin is truly very resistant. His skin is like steel. Mei Shuiyan finally came to a stop after another series of explosive hits. Then, she stood up in a grand and noble posture. She gently supported her skirt, and began to walk towards her room with a smile on her face. Her present attitude and posture resembled that of a woman who hailed from an aristocratic background. In fact, it appeared as if a fairy had returned from a walk in the moonlight. Who could have imagined that this fairy-like creature had orchestrated a scene of abuse and violence a moment ago? The Bear King was trying to control his tears in the background. His face had turned purple and blue. And, his head looked more like that of a swine bear now. He lay flat on his stomach, and was constantly grieving. He had been rendered speechless and sad, he felt extremely wronged. He was mumbling his grievances while gazing at the deep blue sky. What did I do to attract this disaster? My strength saw an enhancement a short while ago. So, I just wanted to show it off. Could I be considered guilty because of that? And, guilty enough to deserve such a punishment at that? Mei Shuiyan entered the room while patting her hands. Then, she asked Earthcracker with a smile on her face, Old Ninth, how do you feel? Your strength has enhanced too, right? Do you also believe that you've become invincible? You also feel that you're on top of the world? It must be wrong of me to be calling you Old Nine now, right? No, 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 no. Earthcracker nodded his head like rattledrum. He lowered his head, and spoke up with a smile of flattery, I'm a tiny ant in front of Big Sister. You've been practicing for such a long time. Aren't you tired? I can give you a good massage if you're tired. I'll use my enhanced strengths to ensure that Big Sister is satisfied with my massage. Oh. That's not needed, Earthcracker. It would make you look stupid. Besides, you're far more intelligent than the Bear King. Mei Shuiyan took the cup of tea which the Snake King handed over. Then, she gradually took a sip from it, and lifted her eyelids. Oh. You're too kind. It's all because of Big Sister's teachings. The credit goes to Big Sister. Earthcracker nodded his head and smiled. What's your opinion about Old Fourth? Do you think I'm too harsh on my own brothers? Mei Shuiyan glanced at him. Earthcracker suddenly stuck out his chest. He feigned a grave expression on his face. And, his entire body took on an awe-inspiring posture. How could he do this? Fourth Bear overestimate his capabilities after making a small breakthrough. In fact, he went so far that he even dared to offend the Big Sister. This is unbearable. I feel like hitting him every time I see his face. I was somewhat late since I just ended my meditation. Else, I would have been the one to punch him instead of Big Sister. And, I would have been much harsher on him. He's always been a maverick, he pays no attention to social etiquettes. So, I believe that Big Sister was too lenient and generous towards him. In fact, I personally feel that the Big Sister shouldn't have been this lenient. After all, people like this big bear can instigate others into being disobedient as well. So, they mustn't be shown any mercy. Moreover, I suggest that the eldest sister should send this big bear into detention once we reach Tian Fa. He should be hung upside down with his tail tied to a bamboo tree. This would be a huge warning to the others. Green Hunter and Jun Moxie were thunderstruck by this. So, they could only gaze at Earthcracker with a stupefied expression. What nonsense is he spewing? I've never seen anyone indulging in bootlickery with so much enthusiasm. In fact, this earthcracker has even managed to say that she was being lenient. The two of them had been struck dumb by this. Let's say that a thief is caught stealing something by a group of 100 people. So, they beat him up for his crime. However, even such a thief would feel like he was treated with mercy if he were to see the misery of Big Bear's condition. And, Earthcracker thinks that Big Bear was dealt with mercy? This Earthcracker has cracked past all known records on Earth. He's genuinely worthy of his name. Mei Shui Yan nodded her head with a huge smile on her face. She felt extremely gratified to hear Earthcracker's words, well said. I didn't expect that you would have such great knowledge and insights, old ninth. Oh. That's not true. The credit goes to the big sister. Earthcracker shot a furtive glance at Bear King. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He then revealed a faint schadenfreude smile. However, he also breathed a sigh of relief in the secrecy of his heart. I've finally crossed this hurdle. Forgive me, Brother Bear. This tiger isn't as tyrannical as you. I would have died a very miserable death if I had been in your position. I got lucky that Big Sister vented out her anger on you. Therefore, her wrath didn't shift on me. Fourth Brother Bear, you must know that you courted your own death in an attempt to broaden your horizons. But, I played safe. Wasn't that extremely wise and far-sighted of me? This is how this younger brother of yours managed to avoid this calamity. Earthcracker, you shameless little beast. You wait for me. Bear King's grief-stricken yell rang out in the courtyard. It seemed that his liver had already started to bleed from restraining his tears. He slammed the ground with his hands and his head. His anger had reached its limits. It was obvious that he had lost his mind. After all, it had been sprayed out on the floor because of the beating. Jun Moxie's eyebrows started to bounce in a crazed manner. Indeed, Tian Fa's method of teaching manners is very different from anyone else's. Mei Shui Yan intentionally or unintentionally looked at Jun Moxie once she was done with these two beast kings. Her glance had clearly indicated that this had been intended as a display of strength. I will sort you out like these two if you dare to provoke me again. I would be extremely happy to vent my anger at you if you attempt to use money to bring these two under your control. I genuinely wouldn't mind that. Jun Moxie flashed a grin. It seemed as if he didn't care. His eyes smugly fixated at Mei Shui Yan's face at first. Then, they slowly wandered down to her lofty and silky chest. Then, he flashed a mischievous smile. And, he further moved his eyes over her entire body until they had landed on Mei Shui Yan's buttocks. His gaze stayed there for a while. Then, he slowly raised his eyes, and gazed at her face with a smile. His expression was clearly stating, don't you think that you're bragging a bit too much with this talk of being able to control me? Anyway, you ought to know that I have many means of brining you under my control. Mei Shui Yan noticed that his eyes were wandering over her entire body. However, she felt as if two invisible hands were moving over her body. She couldn't help but bite her lip. Then, she shot a firm glance at Jun Moxie, and spoke, it's almost done now, right? These two are done with the process of enhancing their strengths. Their strengths have reached a level higher than the Great Master level. They can even defeat the Rainstorm and Hurricane Great Masters now. Even someone like Ning Wuqing wouldn't be able to stop them from running away if he were to bring a team of 3 to 4 experts. Their strengths have enhanced by leaps and bounds, there's no doubt in that. However, it's still not enough for them to start a journey back to Tian Fa. Jun Moxie shook his head, they need some time to adapt to their new speed and strength. After all, their enhancement has been very sudden. Therefore, they'll end up throwing away if they take part in a grave battle so early. So, it's better for them to stay here until they've adapted to the enhancements. Tiger King should particularly be made to stay here. After all, his strength was far lower than that of the Bear King at first. And, his strength has been increased using a pill that's new to him. So, there will be adverse results if he's unable to master his newfound abilities. Mei Shuiyan nodded. I think it's reasonable for them to stay for a few more days. Moreover, I'll use this time to ask my master to make a detailed list of the herbs we need. And, they can take that list back with them. And, you can order them to only carry the herbs we need the next time they journey north from the southern heaven. After all, we got many herbs in this batch. But, many of them aren't very useful to us. We can't be sloppy in this matter. We should treat this as our top priority. Mei Shuiyan spoke up with a grave expression on her face. You need not worry about the herbs. Our Xian beasts will take this up on priority. We won't hesitate in providing you with all the important ingredients required for the pills. In fact, it doesn't even matter if those ingredients aren't found in the Tian Fa forest. We'll come up with means to get them for you if they exist on this planet. You needn't go to such extremes. I only wanted to show you the true faces of the three holy lands. But, this doesn't mean that your Xian beasts need to stand opposed to the entire human race. Moreover, these two will likely be able to escape in case they run into an ambush on their way back this time. But, that's only because the three holy lands wouldn't have estimated their strength properly. However, the three holy lands will have a much better idea when they'll be coming to deliver the herbs again. And, these two won't be able to deal with the matter since the three holy lands will send increased strength after them. However, they Crane King can fly. So, it would be the safest to have him carry the herbs with him. Jun Moxie suddenly remembered this point. So, he added it as well. I've also thought about this point. After all, we will beat them this time since we'll catch them by surprise. However, we wouldn't be allowed to have our way so smoothly the next time. Therefore, it would be much safer to let Third Crane carry the herbs in the air. It would be a lot safer, but the amount he can carry with him would be lesser. But, the time taken for him to make a round trip would be. Mei Shuiyan spoke. The whining big bear crawled up his ass while rubbing it. Then, he slowly limped into the inner area. He appeared like an obedient and submissive lamb at this time. Also, we have these 10 pills as well. Each person has to take 1 pill. The 4 of you can take the medicine right away. However, there's no need to absorb the efficacy of this pill. Jun Moxie flipped his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his palm. There's no need to absorb these pills. What kind of strange pills are these? Mei Shuiyan's eyes lit up along with her 3 companions. These are called the Vitality Congregation pills. Jun Moxie said with a smile on his face, the pills can't increase the strength, nor do they enhance one's speed. That is why there's no need to absorb them. Then, how are they useful? Earthcracker opened his eyes wide out of curiosity. There's only one effect of these pills, it gathers the spiritual aura of the world. Consequently, it increases your growth rate by 3 times when you're practicing. In other words, your practice of 1 year will amount to a growth of 3 years after you've taken a Vitality Congregation pill. Jun Moxie winked wittily with a smile on his face. The 4 individuals inhaled a long sigh in unison. Another type of unnatural pill. Mei Shuiyan's face reddened as she gently took the jade bottle. She then glanced at Jun Moxie's face, and spoke softly, then. I shouldn't say thank you. She had taken such a precious thing from someone. But, she had said that she wouldn't say a thank you. What did this mean? Indeed. We are a family. So, you don't need to be formal by saying things like thank you. After all, I'm not an outsider. Jun Moxie burst into hearty laughter. Mei Shuiyan's face reddened once again. She took out 4 pills, and the 4 of them hurriedly took 1 each. Big Bear's teeth had already been broken. Therefore, cold air was passing through his mouth with hissing sounds. His entire body was in pain as he hurriedly swallowed the pill down his belly. However, he still managed to take out the time to say a few idle words, that's obvious. Big sister and brother-in-law are husband and wife. So, what's the need for saying thanks? After all, they'll be sleeping in the same bed, and squeezing into the same blanket in the future. World Cage, a loud shout was heard. It seemed as if someone had been sent flying into rage due to excessive shame. Bang! Big Bear shouted in an uncanny sound as he was sent flying like a rocket. He then crashed into the chair he had originally been sitting on. It must be mentioned that he had been trapped in the World Cage when he was kicked out. Therefore, he hadn't had any means to offload the momentum of his fall. Consequently, his fall was rather severe, and he was left to feel dizzy. Mei Shuiyan's face had turned red, and her eyes were radiating with the splendor of anger. This guy genuinely doesn't know how to talk. What's the difference between sleeping in the same bed, and getting into the same blankets? Isn't this nonsense? It would be weird if elder sister and brother-in-law didn't get into same bed. Ah! Earthcracker had started to stroke his whiskers while rejoicing in Big Bear's misfortune. His mouth was still filled with the balmy fragrance of the pill. He had been shaking his head whilst thinking that he was still succeeding in flattering his elder sister. In fact, his expressions made it seem like he was very pleased with himself. However, he hadn't realized that his flattery hadn't deviated very far from what had gotten Big Bear a beating. It could be said that Big Bear had failed in buttering his elder sister. And, he had received a kickback from the horse instead. However, Earthcracker had tried to add oil to the fire. But, his attempt had instead attracted the raging fire onto his own body. Therefore, his "have the old bear beaten up to save the old tiger" policy failed this time. And, the two brothers ended up in the same place as a result. You also get lost. World Cage. Mei Shuiyan was extremely agitated. Bang bang. Earthcracker let out a miserable shriek as his throat was half-chocked from the back. His limbs seemingly started to dance as he was sent flying in the air. He soared into the clouds whilst riding on the mist. His head knocked against the elegant fragrance courtyard's door. However, he knocked down the gate, and continued to fly outwards. Then, he eventually knocked against the opposite wall, and bounced back. His mind had spiraled into a state of confusion, and he felt as if he was seeing stars in front of his eyes. In fact, he felt as if he was seeing the entire galaxy. He shook his head in confusion as he fell headlong on ground. It must be said that his condition was far worse than Big Bear's. Mei Shuiyan furiously brushed her sleeves, and returned to her room. Jun Moxie touched his nose. I can't take any more advantages since I have no excuse. Plus, this isn't looking good right now. After all, there's a chance that this World Cage will fall on my head next. Therefore, he decided to leave. The Snake King watched Jun Moxie's back profile as he walked away. The expressions in her eyes underwent a minute fluctuation as she let out a soft sigh. There was a faint hint of sadness in her sigh. The Jun family finally held the grand adoption ceremony 2 days later. It must be said that they had been preparing for this ceremony for a while now. The ceremony meant for adopting a daughter wasn't something one would invite so many people over on normal days. Moreover, it wasn't even old man Jun Zhantian who was adopting a daughter. Instead, it was Jun Wu. Therefore, such a great fanfare seemed somewhat strange. However, Guan Qinghan's status had become very sensitive in the society. Moreover, the chaos caused by those rotten scholars had made things worse. Therefore, these events had led the Jun family to conduct this adoption ceremony at a scale which could be considered at par with the founding ceremony of a country. It could be said that these many influential people hadn't arrived even when Tianxiang was founded as a country. The emperor and empress came from the royal family's side, even the 3 princes and the princess also arrived in person to congratulate the Jun family. The lords of every powerful family in the capital had also arrived for this ceremony. Numerous officials and officers had also arrived from all over the country. Moreover, various influential Xian families also showed up. Situ family, Sikong family, Bailey family, Duanmu family. The master of ceremonies gradually announced the names of these famous personalities. And, the people in the crowd could only exclaim. It must be mentioned that these people weren't celebrated officials in the secular world. But, all of them were renowned and legendary personalities nonetheless. Moreover, these people had showed up from all over the country for something as trivial as an adoption ceremony wherein Jun family's Jun Moxie was accepting a daughter. What did this mean? And, what did this indicate? Suddenly, there was uproar in the crowd. Master Feng Wanyun has arrived here to congratulate the third General Jun for adopting the young Lady Guan as his daughter. Song Shang had been entrusted role of the Master of Ceremonies. He was a Sky Xian Peak expert. However, his usually calm voice had somewhat shivered as he announced this. After all, Feng Wanyun was a legendary man. Moreover, he had been newly appointed as the 8th Great Master. However, even he had arrived here in person. The hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone in the crowd saw that a man dressed in black robes walked in. He looked like an unsheathed sharp sword, and he had a cold and detached expression on his face. His face was outlined with smooth and strong lines, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. In fact, people felt as if a sharp sword was piercing them even if he merely gazed towards their direction. Feng Wanyun. Jun Moxie was pleasantly surprised by this. And, he personally came out to welcome him. The words that Feng Wanyun had spoken to him on that day when he was in a desperate situation were still ringing in his ears, Jun Moxie. We will drink wine and talk freely if you survive this day. I, Feng Wanyun, see your tragedy and helplessness. I wish good fortune to the Jun family for the days to come. But, I must bid my goodbye for now. These were the most touching words that Jun Moxie had heard before the battle. Third General Jun, this Feng Wanyun took the liberty to pay a visit to drink a glass of wine with you. I hope Third General Jun won't mind me. Feng Wanyun flashed a rarely seen warm smile when he saw Jun Moxie. You are flattering me. This Moxie is immensely grateful. Please, please, he. Why are you calling me Third General Jun? There's no need for that. Please call me by my name, Jun Moxie replied in an enthusiastic manner. He held Feng Wanyun's hands as he welcomed the man into the hall. All the families had stepped forward to extend their greeting to Feng Wanyun. His name was at the last spot amongst the ranking of the 8 Great Masters. However, no swordsman apart from the cold-blooded Great Master Lei Wu Bei could dare to provoke him. In fact, anyone doing so could only be considered as suicidal. It was nearly impossible to contend against this man. Feng Wanyun merely nodded at them as he walked past. However, he didn't even reply to the family lords of these noble families. Everyone forced a smile in dejection. But, everyone was aware of Feng Wanyun's temperament and prideful nature. Great Master Li Ju Tian had been unrivaled when they had gathered for the battle outside the Tian Fa forest. No one present had the capability of matching his strength. However, Feng Wanyun had still dared to unsheath his sword. In fact, he had nearly killed Li Ju Tian's only son. That boy was the only heir to one of the most powerful factions in the world. Moreover, he was the son of one of the most powerful great masters. So, where do we stand in the eyes of a man like Feng Wanyun? Besides, everyone had already gotten a few shocks when they had arrived at Jun family's function this time. It must be said that the Jun family wasn't regarded as a very powerful family in itself. However, they had the solitary falcon to keep a watch over them. Therefore, nobody had dared to look down on them. Moreover, these people had soon realized that Jun Tian and Jun Moxie had been hiding some crucial information. After all, this father and son duo had ascended to the spirit Xian level. This news had been enough to shock these people. The Tian Xiang Empire had never had a spirit Xian expert in its court. However, it had suddenly seen the emergence of 2 spirit Xian experts. Moreover, both of them belonged to the same family. Most importantly, they hailed from a divine military family. It must be mentioned that the Jun family hadn't been in the limelight over the past few years. However, people had still been collecting detailed information on them the entire time. After all, the Jun family was still the top military family of Tianxiang. Their information sources had stated that Jun Tian was at the Sky Xian level. So, how had he suddenly become a spirit Xian expert? They knew that Jun Wuyi had shown unexpected promotion in his strength in the past as well. After all, he had managed to become a Sky Xian expert even when he was handicapped. But, how had he suddenly become a spirit Xian expert? Moreover, his disability had also been cured. Everything about these matters had been sudden, mysterious, and unfathomable. "Huh, Feng Wanyun. You finally arrived here, old boy. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. And, you finally showed. Let's go to the backyard and play around later on. Maybe you'll still gain some benefits from it." A complacent solitary falcon walked out with a burst of laughter. His body language made it seem as if he was hoping for a fight. Jun Wuyi had taken the heavenly vitality pill a few days ago. And, his strength had successfully promoted to the spirit Xian level as a result. Then, the three men had taken the vitality congregation pill at the same time. Moreover, Jun Wuyi had also taken a vitality linkage pill. Consequently, the three men had seen an enormous advancement in their respective strengths. This wasn't a trivial progress either. In fact, it would have been outrageous if their strength hadn't advanced after this. Solitary Falcon had been feeling very happy of late. After all, he had never imagined that his strength would increase so drastically in less than a year because he had contracted his services to the Jun family over a bet. He had made great progress in his martial techniques. Moreover, his speed had also increased to an unimaginable level. His strength had improved by at least 2 levels. In fact, even the unattainable levels which hovered above the Great Master realm seemed somewhat within his reach now. Therefore, Solitary Falcon had been feeling as if he was living a dream of late. Getting no money at the end of a day's labor is like wearing a nice dress to parade in the dark of the night. His strength had seen a massive enhancement of late. So, wouldn't he feel like he had out on a beautiful dress to parade in the dark of the night if he didn't get to flaunt it to his age-old rival? It would have genuinely spoilt his fun. However, the greatest rival of his life, Feng Wanyun, had suddenly arrived. Therefore, this was like a heaven-sent gift as far as Solitary Falcon was concerned. Feng Wanyun stared at Solitary Falcon for a long time. Then, there was a sudden burst of astonishment in his eyes. Solitary Falcon's Xian strength had always been excellent. And, his techniques had also been great. But, Solitary Falcon's overall strength had still been nearly at par with him. This guy had beaten him outside Tian Fa Forest a few months ago after using a very strange technique. However, Feng Wanyun hadn't been convinced with his defeat. In fact, Feng Wanyun had eventually grasped the chink in that technique after some contemplation. Therefore, he had also harbored some intent of challenging Solitary Falcon when he had decided to visit the Jun family. However, Feng Wanyun suddenly discovered that this abominable Solitary Falcon's strength had reached new heights when they came face to face. In fact, Solitary Falcon was giving him a strong sense of oppression even though he was merely standing there. Even the incorporeal air around his body felt somewhat thicker. Feng Wanyun was very familiar with this kind of feeling. This feeling of having your hands and feet tied together only arises when you are facing an opponent you can't match up to. Am I genuinely that far behind him? But, this man is the Solitary Falcon. How is it possible? Even the Master of Life and Death, Shi Changshao, and cold-blooded Master Lei Wu Bei don't leave me feeling such a strong sense of frustration. How did Solitary Falcon achieve this enormous increase of strength in such a brief period? Has he already surpassed Shi Changshao? It seems like he's close to Li Ju Tian's level. Feng Wanyun revealed a bitter smile for a while. He stared at the Solitary Falcon without even blinking. Then, he eventually let out a sigh of relief and said, "Only ignorant don't understand things. We don't need to fight. I'm not your opponent anymore. So, it doesn't make any sense to fight." Solitary Falcon felt very disheartened. Solitary Falcon had fought with the Tiger King after the latter's strength enhancement last night. The Solitary Falcon had superficially gained an upper hand because of his clever techniques. But, he knew that he had fallen short in reality. The Tiger King's skin was extremely rough, and his flesh was inhumanly thick. Therefore, it had been useless to strike his body since it had done no harm to the Beast King. In fact, the Solitary Falcon's muscles had been hurting the entire night from the excessive strain. Solitary Falcon knew that he would have fallen short if they had gone for a second round. In fact, he reckoned that he would have died at the hands of the Tiger King in case they had fought a desperate battle of life and death. And, this had obviously left him very depressed. However, he had finally bumped into Phone Wan Yun at this time. Therefore, he had thought of giving vent to his frustration. However, this guy had straight away smashed his hopes. But, I'm very interested in knowing something. How did you upgrade your strength? Phone Wan Yun gazed at him without blinking. He was martial arts maniac. So, the various methods of upgrading strengths were of utmost importance to him. I've consumed a magic pill, Solitary Falcon groaned as he replied. It seemed as if he was harboring a bellyful of frustration. I've told him the truth. But, will he even believe me? I believe you. Phone Wan Yun solemnly replied in an authentic tone. How could he have upgraded his strength so speedily without the help of some mysterious pill? Solitary Falcon was left dumbfounded by this. This guy is very clever. The two great masters entered the back lounge of the hall. However, the other guests were bustling with excitement inside the hall. They turned their eyes to look at Jun Xie and his son. However, the expressions in their eyes were entirely different at this time. How great is their reputation? One great master is watching over their house. And another great master has arrived here to congratulate them. Song Shang's trembling voice was heard again at this time. The great master of life and death, Shi Chang Shao, has arrived to congratulate 3rd General Jun on adopting a daughter. He has also brought a jade rui to express that he wishes good fortunes. Boom! Another surprising turn of events. The other guests looked no different from chicken which had been scared witless by a clap of thunder. They were looking on in daze, and had no idea as to what they were supposed to say. Great Master Shi Chang Shao walked in with a broad smile on his face. Jun Zhantian personally greeted him inside the hall in an affable manner. It must be said that old man Jun had been calm and unflustered throughout his life. However, he couldn't help but feel somewhat proud at this moment. Who has such a reputation in the entire empire? Old man Jun suddenly felt as if this was the brightest day of his entire life. Moreover, all of this is happening because of my grandson. What more could a man want if he has such a grandson? Therefore, old man was feeling somewhat smug. In fact, the smile on his face had already stretched beyond his ears. Then, suddenly, cold-blooded Great Master Lei Wu Bei has come to congratulate 3rd General Jun on this momentous occasion of adopting a daughter. He has presented a precious sword as a gift. Song Shang's lips stuttered and his eyes nearly jolted out. I hadn't expected this cold-blooded madman would also show up. Moreover, he has also brought a gift. There was pin-drop silence in the hall. Everyone present in the hall had started finding this increasingly difficult to believe. Has this world lost its mind? Is it possible that the 8 great masters have arrived here to attend a meeting? Why are these people arriving one after the other? 4 of them have already arrived by now. This is the Jun family's reputation. Fu *K. And, those rotten scholars had thought that they could bring down this family. Did they even know what they were messing with? They only had a little bit of strength. And, they wanted to take on this family. They were blind. They brought that disaster upon themselves. Everyone had suddenly started to look at the Jun family's members with expressions of awe and respect in their eyes. The volume of their internal discussions had suddenly changed to whispers. It seemed as if they were scared that speaking in a loud voice might provoke those 4 deadly great masters who were seated therein. That would be terrible. Each of these four great masters can deal with an ordinary influential family with ease. In fact, they can kill one off in no time. The emperor was seated in the first row of the main hall. However, his expressions had suddenly become very complex. The heads of every big-shot noble family had been given seats of importance. And, the same was true for the people from the influential Xian families. In fact, they had been left with no scope of making a complaint. However, everyone still had serious and complicated expressions in their eyes. It was hard to tell what they were thinking about. The emperor faintly sighed after a while. Then, he said, "It turns out that the Jun family has a great reputation. It makes us somewhat envious." He had clearly spoken this in a joking tone. And, everyone had laughed out with him. However, everyone evidently knew one thing in their hearts: His Majesty didn't mean these words as a joke. A great master is the kind of personality even an emperor will have a hard time in inviting over. In fact, even an emperor might not succeed in inviting one over. So, having four of them over for a celebration is something the emperor can't even dream of. However, these four have arrived at the Jun family even though they probably weren't invited. After all, it seems that they invited themselves. What does this indicate? Isn't the indication rather obvious? Guan family's lord, Guan Donglu's mouth had remained open throughout this entire time. In fact, his smile was so broad that it seemed as if there was a red line drawn between his ears. Every hair on his body had seemingly stood up in excitement. After all, he had never even dreamt of such a grand occasion. In fact, he couldn't even dare to think about it. After all, the entire Guan family had lost their face after that matter about Guan Qinghan's affair had become public. In fact, people had even started to say that the Guan family's moral education wasn't very stern. Even the servants of the Jun family were feeling honored and glorified. They were walking around the aisles with their chests out and heads held high. Even their waists were straightened. This is our reputation. 3 great masters have arrived to congratulate our third master. Li Yuran was also seated amidst the crowd. However, his face had turned pale when he had watched his master entering the hall. In fact, his heart had filled with agony. I've suddenly realized that the disparity between me and Jun Moxie has become as massive as the one between heaven and earth. I'm afraid that it's useless to hope that I can catch up on this massive disparity. This guy was busy with cockfighting when I was training and studying with full devotion. This guy was busy enjoying with women when I was planning strategies to improve my financial position. Everyone used to praise me. So, I obviously thought that this guy was nothing in my comparison. So, why haven't I been able to make any headway while this guy is taking his family to the top? Why? How can this even happen? I've suffered so much to follow my dreams and to fulfill my desires. I've endured the kind of loneliness an average person can't even hope to bear. I've even ruined my own love life. However, I've suffered such a massive blow at a time when I thought that I was close to attain success. Have my efforts gone in vain? Li Yuran's mind was filled with doubts. Have I been mistaken in making such efforts? One doesn't need to rely on hard work to attain success. Can enjoying women and cockfighting also lead a person to success? Who in Tianxiang City has ever seen Jun Moxie working hard? Li Yuran's mind had started losing balance. Li Yuran waved his hand to summon a servant of the Jun family. He then asked, "Why is your third young master Jun Moxie nowhere to be seen? Why is he absent on such a lively occasion?" The servant respectfully replied, "The third young master is busy in entertaining the guests. He's in the backyard with the other guests. He might take some time to come here." With guests in the backyard? What kind of guests is he entertaining in the backyard? Li Yuran's mind began to flood with a myriad of thoughts. What kind of guests? Are they even more important than the 4 great masters? Can Jun Moxie dare to ignore the emperor of Tianxiang? He can go as far as not meeting the big shots of the imperial court. Moreover, he didn't even show up to greet the great masters. How can you even say this? This question-answer dialogue had happened inadvertently. Li Yuran had only asked this question in a casual manner. He hadn't harbored any malicious intentions. And, the servant had also answered the question without thinking about anything. However, this unintentional dialogue had left Li Yuran's mind to wander off. Li Yuran's heart had been rendered at a loss as looked at these jubilant celebrations and the magnificent atmosphere at the Jun family. I paid my respects to the cold-blooded Master Lei Wu Bei since he was next to an immortal. I had believed that nothing will be difficult for me as long as I had this great master in my support. It was a flawless strategy. However, it failed and ended in a loss. 8 of my fellow disciples died one after the other. In fact, their lives had such dark endings that nobody ever got to know who murdered them. The fact that I've always looked too highly at my master makes me greatly resentful now. But, look at this Jun family instead. Everyone is here to flatter them. They've merely held a trivial adoption ceremony. But, 3 great masters have arrived here to congratulate them. This is the disparity. Is it even possible to compare myself with this man? I used to look at my peer with disdain once upon a time. No one could match me. But, I have to raise my head to look up at others now. In fact, I'm nothing in comparison. Li Yuran sighed. Then, he again called for the servant. He rewarded the servant with a silver banknote and said, "Please pass on my message to your 3rd young master. Tell him that I would like to speak with him if he has some time." The servant replied respectfully and cautiously, "Young Master Li, please don't worry. This lowly man will certainly bring your words to his master's notice. However, I can't accept a reward for it." He had declined this outrageous reward with an abnormally determined expression. Li Yuran was startled by this. He could have never imagined that an insignificant servant of the Jun family would resist the temptation of such a huge sum of money. Li Yuran had bestowed that reward without much inconvenience. However, it must be known that the amount was 500 in silver. This servant didn't earn more than a dozen banknotes of silver in a year. However, he had refused such a great amount without any hesitation. Is this also a part of this disparity? The Jun family's servant hadn't said anything false either. After all, young Master Jun was busy accompanying his noble guests in the backyard at this time, a group of guests at that. Young Master Jun and the Beast Kings of Tian Fa were sitting in a circle while enjoying tea in the backyard. Bear King and Tiger King were supposed to embark on their return journey to Tian Fa the next day. Therefore, young Master Jun had decided to personally explain several things to them. After all, the mental statuses of these 2 individuals were rather shitty. And, it must be mentioned that Mei Shuiyan would get frantic and violent in case they neglected the important facts. In fact, even Jun Moxie would be left to cry without tears in that case. Beside, the noble guests who were seated in the hall didn't require his presence. They would inevitably show up with fake smiles. And, they would only say made-up words of greetings. However, those 2-faced people had daggers hidden in their smiles. That's all. Such work was basically a torture for him. Such fake meetings had always given Jun Moxie a big headache. That's why he had no intentions of going out. There was no need to take too many examples. After all, what kind of etiquette would a young master have to fawn in front of the Emperor of Tianxiang? Even Grandpa Jun and 3rd Master Jun also felt that it would be better to not let Jun Moxie attend the meeting. Besides, he was from a younger generation. So, he would anyway have difficulty in mixing and communicating with older men. They were happy with this arrangement. He was happy with this arrangement. And, they anyway couldn't do much about making everyone else happy. However, the news of the 3 great masters' arrival was slightly unexpected for Jun Moxie. Feng Wanyun's arrival is very unexpected. However, he is known for being an unpredictable man. But, he harbors a good impression of the Jun family. Moreover, 3rd uncle and Feng Wanyun had developed a favorable relation in the past. Therefore, his arrival is somewhat understandable. However, Shi Changshao and Lei Wu Bei's sudden arrival is thought-provoking. The Jun family has seemingly never had friendly relations with those two. And it doesn't stop at not having friendly relations itself. I've even killed 8 of Lei Wu Bei's 10 disciples. And that's not the only thing I've done. After all, I even ruined his fight with Solitary Falcon. However, these two people have still arrived here. What are they up to? Jun Moxie wrinkled his eyebrows. However, he couldn't explain their arrival no matter how many possibilities he thought of. They had only seen Jun Moxie when these people had gathered for that battle outside Tianfa. Feng Wanyun had friendly relations with the Jun family. However, the same couldn't be said about the other two. Moreover, an event such as Jun Wuyi's adoption of a daughter wasn't a very important matter. And it certainly wasn't the kind of a matter 2 great masters would personally show up to congratulate him over. This meant that their arrival had a purpose to it. As for what that specific purpose was, Jun Moxie was pondering upon it with a calm face. Mei Shuiyan looked at him and asked him, "What is it? Are you skeptical that Shi Changshao and Lei Wu Bei's arrival might be a problem?" Jun Moxie smiled and said, "There's obviously a problem. I think that they could be here for 3 reasons. First, they might be here regarding the issue with the Silver Blizzard City. Secondly, they might be here to assess the relationship between the Jun family and Tianfa Forest. In fact, they might be interested in learning about your whereabouts. Thirdly, it might not be wrong to say that they are here for the mysterious pills and the alchemist behind them. These problems may seem quite intense at first, but it won't be difficult to deal with. It is possible that my assumptions may be wrong. After all, they might be here for some other purpose entirely. But, I believe that they're only here to do some recon, they won't kick up a storm at this time. And, that's because their current strengths aren't enough for that. In fact, I believe that Old Falcon is enough to deal with them." Mei Shuiyan added with a faint smile, "That's correct. They need to have enough strength even if they are dreaming about kicking up a storm." Jun Moxie laughed heartily, Big Bear and Narath Cracker also began to laugh. This was a world wherein the clenched fist was the strongest argument, this was the unwavering truth. Jun Moxie had decided upon enhancing the strengths of these 4 individuals from Tianfa after much consideration. However, he didn't know why he was constantly somewhat scared in his heart. It was important to know that Jun Moxie and Tianfa were guaranteed to be victorious since Jun Moxie was providing them with a massive amount of miraculous pills. In fact, failure wasn't even an option. However, Jun Moxie had still been feeling as if these 2 beast kings weren't strong enough to make their return trip with assurance of safe travels. He felt it wasn't enough. These 4 beast kings had already taken the 3 magical pills, Heavenly Vitality Pill, Vitality Congregation Pill, and Vitality Linkage Pill. This meant that Jun Moxie didn't have any other suitable medicinal supplement to offer at the moment. It could even be said that additional medicinal supplements wouldn't have been much use to these beasts kings at the moment. After all, using medicinal supplements could never be as dependable as hard work when it came to enhancing strength. These people can only depend on other things now that the extent of my helping abilities have reached their limits. I will provide each one of you with a suitable weapon for self-defense. This would also be a farewell gift for Bear King and Tiger King. Jun Moxie contemplated for a while before he finally spoke up. Mei Shuiyan and Green Hunter noticed that Jun Moxie had spoken this after much consideration. And, they couldn't help but tremble as a cold shiver ran down their spines. It's important to consider that those 3 pills were nothing short of unnatural. However, Jun Moxie had given them away without any thought. But, he was clearly hesitant while talking about giving away these weapons. This indicated that these weapons were clearly superior to those so-called divine weapons. In fact, they were likely to an existence which could only be described as supernatural. One could easily assess that by taking Jun Moxie's Blood of Yellow Flame as an example. In fact, Mei Shuiyan had introspected on this subject. However, she had only realized that she wouldn't be able to prevent that weapon from slicing her body into two in case the wielder was as strong as her. However, Big Bear and Earthcracker shook their heads in arrogance. Why would we beast kings need these weapons? Moreover, these so-called divine weapons of the human race are very fragile in our eyes. And, they're quite difficult to use as well. So, there's no need for this. I'm giving these weapons to you, whether you like it or not. Jun Moxie smiled in a manner that made it seem as if he had already guesses this reaction. He didn't hesitate anymore since he had already made up his mind. He extended his right hand, and a long sword suddenly appeared in his hands out of nowhere. It was sitting motionlessly in its sheath. In fact, it seemed as if this sword had been in that spot for a while. However, no one had been able to make out how this sword had appeared. Even Mei Shuiyan didn't have the slightest idea about it, even though her strength was far above everyone else's. The sword had managed to put a slight pressure on Jun Moxie's arms after it had appeared. So, it was evident that it wasn't light-weighted. Clang! Jun Moxie lightly pulled on the hilt of the sword. The sword made a soft sound as it was half unsheathed. The magnificent brilliance of the sword left everyone's eyes to dazzle as their faces were struck with its cold aura. Mei Shuiyan and her companions blurted out in unison, "That's a good sword. This is an amazing weapon." Jun Moxie slowly pulled the sword out of its sheath with a faint smile. One could see that the sword's surface was as clear as water. It won't be wrong to say that it appeared as lustrous as gold, and as pleasing to the eyes as silver. This sword was only 1 meter long, the same as any ordinary sword is. But, it was wider than an average sword by a margin of about 4 fingers. It had turned out to be a rarely seen broadsword. Jun Moxie turned his wrists, and the long sword slowly turned in a circular fashion. Then, he slowly pointed it downwards. After that, it gradually descended and fell towards the stone table. Screech! A light sound was heard as an unbelievable scene took place in front of the 4 beast kings. The sword penetrated the stone table in the same manner a red-hot knife goes through a slice of butter. It penetrated the stone table without a pause, and went sliding through up till its hilt. Mei Shuiyan couldn't help but breathe a huge mouthful of cold air. I was aware that Jun Moxie's blood of the yellow flame is a rarely seen divine weapon. But, I had never thought that he would have another one of such weapons at his disposal. Moreover, he's supposed to be taking out more weapons for us. And, I reckon that each one of them must be at par with this one in terms of quality. Wait. Jun Moxie said that he would give one weapon to each of us 4 individuals. So, I can assume that their quality will be similar. Could it be that this world's process of forging metallic weapons has advanced to such an astonishing degree? What is point being proud of these Xian beast bodies we've been depending on? I haven't come out of Tian Fa for a long time. Is it possible that this has limited my knowledge of the world's developments? However, she figured the truth the moment she thought about it again. After all, the Tian Fa would have been destroyed a long time ago if these weapons were being produced around the world. Mei Shuiyan couldn't help but rejoice as she realized this. He's the creator of these divine weapons. Thank God it's him. Mei Shuiyan slightly patted the table's top with her palm. And, that sword bounced back from the backward force even though it had been inserted deep into the stone table. The sword swirled in the air before Mei Shuiyan grasped its glossy hilt. However, she couldn't prevent herself from being startled. This long sword appears like any other sword. The only difference is that this one is slightly wider than the usual. However, this one's weight is around 50 kgs more than the usual ones. Moreover, it's important to note that an ordinary sword weighs about 3 to 4 kgs. In fact, even a sword that has been specially built for a battlefield doesn't surpass the weight of 7 kgs. This sword's weight is unnatural. It is in clear defiance of common sense. Swords need to be agile and lightweight. After all, a person needs to be quick and skillful with them. The weapon's stability and agility may be affected by the weight if it's too heavy, so much so that the wielder's posture, skill, and xian strength will go waste. And, that would be very disadvantageous. Therefore, I'm afraid that not many people from the human race can be good at using such a heavy sword. However, such a weapon is tailor-made for us beast kings. There's no doubt that this is a great sword. But, it is a bit too heavy. I can use it, but I might not be very skilled at it. Mei Shuai-yen gently caressed the sword's blade with her slender finger. And, this suddenly gave rise to the sound which is issued when a dragon soars into the sky in spirals. Moreover, this sound continued to echo for a while. This reflected the sword's durability. Mei Shuai-yen had said that she wouldn't be able to use this sword very efficiently. However, she still continued to fiddle with it as if she was reluctant to part with it. Then, she eventually passed it over to Big Bear. Big Bear could barely wait to get his hands on it after he had witnessed its might. It must be said that he didn't need such weapons, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't mind using them. He had only come across ordinary weapons until now. And, they had been nothing more than embroidery needles in his eyes, they had been too weak for his use. This is why he had always refused to use such weapons. However, he had taken a liking to this sword as soon as he had seen it. He only realized its weight when he held it hilt in his hands. However, he inwardly exclaimed with extreme joy. "Oh! This is exactly what I had always wished for. Our brother-in-law is amazing. He's indeed worthy of being our brother-in-law." Bear King burst into laughter. He then leapt up and raised the sword above his head. The courtyard suddenly resounded with a clear and loud cry of tigers and dragons. It appeared as if the sky had been lit up with fireworks, and snow had started to flutter over the landscape. The sword's glare was so magnificent that one couldn't even see anyone's silhouette in the vicinity. The other sword Jun Moxie brought out had a similar size and shape. Earthcracker couldn't resist himself, and picked it up. His face also beamed with joy. Such kind of a sword had been nothing more than a false illusion to them in the past. The Beast Kings had the ability to change into human forms. However, it must be mentioned that they had always envied the humans. After all, humans could use weapons, but they could only fight with their physical bodies. That's because the human weapons weren't suitable for their use. Therefore, they had longed to hold such a weapon for many years. And, they had suddenly gotten this chance now. How could they not be ecstatic? The quality of the weapon was secondary to them. The mere appropriateness of the weapons had made them extremely valuable in their eyes. Earthcracker leaped up with a whistling sound. And, bang 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 sound started to resound as he got into a ping-pong-like sword match with the Bear King. The two swords whistled through the air. They were even giving rise to the faint sounds of wind and thunder. The swords' lights were merging into the sky like snow. A long time passed before the two individuals finally lowered their sword. They then walked over while smiling. However, they were holding their swords in their bosoms for the fear that someone might steal their prized possession. It appeared as if the swords had suddenly turned into their most beloved objects. One look at the scene was enough to determine that they weren't ready to part with the swords. "This sword is awesome. Ha ha. I declare that this one is mine." Big Bear was smiling so ridiculously that his eyes and eyebrows had merged together. However, Earthcracker had lowered his head while Big Bear was making his announcement. In fact, the Tiger King was wiping his sword clean with the front of his jacket's lapel. His movements were extremely cautious and careful. It could be reckoned that he wouldn't have been this attentive even if his wife had given birth to a little tiger. "Don't you think you should thank young Master Jun for giving you these swords as a gift? Do you think these priceless treasures can be yours because you merely said so? Why are you two so illogical and stupid? Do you want me to look bad because of your actions?" Mei Shuai-yan's eyebrows shot up as she shouted in anger. The beautiful Mei thought, "I've lost my reputation ever since these two have arrived here. These two are indeed stupid." Mei Shuai-yan sighed as she thought. Big sister, is shouting like this a way of thanking someone? What's so wrong about our brother-in-law giving us gifts? After all, we're his wife's younger brothers. So, what's the big deal if he were to give us these 2 swords as gifts? Isn't that, brother-in-law? Bear King opened his big mouth. He even laughed heartily. One must acknowledge this guy's shamelessness. After all, he was hundreds of years old. However, he had openly hailed a 17 to 18-year-old youngster as the older sister's husband. Moreover, he had even called himself the younger brother-in-law of the said individuals. And, it must be noted that he had spoken these words very normally, without any shame or anxiety. Even Earthcracker nodded in agreement with a similar expression on his face. So, it was evident that this guy also felt the same way. The only difference was that he was more conspicuous about it. In fact, it seemed that he knew he shouldn't dare to say it out loud. Mei Shuiyan's face was reddened out of anger. "Shut up, you fool. How can you speak so shamelessly? Didn't you learn anything from yesterday? Was that lesson not enough for you? Do you want to spar with me once more now that you've gotten your hands on a new sword?" Her eyes emitted 2 sharp and cold rays of light. It seemed that she was ready to roar into action. The Bear King instantly wilted under the pressure. And, he didn't dare to utter another word. In fact, he had suddenly turned into an obedient bear cub. Earthcracker also shrank his neck without daring to utter anything. One could even say that the Tiger King had turned into a tiny and obedient kitten. Jun Moxie was overjoyed in his heart. So, he spoke up with a smile on his face. "That is obvious. After all, these are merely 2 swords. So, there's no need to get so serious about this. Shuiyan, I have to say something to you. You are only going to succeed at scaring them if you keep behaving like that. Besides, they've only spoken the truth. It's reasonable for a brother-in-law to give gifts to his wife's younger brothers. Is it a sin to speak the truth? What truth? This is utter nonsense. And, what's about this brother-in-law talk? This is absurd." Mei Shuiyan's face turned a deeper shade of red. She lashed out in a very fierce and stern voice, "This is unforgivable. How is it not the truth?" Jun Moxie didn't even flinch as he replied, "Shuiyan. This is embarrassing for the both of us. I also believe that we should have waited till we were in the bridal room. However, we've seen each other. We've even touched each other. And, everyone in family already knows about our domestic affairs. Do you still want things to be more obvious?" Mei Shuiyan suddenly got furious. Her fingers trembled as she raised them. "Jun Moxie, you are so shameless. Shamelessness is better than having no wife." Jun Moxie happily said, "Moreover, it's not limited to the 2 of them alone. I also have swords for you and Green Hunter. It must have been difficult for you to hold their swords. So, I've made a customized sword for you." Green Hunter's eyes glittered when she heard this, and she couldn't prevent herself from biting her lips. However, she then glanced at Mei Shuiyan's expressions, and didn't dare to speak anything. "You have swords for us as well?" Mei Shuiyan stretched the tone of her voice. This guy finally changed the subject. She then said in a harsh manner, "Why haven't taken them out yet? You only need to command." Jun Moxie chanted this sentence as he twisted his buttocks. He then extended his right hand, and shouted, "To make it happen." 2 more swords appeared in his hands with a brushing sound. They had again appeared out of nowhere. However, these 2 swords were much more slender and smaller than the first 2 swords. These swords were far more graceful in their appearance as well. In fact, one look was enough to tell that they had been crafted for women. It could be said that Mei Shuiyan had summoned the entirety of her mental strength and spiritual sense to perceive Jun Moxie's movements this time. In fact, she hadn't shown any lacks in her efforts. But, she still couldn't discover how he had managed to produce these 2 swords in the open. They had still appeared out of the thin air. Mei Shuiyan was astonished by this. Heaven knows how incomprehensible this mysterious young man's skills are. Jun Moxie first took out one of those swords, and handed it over to Green Hunter. Green Hunter couldn't prevent herself from exclaiming out loud with happiness when she held the sword. She loved it so much that she couldn't put it down. It was evident that she was at least as happy as the Bear King and the Tiger King. Green Hunter looked at the flickering golden body of her sword. It seemed as if the entire sword was made of gold. Moreover, it was crafted marvelously. It turned out to be a rarely seen soft sword. Its blade was as agile as a snake. It could twist with natural fluency, it could shake and sway in a gentle manner. And, there was an unfathomable flicker to its radiance. The tip of the sword was forked. In fact, it looked like a viper's tongue. Moreover, it was emitting hidden cold rays. The sword could split, cut, peel, stab, twist, sway, and wave. It had many other properties that other swords didn't. And, it was a tailor-made for the Snake King. Only the Snake King had capability to bring out the innate qualities of this sword, only she could maximize its power. It could be said that this was Jun Moxie's most meticulous creation among these four swords. It was tailor-made for the Snake King. However, he had spent thousands of kgs of gold to craft this soft golden sword's body. Snake King's heart filled with joy, and she looked at Jun Moxie with an affectionate expression in her eyes. She was impatient, and couldn't wait to test her sword. Therefore, she wrapped it around her wrist at first. Then, she wrapped it around her slender waist. It seemed as if the sword had a mind of its own. It was transforming into different forms in the hands of the Snake King. Moreover, there was nothing but pure fluency in its transformations from the tip to the hilt. In fact, it appeared as if it was a living and intelligent snake. The more the Snake King looked at the sword, the more delighted she got. The more she played with it, the more she was reluctant to put it down. She joyfully squinted her big eyes as she brought the soft sword to her face. It was evident that she cherished it beyond any known bounds. Jun Moxie laughed out loud as he grabbed the sword's sheath. And, the sword's sheath also bent and turned into a rounded shape. There was a bayonet on one end. And, it could be connected to the hilt of the sword. It was a belt of sorts. It turned out that Jun Moxie had also worked very hard on the sword's sheath. It was evident that Jun Moxie's craftsmanship was unusually ingenious and exquisite. Jun Moxie smiled and said, "I've named this sword as Snake King Sword. You can wrap it around your waist when you are not using it. It is likely to confuse any person with ease. This sword will be very convenient to use once it's out. Moreover, it's likely to deliver the best results when it catches the opponent off guard. Green Hunter, you must think of ways to get this sword out from your waist at the quickest possible speed. I personally feel that this will be a great magical weapon to defeat your enemy." The Snake King's face had reddened from overexcitement. She kept nodding as she grabbed the sheath to examine it. Mei Shuiyan sighed as she thought, "I'm beginning to owe Jun Moxie an increasing number of favors. First, he gave us several rare pills. And, he has given us 4 unique and divine swords today." She looked at the Bear King, Tiger King, and Snake King. Each of the 3 Beast Kings was holding a sword with a foolish smile on their faces. They were constantly experimenting with their weapons, and they appeared very enthusiastic and delighted. It was impossible for them to not owe him. I believe that even the 3 Holy Lands won't be able to come up with one such sword. But, Jun Moxie had 4 of them. This kind of an upstart was huge. Mei Shuiyan was a very experienced and knowledgeable individual. But, she still couldn't prevent herself from being stunned by this youngster. Forget about anything else, he must have more of such weapons. And, there are other Beast Kings in the Tian Fa forest. However, it is impossible for a person of Jun Moxie's nature to give these presents to only the Bear King, Tiger King, and the Snake King, and ignore the other Beast Kings. It is already a huge favor to accept these 4 swords from him, but, it will be good to have more. Mei Shuiyan couldn't prevent her charming face from blushing as this thought crossed her mind. What's happening to me? Have I gotten addicted to taking cheap advantages of people? It's a sin. How could she not be aware of Jun Moxie's intentions and nature? This guy would never allow himself to suffer a loss. He would always ask his debtor to pay up once he had owed the said individual enough. And Jun Moxie's shamelessness had led Mei Shuiyan to believe that he could undoubtedly do such a lowly thing. Moreover, she believed that he could do this with so much confidence and righteousness that even the color of his face wouldn't change. Nor would his heart palpitate in the process. This guy has started becoming more and more daring around me of late. So, I'm afraid that I would have to bear the brunt if he puts any conditions forward. What would I do in that case? Would I be able to refuse him in case he asks me to devote myself to him? Moreover, this guy already has many beautiful women at his side. Is it possible that the great lord of Tianfa Forest would have to become his concubine? Wouldn't he only following on to his words? You ought to follow me, little thing. I will rub your buttocks every day. Mei Shuiyan's face started to blush as this thought crossed her mind. In fact, her face blushed so hard that it seemed as if it had started to burn. She then shot a glimpse of hatred towards Jun Moxie. But, it only left her heart flustered. And, that's because she could sense that she didn't find this matter as disgusting anymore. What's happened to me? This is absurd. However, this one glance of hers had left Jun Moxie very flustered. Therefore, he quickly introspected. I had said a few words a moment. But, they shouldn't have offended her so much. Moreover, I gifted them 4 divine weapons in one go. So, why did this woman lose her temper? Did this young master make a mistake by giving her these gifts? Did I get kicked while trying to flatter her? But, that doesn't seem to be the case. How could Jun Moxie know that Mei Shuiyan's thoughts had taken such a long leap? In fact, she had already started thinking about the wedding night. Mei Shuiyan forcefully focused herself again, and raised her white hand. Jun Moxie only felt as if a breeze had passed him. However, the only remaining sword in his hand had already been taken. Mei Shuiyan was sitting quietly on the stone bench by the time he looked towards her. She had already started to fiddle with the slender sword. Only one of the 4 swords is left. So, I presume that this one is for me. Mei Shui was still blushing. But, she had forcefully put on a carefree look on her face. She had used a matter-of-fact tone, but it hadn't sounded as authentic. In fact, her tone was so abnormal that even supermorons like Bear King and Tiger King had also noticed it. The 2 Beast Kings looked at each other, and winked. However, they had a tacit understanding between themselves. So, they continued to fiddle with their divine swords with blank expressions on their faces. However, they had erected their ears. Of course, who besides Shuiyan deserves to use this divine sword? Jun Moxie flashed a humble smile as he sent out words of loud and clear flattery. Hey! Stop blabbering! Mei Shuiyan snorted. Her words had seemed like very a severe warning. However, Bear King and Tiger King winked at each other. Hee, elder sister is delighted. Listen to her words. Doesn't it sound like a flirtatious banter? It must be said that Mei Shuiyan's sword was the best among the 4. It was the small and exquisite in style. The sword's blade was slender but sharp, and the hilt had an amazing grip. The sword's body was smooth and flawless. The tip of its edge seemed to be an embodiment of a monarch's glory. Mei Shuiyan was someone who stood at the apex of the world. However, even she had no option but to admire Jun Moxie's exquisite craftsmanship. The sword given to me complements my nature. The pure white color of the sword's blade seems like the white gowns I wear every day. It seems like a perfect pair. Moreover, the sword seems to be of the highest quality. You've done a very thoughtful job. Mei Shuiyan's voice was faintly authentic. However, she had used the kind of words which were used by the elders whilst praising the younger generation. There's no need to thank me, Shui Yan. I won't hesitate to climb burning mountains made of blades for you. I can take a hail of arrows for you. I can face death with equanimity for your sake. My heart can shed bright blood for you every day of every month. I can die hundreds of times without having any regret. I'm ready to risk my life. Even 100 million deaths are worth it. Jun Moxie shook his head and expressed his emotions. Awk. Bear King and Tiger King ran away with expressions that made it seem as if they would throw up. It turned out that they wanted to get as far away from this shameless man as possible. However, they had also done this in order to give this guy some time and space with their elder sister. Mei Shui Yan snorted, and her face turned red. But, she pretended as if she hadn't heard him. Instead, she merely continued to admire the sword she held in her hands. This guy would start a dyeing workshop if you give him some colors. He would try to illuminate the entire earth if you give him some sunshine. However, he will do his weird things and move on if you flatly ignore him. The three beast kings were fiddling with their swords. But, all of them were doing so absent-mindedly. Instead, their eyes were always glancing sideways to look at the two people. In fact, Bear King and Tiger King were even gossiping with their expressions. Old Ninth, what do you think will happen next? Bear King winked enthusiastically. I think they're bound to kiss. Earthcracker's expressions resembled a love guru. He even seemed to be pondering in a philosophical manner. I don't see it. Big Bear shook his head in disapproval. He feigned the expression of an experienced man as he said, my experience suggests that they should hug tightly. The kind of hug where one is unable to breathe. How is that possible? Can't you see that brother-in-law is licking his lips? This is obviously the prelude to a kiss. I can see it coming. Earthcracker bickered in ridicule. He then stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Then, a strange sound was heard as he swallowed his saliva. Silly tiger, can't you see that brother-in-law is about to open his arms wide? This is clearly a hugging position. You don't understand. So, don't talk nonsense. Don't make me laugh. Bear King's eyes showed harsh expressions as his belly straightened up. He seemed to be feigning the mannerism of an expert lecturer. Stupid. How can you be so stupid? How can one kiss without hugging first? Stop pretending to understand things when you don't. There's nothing wrong in not having knowledge. However, not having knowledge and pretending to be a knowledgeable man is an unforgivable mistake. Big Bear was scolding Tiger King as if the latter had failed to live up to his expectations. Shut up both you stupid beasts, a lowered but seemingly murderous voice was heard at this time. Both the beast kings were left stunned when they heard this threatening voice. They then turned their head to look, and saw the Snake King's ashen expressions. A fierce light was flickering in her eyes as she looked at them. The Snake King's sword was swaying in her hands. However, it seemed like a highly poisonous viper was about to bite its prey. The Tiger King and the Bear King felt the same way at this time. The Snake King will draw her sword and kill us if we say another word. They couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They stood motionless while staring blankly. What's going on? Both the Beast Kings were baffled. How did Snake King's temper suddenly become so violent? Both of them were becoming increasingly unclear of this. It seemed that the Snake King's temper had been worsening ever since she had arrived in Tianxiang. In fact, it had now reached a point where it could detonate like a barrel of gunpowder. Is it because she is with the elder sister? Is she being influenced by elder sister? But, you don't have the elder sister's strength. So, how could you deal with us? Both the Beast Kings rolled their eyes in a silent curse. She's scolding the wise and far-sighted Bear King and Tiger King. She's got some courage. However, these three Beast Kings were surprised to see that the two individuals hadn't made any movements. Instead, they were sitting calmly. Mei Shui Yan was fiddling with her sword with her head lowered. And, Jun Moxie was looking on with a smile on his face. Neither of them was moving. In fact, they looked like two sculptures that were letting the wind quietly pass past them. The breeze blew, and Mei Shuiyan's robes and hair fluttered. The wind blew, and the sleeves of Jun Moxie's robes fluttered as his eyes remained fixated. Both of them were sitting like this. In fact, the scene looked as aesthetical as a painting. Moreover, it seemed like they could sit there till they got old. This kind of tranquility, leisure, and warmth left even the insensitive Big Bear and Earthcracker stunned. Even the angry Green Hunter also looked stupefied. They looked at this scene in silence, and their hearts filled with warmth and emotions. The sound of rapid footsteps came at this moment. Someone was rushing towards them. A servant pushed open the courtyard's doors and said, "Young master, the ceremony is about to begin. The old lord and third master have asked you to come at once. They've said that you mustn't miss this moment." This servant's voice hadn't even faded when he saw that 3 pairs of eyes were wickedly shooting flames at him. He suddenly got goosebumps over his entire body. He couldn't help but feel extremely terrified. In fact, he felt as if he was about to fall to the ground. How could this insignificant servant resist the anger of 3 beast kings? They hadn't released the entirety of their strength. Nor had they intended to kill him. But, he still couldn't bear it. "I know. I will be there in a minute," Jun Moxie replied in a clear voice. The servant felt his entire body relax when he heard Jun Moxie's voice. He couldn't help but sigh. In fact, he nearly started to pant. It must be said that he had broken into cold sweat in a moment. In fact, even his undergarments had soaked in sweat by now. "Shuiyan, you make arrangements so that they can set on their journey tomorrow. Make special notes of the things they mustn't forget. I will send some people to deliver the things they've bought to the Tianfa forest. These 2 must travel light on this journey. I will come to meet them before they leave. But, I leave this matter to you now." Jun Moxie looked at Mei Shuiyan as he said in a gentle tone. Mei Shuiyan still didn't raise her head. She mere replied in a gentle manner, "You be at ease. Both these beast kings have had their strength increased by 50 years. Their speed has also increased by 3 times. Moreover, the speed of their cultivation's progress has also become 3 times faster. And, these divine weapons can double their strength. So, these 2 don't even deserve to go back if they still can't make it on their own now." Jun Moxie laughed out loud. Then, he turned around, and left. He left Mei Shuiyan behind to rebuke the 2 beast kings. And, he also ignored the resentful looks those 2 beast kings shot towards his back. "Has anyone asked to see me?" Jun Moxie asked the servant as he lightly walked ahead. "Yes. The young master is right. There's indeed a table in the inner hall where someone wishes to talk to the young master. The emperor has also mentioned that he'd like to meet you. Furthermore, young Master Li Yuran, has also asked if you have the time to talk to him," the servant respectfully reported. "Li Yuran wants to talk to me? Did he mention what he wanted to talk about?" Jun Moxie slightly frowned. "Why would this guy wish to talk to me at this time? What does he want?" However, Jun Moxie didn't pay any attention to the other 2 people the servant had mentioned. It wasn't that Jun Moxie was feeling too highly about himself, it was just that he clearly knew that there was no scope of having a talk with those 2 individuals. After all, an enemy is an enemy. Moreover, there was no possibility of resolving these issues. It must be mentioned that they weren't his public enemies at the moment. But, that was likely to be the case in the future. Jun Moxie had infinite confidence in his instincts. Therefore, he simply couldn't afford to meet the Emperor of Tianxiang. In fact, it could be said that Jun Moxie was afraid to meet him. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his temper in case he met that old bastard. He feared that would draw a knife and cut the Emperor's head. And, it needn't be mentioned that such an act would cause a sensation. Jun Moxie entered the hall, and saw that the entire place was packed with people. Grandfather Jun and Jun Moxie were seated in the front seats. Guan Qinghan was standing in the front of these two men. She was dressed in beautiful attire. Guan Donglu was standing behind his daughter with a merry smile on his face. The guests were seated in the various rows that followed. Shi Changshao and other great masters were seated in the very front. Song Shang, the master of ceremonies, also seemed prepared. It must be mentioned that it wasn't a trivial matter for a Sky Xian expert to be acting as the master of ceremonies. Everything was already prepared. They were only waiting for young Master Jun to show up. Song Shang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jun Moxie enter the hall. So, he took out a silk scroll from his sleeves. He then unfolded it in a manner that made it seem as if it was a sacred decree. Then, he read it out aloud. Today is an auspicious day. The guests have gathered. And, this is a matter of supreme glory for the Jun family. The arrival of the four great masters and Tianxiang's emperor has brought glory to our Jun family. I'm indebted to old Lord Jun for entrusting me with the responsibility of the master of ceremonies today. I'm young, and I have little knowledge. I request the honorable guests to forgive this Song Shang in case he has made any mistakes today. I beseech that you don't blame my Jun family for this. The audience broke into words of consolation as these words resounded. However, the eyes of most people had turned towards Tianxiang's emperor, Yang Huaiyu. This ceremonial speech had been personally written and edited by Jun Moxie. Song Shang had only added the words, "for great master," a moment ago. However, other parts of the speech had remained the same. And, the same stood true for the phrase, arrival of Tianxiang's emperor. It must be mentioned that he hadn't said, arrival of the heavenly emperor. This had made it seem as if he had declared that Jun family was no longer a subordinate of the Tianxiang Empire. How was it possible for the people present in the hall to not notice this part? Therefore, everyone's complexion had turned somewhat strange at this moment. The emperor's expressions changed when he heard this part of the speech. However, it quickly reverted to normal. He then let out a faint smile, and his expressions didn't fluctuate after that. He even looked at everyone with a smile. It seemed that he hadn't understood the meaning of this, and was still calm and composed. It must be said that such a formidable person deserved to be called the talent of his generation. After all, even the color of his face hadn't changed. Such an ability to remain calm was worthy of admiration. Jun Moxie's eyes slightly contracted. This guy thinks profoundly. He's genuinely far better than others. After all, he's still very composed. It seems that it will be extremely difficult to get the truth out from his mouth. Meanwhile, Song Shang had already started to carry out his duties. This is an auspicious day. A happy occasion has arrived at the door of this family. The Jun family's third master, Jun Moxie, has officially adopted the Guan family's daughter, Guan Qinghan. Henceforth, she will be like his child. And, the world will treat them like father and daughter. It wasn't mentioned that she was, originally a woman of the Jun family. Instead, Song Shang had said, daughter of the Guan family. These words had made it clear that Guan Qinghan's former status had been erased and turned into a mere memory. Song Shang eventually came to the point after a voluminous speech. And, Guan Qinghan knelt as per his instructions. She kowtowed 9 times, and stood up. However, she had burst into tears by the time she got up to her feet. Jun Moxie smiled and supported her with his hands. Then, he said some warm words of consolation. He then took out a shiny pearl necklace, and presented it as the first gift from a foster father to his adopted daughter. Everyone applauded and congratulated them as this happened. Guan Qinghan has become the Jun family's daughter from now on. She will get to start her life afresh. She is allowed to choose a virtuous man of her independent liking. And, no one is allowed to interfere. The Jun family will see it as an irreconcilable enmity in case someone dares to offend her. We won't hesitate to take out our swords. And, we will fight to the end. Guan Qin Han's previous identity was somewhat dubious for reasons known to everyone. But, she's the Jun family's adopted daughter now. Therefore, every misconception from the past stands annihilated. They've been scattered in the wind, and no one is allowed to mention it any longer. Jun family officially declares that anyone who dares to offend her in the future will be considered an archenemy of the entire Jun family. Moreover, the Jun family vows to use their entire strength to kill any such individual. They had mentioned about killing anyone in 2 consecutive phrases. And, they had done so with a cold and murderous manner. In fact, the element of threat had been indicated in the manner of speech very clearly. Jun Moxie's style has always been strong and stern. They were standing in front of every influential family in the country. The imperial family and various great Xian families of the continent were present as well. Even the 4 great masters were in attendance. However, Song Shang had outrageously read out this iron-blooded declaration of Jun Moxie's. Jun Moxie had intentionally issued a threat to everyone in front of these heroes of the world. Jun Moxie stood quietly in the crowd. His eyes were gleaming with a cold light. And, his gaze was filling the atmosphere with a cold electric current. In fact, his eyes were filled with cruelty. The entire scene had fallen into silence. The Jun family's declaration was extremely arrogant. However, no one thought that it was inappropriate, even the 4 great masters were no exception to this. After all, Jun family possessed enough power to make such a declaration. They weren't afraid of anyone. The clenched fist was the strongest argument in this world. The strength of one's fist decided the weight of their argument. They had several Sky Xian experts and countless Earth Xian fighters on their side. The Jun family's father and son were high-level Spirit Xian experts. Moreover, they had Great Master Solitary Falcon to keep a watch. Furthermore, Jun Moxie's mysterious master could deter any force of this world. And, they even had some connections with the Tian Fa forest. Plus, every influential family had already assessed that Feng Wanyun was clearly inclined toward supporting the Jun family. Who in the entire mainland could dare to look directly into the eyes of such a force? The ceremony stands completed. Song Shang shouted and clapped his hands. Then, he put the silk scroll away, and courteously bowed to the guests. Suddenly, there was a thunderous applause in the hall. Guan Qin Han's face was overflowing with tears. It was obvious that her heart had been overwhelmed by emotions. I'm no longer the Guan Qin Han I used to be. Rather, I'm a new individual. I'm no longer the daughter of the Guan family alone. Instead, I'm also the Jun family's daughter now. Moreover, I'm the sole daughter of the family. I'm born anew. I can groom myself again. I can choose a worthy man and get married if I wish to. And, I can make my own decision in this regard now. An entirely new life awaited her in the future. However, Guan Qin Han's eyes were constantly looking out for someone in the crowd even during such an exciting moment. And, she eventually found the one she was looking for. That handsome face was softly smiling towards her with a gentle expression in his eyes. Suddenly, she heard a feeble sound. It resembled a mosquito's buzzing. But, it was extremely familiar to her, Qin Han. Guan Qin Han smiled with tears in her eyes, and softly sighed. Her face suddenly started to blush, and reddened as a result. But, her heart was brimming with a sour feeling at the same time. There was a variety of mixed emotions in them. She didn't know whether she ought to laugh or cry. It was obvious that she was happy. However, tears were still flowing down her eyes in silence. It seemed as if she was finally parting from that nightmare of a day. The distinguished guests took their respective seats under Song Shang's guidance in an orderly manner, and waited for the wine party to begin. This was the same wine which the Jun family had previously auctioned for an extremely high price. Each table was provided with more than 10 jars of wine. This amount was sufficient to enjoy it. In fact, it was more than sufficient. The feast hadn't even begun. However, the strong smell of the alcohol had already set everyone's mouth in action. Jun Moxie was about to move forward when he saw a man approaching him with a smile on his face. This man then spoke up in a soft voice, "Third young master Jun, could you spare some time? How about a small chat between us?" This man was tall, and had a handsome face. His expressions were gentle, and his gaze was cordial. Each of his movements was refined, elegant, and thoughtful. This man was the top talent of the capital city. He was the first son of the imperial tutor's lineage. And, he had already been determined as the successor of the Li family, Li Ran. "Oh. A chat? A chat with you?" Jun Moxie faked a smile as he saw Li Ran. He then titled his head at a crooked angle, and spoke, "Do you think there's any room for us to talk? Is there anything left to be talked about?" Li Ran faintly smiled in response. His gaze remained fixed on Jun Moxie as he spoke, "Yes. There's much room for a talk. In fact, I believe that it's necessary for us to talk. Moreover, I'm convinced that the subject of our discussion would interest the third young master." Jun Moxie turned his head to look at this man. Then, he muttered, "Oh. You're so confident about it. Okay. Let's talk and satisfy this cherished desire of yours. I must say that having a chat with you doesn't make much sense under these circumstances. But, it will probably be less boring than the people who've assembled here." Li Ran forced a smile. "It seems this guy can even see that it's my cherished desire to have a conversation with him. It's fortunate my cherished desires are only limited to a conversations. It's very noisy in here. Follow me." Jun Moxie said with a mischievous smile, "I presume that you don't wish other people to hear what you talk to me about, right? Therefore, a quieter place will be more comfortable to have a chat." Li Ran smiled and said, "Precisely. I'd like to keep the pleasure of disturbing the third young master to myself." Jun Moxie laughed out loud at first. Then, he turned around, and began to walk while leading the way. Li Ran tailed behind him, and kept pace with him. They were strangers, but they resembled a pair of close friends as they walked while talking along. Jun Moxie had clearly sensed that the emperor had gazed at him from a distance when he had turned his head. The emperor's glance had been too distant to be scared of. However, those deep eyes had contained some incomprehensible emotions. Jun Moxie led Li Ran a long way away. The two of them crossed a few hallways, and arrived at the garden's pavilion. It was strange to hold a meeting in a garden at such a time of early winter. It could be presumed that this strange thing was happening for the first time in the Tangxiang city, quite possibly the entire Tianxiang Empire for that matter. A dense red cloud had covered the entire sky. The winds were biting cold. However, the pavilion was even windier since the cold breeze was rushing inside the pavilion from all directions. But, it must be said that the area was bright and spacious. In fact, it was indeed an amazing place. Also, it was the most suitable place for catching a cold. However, Jun Moxie hadn't chosen this place because he wanted to neglect his guest. Instead, it was because there was no other suitable place to go. Numerous guests have arrived to congratulate us. And, they've occupied the entire main hall and the lobby. Guanqing Han's courtyard is presently occupied by Mei Shuiyan and her people. Therefore, these places aren't suited for Li Ran. My courtyard is lodging Yi Gu Han and those two handicapped children. So, I can't take him there either. Furthermore, Silver City's Han Yen Meng and Mu Shui Tong have been hidden in third uncle's courtyard. Also, there are a large number of my soldiers standing guard there. So, that place is even more unsuitable. So, there's only place left, my grandfather's study room. But, wouldn't I be giving him too much importance if I took him there? Jun Moxie thought about these things, and decided to bring Li Ran to the garden. Anyway, the two people's strengths were sufficient to prevent any cold or heat from bother them. Li Ran looked around in astonishment. He then said, the third young master's residence is genuinely worthy of his name. I can't think of any place in this wintry Tianxiang which can match this area. Jun Moxie laughed out loud. Then, he lifted his hand and offered Li Yuran a seat. But, he didn't respond to Li Yuran's words. However, Li Yuran didn't sit down. Instead, he stood facing Jun Moxie, and folded his hands behind his back. He seemed spellbound by the greenery around him. He began to talk, but it seemed as if he was muttering to himself, Jun Moxie, this ought to be our first formal conversation if my memory serves me right. Well, it is our first. Jun Moxie nodded as he sighed, it's a pity that I wasn't able to take the time out earlier. I genuinely couldn't. I'm 8 years older than you. You're only 18. And, I started this year at 25. Li Yuran ignored young Master Jun's scornful joke. In fact, it appeared as if he was lost in his thoughts. His drooping eyebrows had made his loneliness evident. Third young Master Jun, are you aware how I've managed everything over these years? You don't know why I wish to talk about the issues I've suppressing for such a long time. This has happened because I'm in front of you now. I know that we aren't great friends as of now. But, I have a desire to tell these things to you. I hope third young master doesn't mind listening to me. Please treat it like a story. It's not a very brilliant story, but it's somewhat interesting. His smiled and self-deprecating manner as he waited for Jun Moxie to answer, these things have been in my heart for a very long time. It's unfortunate that I've never found a suitable situation or person whom I could confide in. However, I'm overwhelmed with emotions today, and I genuinely need to spit it out. I'm saying these things for the first time in my life. You've asked me to listen to you. We might be friends. But, I'll be a good listener this once. Jun Moxie's face unexpectedly revealed a rare expression of seriousness and decency. He had felt the desolation of Li Yuran's heart. And, that's why he wasn't able to prevent himself from sympathizing with the man. Li Yuran stood quietly for a while. It seemed as if he was adjusting the train of his thoughts, and organizing them into a suitable manner of speech. Then, he slowly began to speak, I clearly remember everything. My memory has always been very good. I still remember that my grandfather took me from my mother's care when I was 3 years of age. He then announced that my mother had died long ago. He had done this because my mother hadn't been able to teach me anything in the time I had been in her care. I still remember that my mother had been very distressed. She had cried a lot. She had even begged my grandfather with her entire face being stained in tears. She had only begged him to let her have me for another year. However, my hard-hearted grandfather didn't agree to it. Though, he allowed her to meet me once a month. That was obviously the first profound memory I have of my mother. She was crying. Li Yuran closed his eyes as he blurted everything out. Then, he gave out a heavy sigh as his face showed rare traces of emotions. It appeared as if the turmoil in his mind was very forceful. He continued with his story after a while passed. But, his voice had become steadier. My rich grandfather hired a Sky Xian expert for me when I was 3 years old. That expert was supposed to clean my meridians for a month so that it could lay down a firm Xian foundation for me. And, I began to spend my days in cycles from that time onwards. I would have 6 hours of Xian practice. There would be 6 hours of education and etiquettes, and 4 hours of sword training. And, the remaining time was allotted for eating and sleeping. Jun Moxie sighed softly. He didn't know what to say, these highborn people. They endure the kind of hardships and tempering which children from ordinary families don't even dream about in their teenage. And, they're valued very highly by their elders if they are capable of enduring more. That is why they turn into extremely irascible individuals once they grow up into talented individuals. Some of them even become perverted. After all, their characters have been distorted since childhood. They're constantly kept under a lot of pressure. So, they need to release that pressure. That's why they often misuse authority if they're given some. And that's how they often turn into tyrants. In fact, many tyrants of the past have been shaped in a similar way. Many tyrants from history were talented and virtuous people before they obtained power. However, they became unimaginably violent and brutal after they got their hands on that power. I also wanted to play when I saw the other children at it. But, they could, and I wasn't allowed to. My grandfather would beat me up if I slacked in any way. Moreover, the old man was 100 times more critical and strict with me than he was with my brothers, even more than that. Li Yuran was speaking softly. In fact, it seemed as if he was whispering. He would always tell me when I was a child, "You're different from others. That's why it's important for you to be capable of doing big things when you grow up." And I always kept this in mind. I eventually accept my high-ranking identity in the midst of countless beatings and criticism, the identity of an individual with an extremely high status. Li Yuran's expressions were tranquil. It appeared as if he was talking about someone else's life. I have to be calm and cultured at all times. I must never to speak loudly. I need to look calm and undisturbed even if I'm awfully angry. I must look comfortable even if I have a horrible ache in my body. In fact, I must make it look as if I'm enjoying myself. And, that's because my grandfather told me that perseverance is the essence of success in life. My mother used to visit me for one day every month back then. Let me tell you that such days would be the happiest ones for me. Because, I wouldn't lag behind in my tasks for that one day. And, this stood true even if the tasks were the same as the day before. Even my supervisors and masters would leave. After all, my mother would accompany me to the practices, sword training, and etiquette's lectures. She would cook for me, and stand quietly on a side to watch me practice. I used to wait for that one day every month. I would never dare to relax on the usual days. That's because my mother's face used to light up in surprise when she used to see my progress. She used to get so cheerful. She used to get so happy. And I would feel very happy whenever I saw her like that. Therefore, I wouldn't slack because I wanted to make her happy every month. Li Yuran shut his eyes tightly. His eyelashes were somewhat moist, expressions of longing had appeared on his face. However, he was standing with his back towards Jun Moxie. Therefore, Jun Moxie couldn't see it. Almost everyone said that I was gifted because I was able to learn anything very quickly. But, they didn't know why I was so quick. How could such a young child understand everything so fast? It was only because I longed for that one day with my mother. It was because I wanted to see her smile. I wanted to make her happier. This may be boring, but it was my only source of hope. However, this only lasted till I was 10 years of age. My grandfather had already begun to bring me in contact with tactics and trickery by that time. He had also begun to ask me about my opinions in different matters. He would hurl hate words of criticism at me if I said something inappropriate by any chance. One day, I went hunting with my guard. But, I ran into my master there. I shot an arrow at an antelope, but it didn't die. Therefore, I rode my horse ahead, and used my sword to kill it. I had somehow managed to control myself from exposing any emotions on my face. However, that was when I suddenly heard someone say, "He's very cold-blooded. He's make a great successor." And then, he appeared in front of me. However, he wasted no time after he saw me. He grabbed me, and began to examine every joint in my body. He then asked me if I would like to accept him as my master. My bodyguard came to save me. However, that man didn't budge. Instead, he even waved his arm to throw my guards down. Then, he came to my family, and said that he would like to accept me as his disciple. Li Yuran smiled bitterly as he continued to speak. That was when I got to know that he was the cold-blood great master Lei Wu Bei. He was unrivaled in the entire world. My grandfather immediately agreed to make me this man's disciple after he learned of this man's identity. But, I didn't agree to it. And, that's because I knew that I wouldn't be able to see my mother once I left with him. However, I was still forced to go with him. It had already been 2 years when I was first allowed to return home from my master's place. But, I was extremely happy. Rather, I should say that I was ecstatic. After all, I was finally about to see my mother after 2 long years. I hardly rested while riding the horse back home. I managed to finish a 15-day journey in only 10. And, that's because I had learned a lot of new things from my master. And, I had progressed very quickly as well. After all, I was very excited to share this news with my mother. I wanted her to share the joy of my success. And, I didn't wish to delay it for even a moment. I wanted to hug her, to let her hold me. I had always liked that feeling. But, I couldn't see my mother anywhere when I returned home. I looked for her everywhere, but no one told me anything. Even my mother's maid was nowhere to be seen. So, there was nothing that I could do about it. I only remember that I felt extremely horrible at that time. I'm making this confession for the first time in my life. I got hold of the Li family's butler that night, and I asked him about my mother's whereabouts. He didn't agree to speak out at first. So, I pulled out 10 fingernails from his hands, and his toenails after that. He eventually agreed to tell me everything. He told me that my mother was dead. Li Yuran began to shiver. It seemed as if his tall figure was rustling in the wind. 2 tears slowly oozed out of his eyes. Jun Moxie had been sitting calmly, and had been listening to him in silence. They were adversaries. However, a feeling of pity had suddenly arisen in his heart. My mother used to miss me terribly after I left my house. She dreamt of meeting me every day, she wept every day. She would always request my father to allow her see me once. Li Yuran's face had begun to distort, my father would always get irritated by this. So, he eventually began to avoid her. However, my mother would find a way to see him, and she would then cry for me in front of him. They eventually had a huge fight one day. And, my father, that piece of shit. That wretched piece of shit. He went as far as hurting her over something so small. He hadn't hit her badly, but my mother couldn't handle the injury. And, she died after a few days. Only 2 months had passed since my mother's death by the time I got home. Tang Yuan's father wasn't the Minister of Revenue at that time. Instead, it was my father. He was trained in martial arts. But, my mother wasn't. She was a frail woman. However, he had still acted in such an evil manner. Li Yuran clenched his teeth. However, Jun Moxie had clearly heard his voice squeak. Li Yuran continued to speak in a hoarse voice, "Third young master, what would you have done if you had been in my shoes? If I were you, what would I have done?" Jun Moxie genuinely pondered over it for a long time. But, he couldn't help but force a smile and shake his head. The mother who gave him birth is on one side. However, the father is on the other. What could he have done? However, Jun Moxie still thought about it for a while in a calm manner. This was the first time that he had been so clueless. However, he was keen to know about it. So, he couldn't help but ask, "What did you do?" "Third young master, it seems that you're not as good as me in this respect." Li Yuran spoke up with a bitter smile on his face. People say that Jun family's third young master kills people like he's scathing flax. People say that being bloodthirsty is his second nature. But, you're no match for me. After all, I'm devoid of humanity. He smiled cruelly, and his lips began to tremble. In fact, it appeared as if his teeth were also trembling. I grabbed him, and killed him. Jun Moxie was left stunned upon hearing this. Li Yuran was a child of merely 12 years of age at that time. However, he went as far as to kill his own father. This is unimaginable. Ha ha ha. Li Yuran sneered, "That was very unexpected, right? The first person I killed in my life was my own father." Li Yuran's body trembled. In fact, he began to shiver. It took him a long while to recover his tranquility. However, he sounded even more ruthless and cold now. That day changed me. It transformed me in my entirety. I became vicious and merciless. I had lost both my parents. And, I was no longer deserving of anyone's care in this world. After all, I had killed my own father. So, why wouldn't I dare to kill anyone else I wanted to? You're very fierce. Jun Moxie knew that he couldn't have. After all, this wasn't fierce. Instead, it was inhuman. And, Jun Moxie knew that couldn't have gone to such extremes if he had been in Li Yuran's shoes. A parent's love is deeper than the ocean which can submerge mountains. They might have made a mistake, but they are still your parents. They've created you. They've brought you up. Is it right to kill them with your own hands even if they've made a mistake? It's not surprising that Li Yuran's nature is so awfully twisted. His malicious nature can scare anyone. This matter had probably had a great effect on him. I picked up that blood-stained knife after that incident, and went to look for my grandfather. I went to him, and told him, I killed your son. Because, he killed my mother. Li Yuran continued, my grandfather was expressionless for a long time. Then, he gave me his first order, kill anyone who might spread this matter. After that, I'll spread the word that your father suffered from an ailment, and died because of it. I killed my father. But, I killed 1,000 other men to be buried alongside him. That was when I got to know that my affairs didn't merely involve me alone. I realized that I won't be the only one blamed for my deeds. Rather, my actions would drag the entire Li family. Li Yuran had a bitter smile on his face. My grandfather beat me up ruthlessly after this incident. Then, he faced me and said, no matter what you do, don't ever have regrets. Jun Moxie breathed a deep sigh, and thought, this Li Yuran is extremely vicious. However, Li Shang has given such an outrageous education to his grandson. This entire family is insane. It's natural for the mother to miss her son. But, the husband didn't know how to comfort her, or maybe how to take care of her. Instead, he got troubled by it. So, he hit his wife and ended up hurting her badly. In fact, he hurt her so badly that she passed away. Then, the son came back and avenged his mother's death by killing the father. The grandfather found out that his son was killed by his own grandson. However, he went so far as to tell him, don't have regrets. The Li family's people are probably born with an unkind and cold nature. For example, Li Yuran's father beat his wife so badly that he injured her. And, that too because they had a quarrel. And, Li Yuran went one step ahead and killed his father with his own hands. This is so *king absurd. People are so weak-willed. My grandfather didn't sleep for several nights after this matter. His hair turned white, and he started to develop wrinkles on his face. A few days passed. Then, he told me that it's fitting for my nature to be ruthless. Passion is important for success. But, it is more important to be ruthless. Li Yuran laughed bitterly as he spoke. Jun Moxie was rendered speechless. It's not surprising that Li Yuran is capable of such treachery. After all, he had such a father, and such a grandfather. It seems like expecting him to teach his grandson to be generous and virtuous is nothing more than a mere fantasy. After that, I returned to Shanshang after another 3 years. However, Shanshang had suffered many hardships during that time. The people had no money to eat or buy clothes. They didn't even have the money to support their wives and parents. This was a major issue over there at that time. However, it was nothing for my Li family's financial power. My master slowly started favoring me more and more. Even my fellow disciples started feeling like they owed me and my family. It appeared as if Li Yuran was lost, but I wasn't happy. I wasn't happy at all. My grandfather had already declared me the future lord of the family by the time I returned home. So, I started living in my official residence, and began handling the external business of my family. I started keeping extremely busy. However, the people of my family would remind me of my father whenever I saw them. They reminded me of that beast, that piece of shit. That's why I hated them. But, I had power in my hands now. So, I began to give them a hard time, and started taking them under my control. I would terrify them every time they'd come to me with their sufferings and problems. In fact, I would intimidate them until they wouldn't dare to speak. And, I used to feel happy in doing this. That's how I realized that my happiness lay in this. Li Yuran grinned, that's why I began to love watching others suffer. I started to like controlling people. The more pain they were in, the happier I felt. In short, I liked to make other people cry. But, there were days when I'd let them smile. I would make me feel like I could do anything. In fact, it was refreshing to do it once in a while. My hatred was only directed against the Li family at first. But, I realized that other people's pain also gave me pleasure as time passed. What was even more surprising was that the Li family gradually began to prosper with each passing day after I brought those people under my control. The Li family began to come together in every aspect, regardless of whether it was business or bureaucracy. This outcome was far beyond my expectation. You brought the worms of your family under your control. So, the family was obviously going to prosper. Moreover, you had dared to terrorize your own brothers and cousins. So, who would dare to play sinister tricks on you? It would have been very strange if the Li family hadn't prospered after the bloodied methods you used. Jun Moxie secretly pondered. He had finally understood the matter. I get it. It must have happened like this. The main reason is that Li Yuran killed his own father. That must have led to the formation of an inner demon in his heart. And, everything that has followed since then has been a cause and effect of this inner demon. The death of Li Yuran's mother became the turning point in his life. And, that's the reason why Li Yuran is like this today. However, one needs power to do these things. The more the power, the more pleasures one can have. Li Yuran's eyes flashed a cold light as he said, so, I started using the entirety of enthusiasm to study how I could get more power. My entire family gradually came under my control. But, I soon realized that my family wasn't enough to satisfy my needs. And, I wanted more power as a result. Therefore, I started to work harder, and gradually began to suppress my opponents. And, I slowly realized that my grandfather had spoken correctly, Li Yuran said. That same phrase. Jun Moxie asked out of curiosity. You need to be heartless if you wish to be successful. One needs to be merciless. Li Yuran's eyes flashed and he said, this is what my grandfather had said after I had killed my father. Therefore, I deliberately kept myself unattached from everything I did. I started to use perspective of a spectator. And, I realized that it was particularly accurate. That's because I would need to eliminate anyone who'd stand in the way of my planning. I could even abandon my close relations if doing so would induce a big enough benefit. Li Yuran said darkly, after all, I won't be able to reach my goal on the odd occasion if I took my person's feelings into account. Moreover, not being able to reach my goal could also lead to a total failure. And, it is easy to be left with nothing after one is defeated. Therefore, I can't be sentimental. You can't be sensitive, you must be heartless instead. You must be ruthless. Everyone in this world is merely a tool for my use. Li Yuran sneered, I can have whatever I want if I'm at the top of this world. I could even get back the things that I've lost out in the past. I could get the things that weren't even mine if I wanted to. I only need to be devoted to my cause. The current emperor is an excellent example of this. After all, Murong Xiao and Yi Gu Han were a perfect match. Their families were well matched in terms of social status. They had grown up together. They made an ideal couple. After all, their emotion for each other was deeply seated. However, the emperor wanted to have Murong Xiu. Therefore, Yi Gu Han's entire family was declared as traitors, and eliminated between dawn and dusk. Then, Murong Xiu entered the emperor's palace, and became the empress. This event is particularly inspirational for me. Li Yuran clenched his fist. This event had pushed you farther on the road of becoming a demon. But, she doesn't love you in the first place. So, what will you accomplish even if you get her? Jun Moxie greatly disapproved of what Li Yuran had said. It's fine if she doesn't love me. But, I would prefer that she frown and weep under my body than be happily groaning under another's. I will still be her man even if I can't have her heart. I will be better off than the man who can't even have her. Moreover, I believe that even her heart can be mine in the future if I'm willing to work hard. Li Yuran snorted and said in a savage manner. You are crazy. Jun Moxie puckered his brows and said, Li Yuran, you've been ruined. In fact, there's no turning back now. Why will I turn back? What will I get from turning back? In fact, I don't even have a road to turn back towards. But, I still have a long road in front of me. Li Yuran smiled sarcastically. Suddenly, it seemed as if he had lost the strength of his entire body, even his shoulders drooped. I've kept my silence for more than 10 years. I've never told this to anyone. However, I've said everything today. But, I feel powerless, and my heart feels empty. I can't say if I'm happy or sad. I don't even feel the slightest bit of comfort. I've gone through my entire past in this short time. It feels that my heart is still submerged in this pool of depression. However, my heart no longer feels desolate because I have someone to talk to. Third Master Jun, thanks for listening to me. I can't think of anyone else I could have talked to. Li Yuran finally turned around, and slowly walked to the stone table. Then, he sat down, and said in a serious manner, I feel very good now. Li Yuran's handsome-like face revealed a warm smile, it seemed sincere and warm. His mannerism had also reverted to their usually elegant and cultured state. You are welcome. You've made me understand many things as well. Everyone has a different mindset. I had never believed this aspect. But, I do now. Jun Moxie's eyes were clear and bright as he looked at Li Yuran. However, looking at Li Yuran made him feel as if this man had gotten stuck so deeply in mud watery that he couldn't extricate himself. Li Yuran was a very smart and charming man. However, he doesn't feel as graceful and elegant to Jun Moxie as he had in the past. Instead, Jun Moxie somewhat pitied this man. Is this kind of a man also deserving of pity? Then, there's you, Jun Moxie. I had never considered you worth anything. I was swan flying high in the sky as far as I was concerned. However, you were merely a loach in the mud. I was exceptional. But, you were nothing. Li Yuran chuckled and said, therefore, I had never paid attention to you. However, you've miraculously emerged like a hurricane in a short period of half a year. In fact, I wasn't even able to respond to this change since you had already gone too far above than me. I had considered you as a formidable life enemy when I had taken notice of your talents. Moreover, you had endured things for a long time before making your moves. So, I had even believed that your intrinsic nature was similar to mine. However, I don't think so anymore. Li Yuran faintly flashed a bitter smile, and said, because, I don't deserve to be your opponent anymore. The swan is beautiful, but it is nothing compared to the legendary bird that can soar to the ninth heaven. There's no comparison. Therefore, I'm only capable of having a conversation with you today. Jun Moxie smiled, but didn't speak. That's because this was already a publicly accepted fact. Third young master, do you know why I am talking to you? Li Yuran laughed as he looked at Jun Moxie with some fascination. I think young Master Li is feeling a gloomy and distressed. However, I don't believe that you're here to tell me these secrets alone. So, declare your real intentions. Jun Moxie raised his eyebrow as he said. I've been brought face to face with a new option of late. And, this option might have a direct relation to my choices in the future. However, I'm not able to decide by myself. So, I've come to seek your opinion, Li Yuran spoke up in very serious and solemn manner. You're faced with a choice. And, you've come to seek my opinion. Jun Moxie was stunned by this. So, he said, Li Yuran. Young Master Li, have you taken some unsuitable medicine? Yes. I must seek your opinion. And, that's because you're involved in this matter. So, this is bound to play a vital role. The depths of Li Yuran's eyes suddenly became unfathomable. Shall we take a look at this situation? There's something that will link us. It could be considered a coincidence that my master recommended me to the Great Golden City. Then, Ma Jiangming came to the Li family 10 days ago. He wanted to meet me regarding this matter. He was happy after his examination. And, this means that I can join the Great Golden City as long as I agree. This means that I will get a chance to witness the battle for seizing the heavens in a few years' time. Moreover, I might get an opportunity to participate in the next battle for seizing the heavens. In fact, I could even become a leading personality. Li Yuran's expressions were serious. The Great Golden City wants to select 10 youngsters this time. Jun Moxie, you may be the person who understand me the best. No other youngster will be able to beat me as long as I go. And, that's because of the way I think and scheme. I genuinely believe this, Jun Moxie sincerely commented. I will consider this world's men to be monsters if a person with Li Yuran's intelligence and maliciousness doesn't succeed. However, his heart skipped a beat at the same time. So, this is the dilemma Li Yuran is faced with. It's not surprising that he's being so frank today. No wonder, he's speaking so bluntly. It's no longer strange that he's acting so differently from how he used to be. Jun Moxie had finally understood the real reason behind Li Yuran's arrival. However, going away means that I must give up on the results I've worked so hard to achieve over the years. I must make a transition from desiring power in this secular world, and I must move to wanting the same at the topmost level. But, I've invested so much energy and effort over the years, and I'm beginning to realize my goals. I hate this because I'm not very far from my heart's desires at this time. However, I will have to repeat this process if I decide to go there, Li Yuran slowly said. In fact, it seemed as he was raising his arguments. Jun Moxie didn't say anything. Instead, he calmly waited for Li Yuran to speak up. Li Yuran remained silent for a while. Then, he suddenly lifted his head, and looked directly at Jun Moxie. He then said in a low voice, Jun Moxie, would you oppose me if I wanted to become the emperor of Tianxiang Empire? Perhaps I should ask if I would be setting myself against you by doing so. I know that you don't desire power. In fact, you don't even care about it. You only care about your family. You're only concerned with your sentiments. And, you only care about the people you love. Moreover, you desire absolute power and freedom. I'm confident that I haven't misjudged you in this regard. So, it doesn't matter who becomes the emperor. You won't care about it as long as he doesn't harm you. And, I can swear that I will never be the Jun family's enemy. And, this stands true regardless of whether I succeed or fail. In fact, I won't dare to be the Jun family's enemy. Li Yuran's eyes had turned very fervent at this moment. He fixed his eyes on Jun Moxie and said, this has been the biggest dream that I've wanted to achieve in my life ahead. At first, I was confident that I would have many opportunities to be successful. But, you have emerged now. And, I have a strong intuition that I will suffer a heavy blow from you if I'm not careful. And, I won't be able to withstand this setback when we consider the current strength of your Jun family. The Emperor of Tianxiang stands on the opposite side of the Jun family. Third young master, I also know a little about what's going on in your mind. Moreover, the 3 sons of the Emperor aren't getting along with you and Tang Yuan. So, I believe that you won't wish for any of them to become the emperor of Tianxiang. Therefore, I will turn the great golden city's offer down as long as you give me a free hand. Instead, I will fight for Tianxiang's throne with everything I've got. Li Yuran's face lit up as he said, "Third young master, maybe it will be a help to you if I choose to go this way. In fact, it will be good for you and for me. Your father, Jun Hui, was a great hero of his generation. He was an outstanding military general, and he had made a heroic contribution in Tianxiang's establishment. However, he had died under dubious circumstances. And, I can't believe that third young master has no suspicions in his mind when it comes to this matter. Third young master, we may not be able to join hands. But, we have a common enemy, and you don't want the secular power. So, you might as well help me. What's the harm in it? After all, I still know how to judge the hour and take stock of the situation at hand." Jun Moxie had been listening to him without saying a word. His tightened brows had made it evident that he had been pondering over things. Li Yuran had gotten emotional a while ago. So, he inhaled 2 deep breaths, and calmed himself down. Then, he began to blurt it out in a single breath, "This is where I choose to belong. A great man can't do without authority. And, this Li Yuran will have no fears if third young master gives me a nod." Jun Moxie said with a smile, "Do I have such influence now?" "Yes, you do. You aren't even aware of how frightening your influence has become. However, Tianxiang's current situation is fairly evident. The Tianxiang Empire won't survive one day if Jun Moxie wants its destruction. Even the overnight assassination of the entire royal family is merely a whim away for someone like you. However, you're still worried about your family's feelings. Moreover, you don't have any conclusive evidence to take this brazen decision." Li Yuran clenched his teeth, and said, "I'll probably have to go to the Great Golden City if third young master is unable to determine his standpoint. So, it must be said that there stands an opportunity for third young master's enemies if he can't make a commitment. After all, this Yuran will have to put his own safety first." Li Yuran smiled warmly as he said those words. He had been extremely calm when he had kept his 2 alternatives in front of Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie suddenly stood up. He took 2 steps with his hands behind his back, his brows were twitched into a frown. Li Yuran had opened up about things. And, Jun Moxie was convinced that Li Yuran had spoken from his heart. However, Jun Moxie couldn't feel relieved even though he believed it to be true. Li Yuran might have spoken from his heart at this time. However, a man of his nature would heartlessly turn hostile in case of a conflict of interests were to arise in the future. And, that's because Li Yuran's disposition would entail him to do so. Therefore, Jun Moxie couldn't be convinced of Li Yuran's commitment of never opposing the Jun family, not even a little. There was another reason. Li Yuran had great ambitions, amazing capabilities, and outstanding tactics. However, Jun Moxie didn't consider his characteristics suited to rule an empire. Li Yuran is in the embryonic form of becoming a minister of the state. He's probably the best candidate for a state minister's position. However, he isn't suitable to be the monarch of an empire. You probably see me at a very influential position at this time. Jun Moxie wrinkled his eyebrows as he spoke. Li Yuran, you've made an honest confession today. That's why I'll also be truthful to you. You aren't suited to be a monarch. You should be under 1 person, but above a 10,000. In fact, that would be the best position for you. But, you still lack too much if it's about ruling the entire world. So, that means, the third young master doesn't accept my proposal. Li Yuran was somewhat disappointed at first. He then spoke up in a sharp voice, "But why? Why do you think I'm unfit to rule the empire? You say this, my grandfather also says this. Haha. Don't tell me you that believe Yang Huayu's 3 useless sons are more skilled than me. They can have a chance to hold the emperor's title. So, why can't I try? You can't. And, that's because you lack the aggression and dominance. Moreover, this is something which comes from within. In fact, you lack by too many measures when it comes to this aspect. You lack too much to harbor such illusions. However, the most important point is that you've always thought about your own self only. You'll become the most influential minister of your generation if you sincerely seek to assist a monarch. You would ascend to an extremely important position. In fact, you would probably leave your name in the history books. The future generations will talk about you for years. And, they will study your methods for eons to come. You'll make any country rich and powerful in no time. However, your traits will fall short if you wish to make decisions for a country. Jun Moxie faced his competitor of old times, and announced these words in a serious manner. Oh, what a coincidence. My grandfather also speaks in this way. He used to say that I would protect the Li family's foundation if I were to become a minister. He says that I won't let the family crumble. But, a calamity is inevitable if became the ruler. And, that would lead to the destruction of the entire family. Your manner of speaking is similar to his. Li Yuran's face had expressions of dejection. In fact, it appeared as if a cock had been defeated in a match. However, his complexion suddenly began to turn sinister. Are you telling me that I, Li Yuran, will have to live under another man for my entire lifetime? I'm not willing to do that. You keep blabbering about your grandfather. The truth is that you've been shaped under his commands throughout your life. You've always been under him. But, you don't find any problems in accepting that. Jun Moxie spoke intensely. You're beneath the emperor when you act as a minister in the imperial halls. You're beneath your grandfather at home. You're second to me among your peers. However, you're known as the most talented man of your generation outside. But, you don't seem bothered by that. Moreover, you've lived like this for so many years. In fact, I'm sure that you would have continued to live like this for the rest of your life if your master hadn't recommended you to the great golden city. You would have lived like this till the day you died. So, it's unlikely that you'll be able to realize these wildly ambitious dreams of yours by yourself. Moreover, your heart knows whether these words of mine are right or wrong. You're trying to compel me to make a commitment. But, this is merely a means to prove your grandfather wrong, isn't it? Moreover, I genuinely don't like you. In fact, I've never liked you. But, I don't wish to deceive you today since you've been honest with me. Jun Moxie continued, Li Yuran, let's call it a day. Alright. Oh. So, do you have another candidate on your mind for the emperor's position? Li Yuran remained silent for a while. Then, a strand of his hair dropped down on his fair face. He then suddenly raised his head and looked on sharply, is it Yang Mo? He didn't wait for Jun Moxie to answer. Instead, he smiled and began speaking. No wonder you had invited Yang Mo to join the aristocratic hall. No wonder you've always given him the responsibility of dealing with the royal households when they visit. So, you've been training him. You've been training and nurturing him this entire time. Li Yuran had a cold smile on his face. He was disappointed. In fact, he was feeling awfully despaired. I'm convinced that you're too scared to mess with him. Jun Moxie smiled coldly. He didn't deny it in its entirety. After all, he knew that a person with Li Yuran's nature could easily make Yang Mo fall from grace in case Jun Moxie accepted this openly. However, this would keep him under doubt. Therefore, it was better if he didn't deny it and kept Li Yuran under a doubt instead. And, that's because Li Yuran would hesitate in making a move. Moreover, the manner in which Jun Moxie had made this statement had made it appear like a naked threat. Yes. That's right. I won't dare to mess with him. Moreover, I won't dare to make any moves in Tianxiang City either. Li Yuran laughed. However, I will choose to go to the Great Golden City in this case. And, I will dare to make a move once I have enough strength. So, I'll come back when I have enough strength. Things may not be the same by the time you return. You may even realize that you still don't know much about the high-level mysterious ways of this world. The world isn't only about power. Jun Moxie had stated this in a pensive tone. I'll certainly be your enemy once I go to the Great Golden City. Li Yuran looked at Jun Moxie. I'm certain about this matter since you have a connection with the Tian Fa. No. You won't. You won't get to decide anything in this manner. Jun Moxie sneered, you are a smart man. You could have done anything before I had risen to power. However, you won't dare to do anything since I'm now a powerful man. In fact, you won't dare to become my enemy as long as I, Jun Moxie, don't die. However, I also know that you'll be the first one to go against the Jun family once I'm dead. Third young master knows me too well. Li Yuran was at ease. He said with a smile, I'm clever, and my methods are shrewd. But, I've always had this shortcoming of being overcautious. And, this is why you're not fit to be the ruler. Jun Moxie said indifferently. But, I won't give up. I will never give up. After all, one can conquer the heavens if one makes great efforts. Li Yuran stood up, Jun Moxie, I'll take my leave. I'm likely to depart for the Great Golden City in 3 days' time. But, I wish to see you again someday. Perhaps someday in the far future. You've been honest in saying that you've never liked me. And, it's the same for me. I've never liked you either. You've always been a rival to me. I've never thought of making friends with you. In fact, I never thought that I would have such a conversation with you. However, I would still like to give you some words of advice before I leave. What is it? What advice? Jun Moxie lifted his eyebrows, he seemed interested in hearing this. Be careful over the next few days. It's important for you to be very careful, Li Yuran stated this with a smile, treat this as a small reward from my side. I know that you didn't comply with any of my requests. And, you didn't make any commitments to me either. But, you listened to my story with patience. Besides, I don't want you to die at someone else's hands. After all, I'll keep wishing how happy I would have been if I had killed Jun Moxie with my bare hands. Keep dreaming about it. But, be convinced that you won't have this opportunity in this life. Jun Moxie gazed at him as he stood up. I've been a hypocrite for most of my life. And, you've been a debauch for the most of yours. However, the survivor will get very lonely if one of us dies. So, it's okay if I'm unable to fulfill this cherished desire of mine. We can't be friends in this life, but you'll always be a motivation for me, Li Yuran smiled, and his complexion returned to his usual one, third young master, goodbye. He cupped his hands in order to bid goodbye. Then, he left without looking back. He hadn't been able to fulfill his purpose today. His requests to Jun Moxie had also ended in disappointment. However, he had been able to let go of his anger and dejection. So much so that he had even tried to warn Jun Moxie before he had left. Jun Moxie slowly sat down. Li Yuran's words had some meaning in them. In fact, it seems that the people from the 3 Holy Lands have already arrived. Moreover, they're probably planning to launch an attack on the Jun family. The words spoken by Li Yuran as a gift can't be meaningless. They aren't meaningless in any way. You've always looked down upon the Li family's people, but you're still worried about them. You admire being ruthless and heartless, but you're still an emotional man. After all, humans will always be human. So, how can you genuinely be so ruthless? Jun Moxie saw Li Yuran's figure disappearing into the corner of the room as he whispered these words to himself. Li Yuran had given the gift of these words right before he was scheduled to leave for the Great Golden City. He hadn't done this to look good in Jun Moxie's eyes, he hadn't even done to reward Jun Moxie for listening to his story. Instead, he wasn't very optimistic about the royal family of Tianxiang. Moreover, he knew that Tianxiang would witness a change of dynasties within a single day in case Jun Moxie made a move. Therefore, Li Yuran had given away this secret in order to ensure the Li family's survival. He had divulged this secret with only one desire: go easy on the Li family when you make the move. Li Yuran was indeed a very intelligent man. He genuinely deserved his fame for being the most talented youngster in Tianxiang. After all, he knew when to advance, and when to fall back. Li Yuran even understood Jun Moxie's way of thinking. However, he had still chosen to divulge this secret. Moreover, he had done that without making any threats, demands, exchanges, or conditions. And it was probably because he knew that he couldn't afford to provoke Jun Moxie at this time. Moreover, he knew that he would receive nothing in return in case he put forth some conditions. That's why it was better to give it up in this manner. Jun Moxie shook his head and sighed. Jun Moxie knew that he would have gone after Li Yuran in case he had dared to offend him by saying something impertinent. In fact, Jun Moxie wouldn't have hesitated in killing him on the spot. However, Li Yuran had acted very cleverly today. And, he hadn't given Jun Moxie any reasons to feel offended. Or, was it possible that Jun Moxie appreciated him to some extent? After all, would Jun Moxie need a reason in case he wanted to kill someone? Gusts of wind rose in the sky, and snowflakes fluttered down on his face. Their incisive iciness seeped into the bottom of his heart. This was the first snowfall of this winter. However, it had poured down very quietly on this day. Did this bear an indication to something? Lei Wu Bei and Shi Chang Xiao didn't leave in the evening. Instead, they stayed at the Jun residence. The host obviously can't force a guest to leave if they don't their leave on their own accord. And, this was especially the case if the guest happened to hold the majestic status of a great master. However, Old Man Jun and others couldn't prevent themselves from feeling somewhat strange about this. After all, even the arrival of these two men had come as a surprise to them. Therefore, it was obviously weirder that they had decided to stay back. Meanwhile, Feng Wanyun had lodged with the solitary falcon. The sounds of the wind had been becoming softer since afternoon. In fact, they had gradually faded away. And, the world had fallen into silence, only the silvery white snowflakes had been falling relentlessly in a dreamy manner. In fact, there was already a thick layer of it on the ground, trees, and the roof. The lands had been dyed a hazy white by the snow. Indistinct silhouettes of several men came into appearance in the silence of midnight. Over 100 figures quietly surrounded the Jun residence in this heavy snow. Everyone's body movements were very quick and skillful. In fact, they were moving like the wind. Dozens of black-robed men had stationed themselves on the Jun residence's fence in the twinkling of an eye. The Jun family's guards were patrolling below the fence. However, these men were so skilled that the guards didn't notice their presence even when they were standing right above their heads. 7 or 8 figures were flying high in the sky in the distance. Their bodily movements made it seem as if they were lighter than the snowflakes. They were floating in a leisurely and carefree manner. Mei Shuiyan frowned whilst she lay on her bed within the elegant fragrance courtyard's premises. She suddenly sat up. Then, her body flashed, and she quickly got dressed. She then flicked a small piece of paper out of the window. However, this piece of paper suddenly changed its direction in midair, and entered the Snake King's room. Then, Mei Shuiyan's body moved and arrived in front of the window. She attentively looked outside, and saw that countless black-robed individuals were gently floating down with the snowflakes under the brightly gleaming moonlight. A murderous spark flickered in Mei Shuiyan's eyes. Her face turned as cold as ice. She abruptly opened the door, and floated out in silence. Her delicate, fair, and graceful figure seemed like that of a fairy as she moved in the sky. She went straight upwards, and rose dozens of feet in the air. Then, she steadily stationed herself on the top of the Jun family's tower. She then shouted in a cold voice, "3 holy lands, have you genuinely stooped so low? You have arrived to do something as shameful as launching an attack on a secular family? You've genuinely left me to sneer at you. Meanwhile, Mei Shuiyan's astonishing momentum frantically rushed around like a wave that surges violently across the ocean. And the entire courtyard of the Jun residence was shrouded by her aura in a couple of breaths. It seemed as if a dry lake had run into a mighty sea. The violent sea waves had poured and filled the lake to capacity. Moreover, the waves didn't seem to be showing any signs of stopping. This momentum was as majestic as the one witnessed when several mighty rivers converge. Moreover, it seemed as if that scene was being accompanied by innumerable strikes of thunder and lightning. And that thunder was ruthlessly causing havoc in the entire sky. Mei Shuiyan's snow-white robe surpassed the snowfall's beauty as she stood atop the tall tower in the snow. Her long hair was flowing like a waterfall as her graceful body stood proudly upright. Her breathtaking face was sufficient to amaze any man. However, it was emitting a cold look of bitter disappointment. Her imposing aura had lifted a layer of snow off the ground. And the snow had then started to swirl around her body. Mei Shuiyan looked like a fairy at this moment. But, this fairy was exuding an earth-shaking murderous intention. Mei Shuiyan had been genuinely enraged at this time. She had been graceful and elegant in the face of the three Holy Lands' despicable actions since she had always given priority to the overall situation. However, she had finally exposed her murderous intention. This was unadulterated murderous intention. In fact, it seemed like the murderous intent of an individual who'd feel gloomy if they weren't allowed to kill. Whoosh! 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 A series of cloth-ripping sounds echoed as numerous robes moved at high speeds. Mei Shuiyan secretly counted the numbers. There were 90 individuals in total. They rushed over from all directions, and gathered below the tower. However, they had no choice but to gather there. Each of these individuals was a top expert. Their leaders were outstanding, experienced, and careful. Therefore, they had quickly judged that their weaker comrades wouldn't be able to withstand her blows in case they were to stand at a distance from each other. Moreover, they had figured that many of their team's members would be fated for death since the woman atop the tower was likely to attack very decisively. In fact, they had realized that they wouldn't even get the time to rescue their comrades. These 90 top experts from the three Holy Lands had been forced to change their wishful thinking under Mei Shuiyan's highly oppressive and tyrannical momentum. And, they had been forced to assemble close to each other instead. That's because they had realized that Mei Shuiyan was unlikely to be lenient in case they allowed her to attack them one individual at a time. Only one individual's ferocious and oppressive aura had left 90 renowned top experts terrified. This itself was enough to state that Mei Shuiyan's power was world-shaking. Numerous other momentums also stirred up and surged towards the sky in response. The dense snow suddenly rose upwards into the sky in a split second. It seemed as if an invisible dome had been formed over the Jun family's courtyard to block the snow outside. The momentum was suddenly reversed in a very violent manner. And, Mei Shuiyan's robes started to flutter with rustling and droning sounds. We are from the three Holy Lands. But, an evil creature like you can't criticize us. After all, we've done a lot for the peace and growth of the entire mainland. What would you know about it? A strange and ear-piercing voice echoed. This disgusting voice was like the sound of a rat grinding his teeth at night. Or like an owl screeching on a grave. It seemed like the gates of the hell had opened, and wailing of the malicious spirits therein had rushed out. In short, this voice was extremely unpleasant to the ears. A man floated out from the crowd as this voice echoed. That's right, he floated out because his legs didn't even move. In fact, his entire body hadn't shown any signs of movement. He had simply floated out like a ghost. This man's unkempt hair reflected in the clear snow below. His facial features were withered, and his cheeks had sunk deep inwards. One of his eyes was emitting a cold light from its very depths. However, other eye, there was only a hole in the eye socket. Just a dark hole. It could be seen that the left-hand sleeve of his robe had fluttered when he had floated forward. So, it was evident that there was no arm in that sleeve. Moreover, one of the trouser legs was also empty. This indicated that one of his legs was also missing. A careful glance at this man's head would leave one to discover that he only had one ear. He stood there looking remarkably similar to a zombie that had jumped out from a grave. He even carried that dense and eerie aura on his body. This man had serious disabilities. Mei Shuiyan's expressions changed. It turned out that she had recognized this man. The reason why she recognized him was, he had led the group which had besieged her in the past. This man was surnamed Yu. His original name was Yu Desheng. In fact, it was a good name since it meant, I will be triumphant over my enemies. But, he got disabled after he suffered a major defeat in the past. Moreover, only half of his body was lucky enough to survive that incident. Thereupon, he got the nickname of Yue Ban, or half-bodied. However, he didn't pay any attention to it. He earned himself a lot of fame in his half-bodied avatar as time passed. So, people eventually stopped calling him Yu Desheng altogether. This man's name was somewhat funny, but he wasn't. His usual habit was to divide his enemies into half. And, this didn't refer to their properties either. He would cleave their bodies into halves. After all, only a half-bodied could meet a half-bodied. This man was extremely powerful even though he was disabled. He also commanded a very high status. In fact, he was the chief of operations in the elusive land of immortals. He had a decisive and violent heart, and had a reputation for acting mercilessly. His Xian strength was quite outstanding, and it was rare to find someone in his generation who could match him. In fact, it could be said that Mei Shuiyan wouldn't have suffered those serious injuries if this man hadn't used his entire strength when he had led that ambush against her in the past. It was a coincidence that he was leading the team this time as well. In fact, this seemed as if these two were destined to clash against each other. He raised his gloomy head, and a grim light glowed in his only eye. He looked at Mei Shuiyan, and puckered his eyebrows. Then, he suddenly laughed and said, "A little girl shouldn't speak so loudly when standing at such height. After all, the wind might get your tongue because you're standing so high up." Mei Shuiyan was condescendingly looked him in a cold manner. Then, she stated in a heavy voice, "Retreat." She had only spoken one word, but it had sounded as if a muffled thunderstrike had suddenly exploded. Even the ground was left to shake a few times. And, the snow on top of the trees within a radius of 30 meters fell down with a rustling sound. The minds of 90 men who stood in the courtyard were left stunned by this. They had known that there was a top expert in the Jun family. However, they hadn't foreseen that this individual would be so strong. The strengths of these 90 people from the three holy lands had already reached the top levels. However, none amongst them could match her. However, they were fearless. Even the weakest amongst them had reached the basic realm of the Great Master level. Moreover, their team consisted of 30 experts who were above the Great Master level, 10 experts from each of the three holy lands. After all, they had joined hands this time. In fact, this could be considered the most powerful collaboration of the three holy lands over past hundreds of years. 60 Great Master level experts and 30 experts above the Great Master level. It would have been a joke if they had gotten intimidated by the enemy. The woman in front of them possessed astonishing Xian strength. But, even a fierce tiger can't resist a pack of wolves. Hadn't Venerable Mei of Tian Fa Forest been exceptionally tyrannical back in the day? Hadn't his tyranny been unmatched? However, 10 top experts had still managed to defeat him after they had joined hands. In fact, the famed Venerable Mei had barely managed to escape at that time. Therefore, they didn't have any reason to be afraid of this lone young woman. "Little girl, you are merely talking bullshit from a position of height. But, don't ask us to leave for no reason. In fact, you ought to come down and take a look at the real situation if you have the ability. Others will only listen to you if you have a very big fist." Half-bodied squinted his only eye as he said in a shady and pitiful manner. A scholarly and elegant man was standing beside him. This scholarly man was none other than Ning Wuqing. Another man who looked like an immortal stood behind them. His facial features were so lean that it seemed as if someone had carved them out with a knife. He had a white beard and white hair. Moreover, he seemed as calm and unflustered as a mountain. 7 other men were arranged behind them in a wing-like pattern. Furthermore, 20 more men were arranged in their background in 2 neat rows. So, it was evident that this lineup hailed from the elusive land of immortals. Mei Shuiyan condescendingly watched their battle formation with a cold expression in her eyes. And, she couldn't help herself from breathing a heavy sigh. This was an exquisite battle formation. These people could advance to attack and retreat in defense whenever needed. Moreover, this was a group of experienced experts. So, they modify this battle formation in the wink of an eye. It could be assessed that these men had a high degree of tacit understanding. And, this understanding had evidently been developed from rehearsing for the battle for seizing the heavens. It must be mentioned that this understanding had been formed in order to deal with the outsiders. However, they were using it on their own allies at this time. The sorrow of situation was perhaps hard to express. There was another team on the left-hand side. They too comprised of roughly the same number of people. However, it was shocking to see that even Ma Jiangming was standing in the second spot amidst this team from the Great Golden City. Purple-robed men stood upright on the right side of the team from the elusive world of immortals. Their fearlessness was visible from the gleam in their eyes. These people hailed from the illusory ocean of blood. No one among them was mediocre. This terrific lineup had made it evident that their strengths had already reached the extremes. In fact, it was hard to guess how many folds their strength surpassed the Jun family's power by. It wouldn't be wrong to say that there would have been no need for the dispatch of 90 such experts over this task if these people hadn't taken Mei Shuiyan into account. Perhaps only 10 of them would have been sufficient for the entire Jun family's destruction. How could the Jun family have coped with this crisis of destruction? There was no hope for the Jun family as far as the current situation was concerned. They could only drag a few people with them at the most. In fact, they couldn't even drag the enemy's leading personalities down with themselves if they tried. The difference in the strengths of the two parties involved was beyond comparison. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this gap was as huge as the one between the heaven and earth. After all, this gap was impossible to overcome. Mei Shuiyan had gasped at the sight of the preparations the 3 holy lands had made for the battle for seizing the heavens. However, she still needed to overlook it for now. She gave out a sneering laugh. Then, her body suddenly rose in the air like flash of lightning. She was too quick for others to take note of how and when she had moved. She landed on the ground in front of the half-bodied, and spoke up in a cold tone, "Half-bodied, I've come like you had asked. So, tell me, how can I help you?" No one could make out what was going on inside Mei Shuiyan's mind by merely looking her beautiful face. She looked as calm and unperturbed as always. However, she was extremely anxious in reality. The reason why she had made a loud noise before coming down was to toil for a little more time. After all, some people from the Jun family might get a chance to escape if luck favored them. And, they could find an opportunity to make a comeback as long as some of them survived. Of course, Mei Shuiyan was mainly concerned about him, being able to escape. In fact, Mei Shuiyan would harbor no regrets even if she died today as long as he was able to escape. I hope that Snake King, Tiger King, and Jun Moxie understand my intentions. I hope they don't waste the sacrifice of my life. They will be able to rise in time as long as they don't run into any mishaps. This was a time of urgency. So, it was too late to come up with any plans. Therefore, Mei Shuiyan was only hoping that she'd ascend to the heavens. "Girl, you've probably understood our intentions by now." Half-bodied spoke up in a gentle manner, "A girl who possesses such a supernatural cultivation must know about the battle for seizing the heavens. We believe that the outcome of the battle for seizing the heavens depends upon the magical abilities of those mysterious pills from the Jun family. And, we swear that we won't harm the Jun family for the purpose of the mainland's safety and the welfare of its common people. However, this stands true only as long as the girl and the Jun family hand over those divine pills. We'll also need the alchemist who refines them. In fact, we will withdraw from here right this instant if you do that. What do you think about this? This matter is now left for the girl to decide upon. This is my way of showing respect to you and the Jun family. Is that so now? You care about the welfare of the common people? That's a nice pretense to fool everyone. It's a pity that these words aren't the real reason behind these shameless actions of yours. Mei Shuiyan continued to speak contemptuously. You're trying to cover up how trashy the people from the three holy lands have become. Other people might not know it. But, do you think that I don't know it? Be straightforward if you want those mysterious pills. And, say that you're greedy. What's the point of being pretentious about it? What's the connection between your greed and the welfare of the world? This girl is very quick-witted. I think I admire her, someone from the illusory ocean of blood side spoke out. Then, a middle-aged man leisurely stepped forward and spoke up. Listening to this girl's words makes it seem as if she knows a lot about our three holy lands. It's agreeable that we haven't come here with generous intentions. But, it would be wrong to say that we've only come for our personal interests. You know that we, the three holy lands, have come here for our selfish reasons. But, you also know that the common people will be the ones to benefit out of this. In fact, no one can declare this as untrue. You seem acquainted with the tales of the continent. So, you must understand that one mustn't care about the sacrifices if they wish to succeed in something big. The monarch of a nation also works in the same manner. However, we are trying to work for an even greater good in comparison to a petty monarch. The man had spoken justly and sensibly. His words had been very reasonable. Even Mei Shuiyan found it somewhat difficult to contradict him. So, she carefully looked at this man's appearance. She saw that this man had delicate features, a perfect build, a sturdy and tall body, and an upright figure. He was wearing a tidy purple gown. And, his gown was glamorously flashing in the snow. 5 golden lines were shining on the cuffs and collar of his gown. He continued with a graceful smile. Besides, my illusory ocean of blood has come to the Jun family to talk about another important matter as well. The Jun family has killed 2 of our great master-level experts in the days gone by. Moreover, they've also killed the sun which scorches 1,000 mountains, Huang Taiyang. They were killed by the Jun family's conspiracy. Those 3 had gone through several years of hard training in order to qualify to fight in the battle for seizing the heavens. You can't say that this matter isn't one of importance. In fact, it doesn't even matter who started the fight anymore. You need to give us an explanation. Else, I'm sure that this is going to harm our friendship. His tone had been gentle, but he had gotten straight to point. Anyone who'd listen to him would notice a threat concealed in his words. Mei Shuiyan calmly looked at this cultured and elegant face. This man looked only 30 or 40. However, she was aware that this man was probably 7 or 8 times older than 30. Jinghong, there's no reason for you to speak so shamelessly. It doesn't matter what topic you're talking about, this shameless behavior is still disgraceful. Mei Shuiyan coldly said, don't tell me that the reason behind Huang Taiyang's death isn't overly obvious. Then, you even went ahead and said that, it doesn't matter who might have started the fight. You've made me look down upon the illusory ocean of blood by saying that. This man was known as Jinghong. And, he had a loud and resounding title, the purple cloud that arrives from the east. His sword technique could summon the thunderous purple clouds from the east. And, their appearance was never a good omen for the other side. He was ranked 3rd in the illusory ocean of blood. His swordplay was as good as Ning Wuqing's. A single slap of his palm had the power to crack mountains and slit through the stones. Even Mei Shuiyan couldn't have expected that he would have personally arrived for this task. In fact, his appearance had made it evident that the illusory ocean of blood had given a lot of importance to this matter. Moreover, it won't be wrong to say that his arrival was a clear sign that they wouldn't have second thoughts about killing anyone who stood in their path. Well, it makes no difference whether you look down upon or not. Girl, do you genuinely believe that you'll be able to walk away tonight? This man seemed to be leading the Great Golden City's platoon. He was wearing a long hemp gown. He also had a crown on top of his head, 3 pearls were embedded in it. It seemed as if some country's emperor had decided to join in. Xiao Wei Qing. On what basis are you qualified to say such words? Mei Shuiyan retorted with a cold expression, does that 3-pearled crown from the Great Golden City give you the audacity to speak in this manner? Xiao Wei Qing burst into a loud laughter. He then waved his hand and shouted, everyone. Begin ambushing this vixen. Ma Jiangming flashed a strange smile. His face was overcast with lightning clouds of sorrow. It appeared as if he harbored endless desires to commit murder. He was also the first one to dash out for the task amidst the crowd. Moreover, his eyes were emitting rays of hatred and resentment. How on earth could Ma Jiangming admit defeat, especially in front of an attractive woman? After all, they weren't very pleasing to his eyes. His face didn't look his age. And, his smile wasn't revealing his true intention. He was an embodiment of the saying even smiles have dagger hidden within. Mei Shuiyan was about to move into action when another delicate and womanly figure suddenly appeared from behind with a hissing sound. A green shadow spread over the entire sky in a flash of lightning. Then, it got entangled with Mei Shuiyan's dazzling white aura. The 2 people spun rapidly, and their shadows seemingly fused into one. It became difficult to differentiate one from the other. Only 2 shadows of light could be seen rummaging over each other. They were turning and twisting while moving up and down at a great speed. They spun around in the vacant sky while scattering the snow around them. It was the Snake King, Green Hunter. Mei Shuiyan had suddenly gotten worried since the Snake King hadn't escaped. What about the rest of them? Are they also still here? 2 sturdy and tall figures hurried towards her from the left side as this thought crossed her mind. The eyes of these 2 men were filled with hatred. And, they were hurling abuses as they were walking. In fact, they were cursing in a very loud voice, it wasn't very pleasant to hear them. They were Bear King and Earth Cracker. 2 others were rushing towards her from the right. However, they looked extremely skillful and agile. They were silent, but their complexions were grim. Their long hair was fluttering in the breeze. These 2 men were Solitary Falcon and Foam Wan Yun. 2 more individuals were walking towards Mei Shuiyan from the back. They had grave expressions on their faces, and they were walking at a slow pace. These 2 men were Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi. The duo had expressions of worry on their faces, but they didn't seem in a hurry. Mei Shuiyan felt so anxious that she nearly got sick. In fact, she was sweating all over. Oh heavens! Why haven't they left? Why have they come to confront an enemy that possesses such an overwhelming power? Don't they know that confronting them is tantamount to asking for death? What are these people doing when they know that they'll die? These are times when even a great hero would run to the Green Hills so that he can make a comeback when the time is suitable. Mei Shuiyan couldn't comprehend the mindset of this Jun father and son duo. After all, the enemy was far stronger than their own self. Jun family was already on the edge of life and death. However, these 2 men had remained unyielding. How can we let our guests face these enemies? We know that we might die. But, we'll die before our guests do. After all, this is the Jun family's residence. The Jun family will be able to recover as long as Jun Moxie lives on. Today's bloodshed will give rise to an ocean of hatred. But, he'll be able to make a comeback in time. The Solitary Falcon had showed up for the Jun family. I haven't used much of my strength to aid the Jun family ever since I've arrived here. However, I've repeatedly received huge favors from them. The Solitary Falcon was very grateful to the Jun family. How will I ever be able to compensate such a huge favor? Therefore, the solitary falcon rushed out without hesitation as soon as the enemy invaded. However, a series of complicated thoughts were tumbling inside Feng Junyun's mind at this time. I had abandoned this family when they had gotten into trouble in the southern heaven city. Would I escape again? What am I? Am I an ostrich that I'd keep hiding from dangers like that? I know that the enemy is as strong as I am. In fact, many amongst their ranks are much stronger than me. But, when would a real hot-blooded man show off his strength if not now? I will die fighting if that's what this decision will bring me to. Then, Feng Wanyun had also rushed along with Solitary Falcon. Arg! The 300 soul devourers and heavenly destroyers from Jun Moxie's personal team also showed up at the courtyard's perimeter with thunderous roars. Every soldier had a cold expression and anger on his face. They held the Xian tendon crossbows in their left hands. And, they held sharp swords in their right. Their entire body was emitting a murderous aura. They then gradually began to spread in a circle with vicious expressions of their faces. The soul devourers and heavenly destroyers were merely basic-level Jade Xian fighters. So, they were like tiny ants in front of these great master-level experts. Yet, they had rushed over without any fear. A long whistling sound came from the tall courtyard wall as the shadow of 3 people flashed. Hai Chen Feng, Song Shang, and Bailey Luo Yun emerged on the top of the wall. The silvery sword in each individual's hand was reflecting the snow. Hai Chen Feng burst into a loud laughter and said, "Old Song, who could have thought that we would be fighting so many great masters one day? This is indeed a gratifying and happy matter." Song Shang sneered and grabbed a wine gourd from his back. Then, he drank a large mouthful, and roared with a heroic spirit, "Excellent." However, it was hard to guess whether he had found the wine to be excellent, or he had agreed with Hai Chen Feng's words. "Old Song, this Hai Chen Feng will invite you to drink a lifetime worth of wine if there's an afterlife." Hai Chen Feng laughed as a heroic feeling soared inside him. Song Shang suddenly laughed in response. He then said in a loud voice, "It's a deal. It's a deal." Hai Chen Feng promised in a heavy voice, "Clap hands and make a vow." Bang! The palms of the 2 men came together, and both men became brothers for the next life. It must be mentioned that these 2 men were veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles. So, how would they not know that they had walked into a dead end tonight? Could there be any hope of survival in the face of such a formidable opposition? However, the 2 men were still laughing. And, their appearance was still bold and carefree. "You're good men. I also wish to drink wine with you guys in the afterlife. So, let me know if you think that I'm not qualified enough." Bailey Luo Yan's expressions were like ice. However, a cordial expression ignited in his eyes as he glanced at these 2 men. Hai Chen Feng and Song Shang glanced at each other in amazement. Then, they suddenly laughed out, and said, "Who said you aren't qualified enough? You're a good brother. You are our brother from now on." Bang! The palms of the 3 men clapped together. They then looked at each other, and burst into laughter. Hai Chen Feng and Song Shang didn't know Bailey Luo Yan very well. In fact, they had met him very recently, and knew very little about him. However, they had become good brothers at this juncture where they were certain to meet their deaths. Moments of life and death are the best whetstone for a friendship. After all, one can't conceal their true nature while facing life and death moments. So, it becomes clear whether an individual is heroic, loyal, honest, or a cheat, a traitor, whether an individual's feelings are fake or genuine. Shi Changshao and Lei Wu Bei also showed up in quick succession. But, they had showed up in the enemy's lineup even though they had arrived here to congratulate the Jun family. However, this 4th and 6th ranked Great Master duo seemed rather ordinary in the 3 Holy Lands lineup of experts. A sharp, jingling sound was heard at this time. It turned out that the Snake King and Ma Jiangming had already clashed against one another. However, they had drawn their weapons at the same time. So, it was obvious that this jingling sound had originated since their weapons had clashed into the opposite parties. It must be mentioned that both these individuals were the overlords of shady means. Therefore, they had assessed their enemy in their minds, and had chosen to draw their weapons at a time which would be most opportune to land a fatal blow to the enemy. But, who would have thought that their weapons would strike against the opposite parties? Ma Jiangming quickly retreated after they exchanged this blow. And, that's because he had suddenly realized a rice grain-sized hole had been split open in his sword the moment it had come in contact with the enemy's weapon. I had used hundreds of weapons to refine this sword. This sword had costed me a great deal of effort and money in the past. In fact, I don't even remember how many talented individuals were killed by this sword. I had used this sword to move unhindered in the entire world. I had never defected in any manner. Who could have thought that it would break like this today? Ma Jiangming's cherished sword had suffered a major damage. This had left him alarmed, and distressed. In fact, he felt as if his heart had been twisted in a very painful manner. He retreated with such urgency that it seemed as if his soul was about to fly away. The Snake King had gained the upper hand in this fight. So, she obviously wanted to pursue her retreating opponent. She twisted her waist, and her body bent to a strange extent in the air. In fact, it seemed as if her body had bent in 7 or 8 places. Then, she chased after her enemy at a very quick speed. It seemed as if a giant snake made of clouds and mist was swiftly descending like a blizzard in order to devour its enemy. A light flashed in Ma Jiangming's eyes since he had suddenly realized something. He then blurted out, "She turned out to be the Snake King. This is the signature move of Tianfa Forest's Snake King. The quick snake bends the waist in 7 places." However, Ma Jiangming immediately felt as if something was amiss. The Snake King had fought with Lei Wu Bei a few days ago. And, he is one of the 8 great masters. However, the fight had been declared a draw. The Beast Kings are widely known for their physical strength. However, this had left me to assess that they are only as strong as a great master in human terms. In fact, this means that these Beast Kings possess great master level cultivation. However, I'm far above the great master level. So, how can she possibly force me to retreat in this manner? Moreover, this girl's speed is much faster than the legendary Snake King's. In fact, it's far too fast. Her speed is so astonishing that I can barely breathe right now. How can the Snake King possibly command so much speed when she's only as strong as a great master? The Snake King had already arrived to attack him while he was thinking about this. She raised her sword, and it glittered with a silvery radiance. Ma Jiangming howled as he brandished his sword squarely to counter. This wasn't the time to think about his cherished sword. After all, he would lose his life if he didn't stake everything in this fight. That sword was very precious to him, but it wasn't dearer than his own life. The Snake King sneered upon seeing this. Her sword moved with a brushing sound, and came in contact with Ma Jiangming's weapon. However, this collision didn't produce a deafening sound like Ma Jiangming had anticipated. And, that was because Snake King's sword had suddenly become flexible like a swift snake. Then, it wrapped itself around Ma Jiangming's sword. In fact, it conveniently attached itself to his sword's blade. Her sword then flipped over with a brushing sound, and changed its direction at an impossible angle. It scrapped at Ma Jiangming's arm with a jeering sound, and blood came gushing out the wound. Even his bone had become visible through this deep wound. Ma Jiangming let out a loud hissing sound. His usually hardship-stricken face contorted with pain, and beads of sweat rolled down his face. He had genuinely been struck with a hardship this time around. He bent his waist backwards as he retreated with anxiety. This man was a famed expert of his generation, and his strength had already transcended the great master level. However, he had been pushed into such a perilous situation by the Snake King in only a few moves. He had surely somewhat underestimated his enemy. But, it was evident that the Snake King's newfound speed and weird sword had differed from his expectations by a very far margin. Something flashed in Green Hunter's eyes as the corners of her mouth curved into a sneer. Her flexible sword suddenly changed directions, and became as solid as iron. Then, it stabbed towards Ma Jiangming's chest. How could Green Hunter not understand the peril of her enemy's situation? She obviously knew that her team would be greatly benefited in case she was able to eliminate one of the strongest members of the enemy's team in one fell swoop. The second half of the Snake King's sword was still wrapped around Ma Jiangming's sword. But, the front half had seemingly launched an attack by itself. Moreover, her sword's blade seemed to be moving like electricity. The tip of her sword split like a fork, and attacked like a poisonous viper's tongue. It was as fast as the sound of a thunder. It was obvious that Ma Jiangming wouldn't be able to dodge this attack. The sound of two angry roars was heard at this time. Two great master-level experts dashed forward, and attacked from the left and right sides. A sword flashed towards the Snake King's left shoulder with a whoosh as a man's palm tried to slam into her head. Ma Jiangming would inevitably suffer serious injuries if Green Hunter maintained the momentum of her sword's attack. In fact, he was very likely to die from this. But, she would also barely get away with it. However, it seemed that she would have to abandon her sword and retreat in case she wanted to dodge the attacks from those two men. It suddenly seemed that her clever trick of entangling her opponent's weapon had turned into the biggest obstacle in advancing or withdrawing her own sword. However, it must be mentioned that this Besiegen rescue attack was exquisite in its own accord. A man of Ma Jiangming's status had initially regarded that he would be able to fight the Snake King by himself. Moreover, he had assumed that he would be able to press his enemy down in this one-sided battle. He had even smiled and rejoiced at this thought. However, he had been defeated in a matter of a few moves. Moreover, two other men had been forced to gang up a sneak attack on the Snake King in order to rescue him from this perilous situation. It could be said that Ma Jiangming's reputation had suffered a massive hit. In fact, his reputation wasn't the only thing which had taken a huge hit, the entire Three Holy Lands' fame had been discredited. However, the Three Holy Lands people didn't pay any attention to this matter at this time. And, that's because everyone had seen that the Snake King's sword was super powerful. Would anyone pay heed to a little stigma if they obtained such an amazing weapon at the end of it? History books are always written by the winners. The Jun family's destruction is a foregone conclusion as of today. So, who will know about this unpleasant episode as long as we didn't divulge it to the outside world? Green Hunter sneered loudly. She then spoke up with a taunt. The Three Holy Lands ganged up to beat one person. This had genuinely broadened my horizons. Have the Three Holy Lands dropped to the status of city thugs? However, she didn't stop while talking. The tip of her sword made a cut on Ma Jiangming's chest. Then, it calmly recoiled backwards. Her sword also released its grip around the enemy it had entangled. She then ducked away before the other sword struck her. She was only one individual with one sword. However, it had still seemed as if there had been two equally smart and quick snakes on the battlefield. Moreover, she had quickly retreated almost 30 meters within one whirl and flash. In fact, her body hadn't faced the slightest amount of obstruction in doing so. The Snake King's quick and smart movements had transcended the assumptions of everyone present there by a very far margin. It could be said that everyone had been frightened by this. After all, Ma Jiangming's body would have been cleft into two parts if the Snake King hadn't been forced into retracting her sword under the pressure of those two great master-level experts' ambush. Relentless roars were being heard from a different side of the battlefield. Big Bear and Earth Cracker were very short-tempered beast kings. Therefore, they had already started fighting against three famed great masters. Zi Jinghong narrowed his eyes in a dangerous-looking manner. He then slowly asked, "Are you the Snake King?" Snake King snorted and replied, "Yes, I am the Snake King." "What are you going to do about it?" "That means that those two men over there must be the Tiger King and the Bear King." Zi Jinghong revealed a faint smile across his face as he looked at the Snake King. It seemed as if he had discovered a huge treasure. Green Hunter sneered, Zi Jinghong, don't you think you're a bit weird? What are you trying to say? How can someone as powerful as you be as sentimental as a woman? Heavens are truly helping me. This trip to the Jun family has given unexpected profits. Who could have thought that it would have been this easy to get hold of 3 Xian cores? This has saved me a long and difficult trek to Tian Fa. Zi Jinghong laughed wildly. He waved his hands and ordered in a stern voice, kill them. Don't leave them alive. His subordinates from the illusory ocean of blood responded in chorus. They then moved forward in a circular formation. Their sharp weapons flashed cold lights, and it was evident that they were ready to move into action. Wait! Mei Shuiyan shouted in a neutral tone. A sharp light flashed in her eyes as she said, Zi Jinghong, what did you just say? You said that you wanted the Beast King's Xian cores. Her tone had been gloomy. But, it had still embodied the incisive effect of a threatening one. In fact, it was somewhat eerie sounding. Anyone who had heard it had felt as if stormy clouds were approaching to press down upon them. The Beast King's Xian cores are the most precious things in the entire world. Who wouldn't want them? Zi Jinghong faintly laughed. His hands were folded behind his back at this time. His expressions were that of leisure and confidence. He then faintly said, this Zi Jinghong is also a man who practices the Xian arts you know. He had even managed to enact a sobbing sigh when he had spoken that last sentence. Zi Jinghong, you have some guts on you. Do you even know who I am? Mei Shuiyan spoke up in a stern voice, you dare to be so impudent in front of me. Do you know that you've just written your death warrant? He. Venerable Mei, attempting to keep things a secret doesn't mean that they remain hidden. Did you genuinely believe that this old man wouldn't recognize you until now? I had covered thousands of miles to chase and kill you back in the day. It was such a wonderful feeling. In fact, this old man still remembers that feeling. Venerable Mei, fortune had favored you at that time. But, it's a pity that luck doesn't favor the same person forever. Half-bodied smiled strangely. He then looked at Mei Shuiyan's exquisite and delicate body in an extremely indecent manner with his only eye. Then, he clicked his tongue, and spoke up, it can be said that today's events have implied something. For Beast Kings left Tian Fa and arrived at the Jun family. This is the most unexpected reward for us. In fact, it seems that the heavens are on our side. This is a big surprise. After all, Venerable Mei is a famed entity of the Xian continent. She's the supreme leader of Tian Fa. This old man had never anticipated that she would turn out to be a woman. Moreover, I had never imagined that she could hide in another man's home in order to indulge in a shady and illicit relationship with him. Mei Shuiyan's face turned pale, half-bodied, do you wish to court your death? Half-bodied laughed mischievously, Venerable Mei possesses enough strength to seize this half-bodied's head whenever she wants. But, it seems that it won't be that easy today. However, there's something I fail to understand, Venerable Mei. May I ask you for guidance? He flashed a sinister smile. What is it? Mei Shuiyan's charming face turned fiendish as bloody rays of light twinkled in her eyes. Venerable Mei is a very experienced and knowledgeable person. Couldn't you find any other man in so many years? I've heard that the Jun family's young fellow isn't even 20 years of age. Perhaps the taste of that young fellow from the Jun family makes you extremely ecstatic. Maybe he gives you an urge you can't resist. That's probably why you long to commit fervent adultery with him. Is this why you've crossed thousands of miles and arrived in Tianxiang City to be in his bed? Venerable Mei's name had shaken every direction in this continent at one point. However, this old man is very curious to know about Venerable Mei's current status. What is your ranking amongst Jun Moxie's concubines? After all, the first wife's position is gone. I've heard that it was taken by Jun Moxie's lewd sister-in-law. Perhaps the first concubine's position is also unavailable. After all, there's Dugu Xiao Yi from the Dugu family. So, are you the third one, or the fourth? Ha ha ha. Half-bodied sinisterly looked at Mei Shui-yen with the one eye he had. Then, he shot an extremely lascivious gaze at her while sneering and licking his lips. Venerable Mei, it can be said that we are contemporaries. But, you're indulging in a relationship with a much younger man. Don't you feel ashamed of it? You might look like a young maiden when stripped naked on bed. But, that young fellow can never be as good as the experienced people of our generation. It's true that half of my body is gone. But, that part of my body remains intact. So, if you're interested, or if you're unable to satisfy yourselves. In fact, I haven't touched it much over the years. So, I'm confident that I possess a great amount of masculine energy in it. Anyway, I'll be far better than that rich and ignorant young fellow. We could even teach each other a thing or two. It would be such a beautiful encounter. He hadn't even finished speaking when a loud hissing sound was heard from the sky. Mei Shui-yen had already arrived above his head. Half-bodied raised his only arm and began to swirl in circles. His movements created several intermingled afterimages in the air. He shouted as tried his best to resist her attacks. The snake is out of the hole. The 30 hidden soldiers, ambush and kill her. 30 hidden soldiers rushed onto the scene with brushing sounds as soon as he roared. They then encircled her. Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weicheng also rushed over and launched a pincer attack on Mei Shui-yen with their entire might. Half-bodied shouted and launched an offensive at Mei Shui-yen even though he had been pressed down by her attacks. In fact, he had counterattacked with full force. The remaining 27 above Great Master level experts also moved into action at the same time. All of them had the same target. And, this individual was standing at the center of their encirclement, Mei Shui-yen. It seemed as if the 60 other Great Master level experts had also been briefed about this action. They slammed together to form a wall of people, and obstructed the Snake King and the others from coming to her rescue. This is a trap. This is a trap for me, a death trap against Venerable Mei. Mei Shui-yen quickly realized that. They had guessed my identity long ago. That's why Half-Body tried to arouse my anger a moment ago. He wanted to lure me into this trap. And they've ambushed me with such a force because they wish to bury me here. However, it needs to be understood that Mei Shui-yen would have jumped into this trap even if she had been aware of it in advance. And, this was only because of the insults Half-Bodied had thrown at her. After all, no woman could endure such words of insult. They had been extremely sinister and vicious. Mei Shui-yen hissed in a high-pitched tone as her body flashed at a very high speed. She ducked past the danger with a hair's breadth to spare, and quickly abandoned her original route of advance. After all, she had suddenly fallen into a tight ambush by 30 experts who were above the Great Master level. She ducked past 2 experts by retreating 6 meters. Then, she let her kick loose in a ghostly manner. A white-haired expert was caught off guard by her attack. He was sent rolling out like a ball as blood spurted out from his mouth with gurgling sounds. Mei Shui-yen quickly retreated as this happened. Then, she shot her palms outwards at the speed of lightning. 2 loud booms were heard as 2 experts were struck by her palms. Their bodies twisted as their long hair fluttered backwards. It seemed as if a quick and heavy whip had slammed into their backs. The 2 men screamed as their bodies were sent rolling to the left and right. They rolled on the ground and left only drops of blood in their wake. Mei Shui-yan's agile and graceful body slipped past the gap between 2 other men. However, the front and back of the bodies of these 2 men had been lit up by a cold sword light. Mei Shui-yan sneered. She then twisted her wrists, and a magnificent shining object appeared in her hand. In fact, it looked as bright and shiny as the sun when it rises into the sky from the east. Then, her body whirled around at a very high speed. A buzzing sound was heard as a seemingly concealed cold light condensed around Mei Shui-yan's body out of nowhere. In fact, It seemed as if the shiny stars from the galaxy itself had formed an iron wall around her body. Ding! 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 A series of shattering sounds were heard as 8 peak-level swordsmen who were trying to besiege Mei Shuai-yen retreated in horror and amazement. Only half of their swords had remained in their hands by now. They had seen that the Snake King owned a divine weapon. But, didn't these people know how difficult it was to obtain such a divine weapon? However, they had never expected that Mei Shuai-yen would also have one. Moreover, it seemed that the quality of Mei Shuai-yan's weapon was even superior to that of the Snake King's. In fact, everyone who had made contact with her weapon had suffered a loss. None of these individuals were random folk. In fact, each of them was an entity above the Great Master level. So, how could their weapons be ordinary? How could their weapons not have some history? Which of their weapons hadn't shed the blood of thousands? However, these extraordinary weapons of theirs had broken in front of Mei Shuai-yan's divine sword in the same manner that the snowflakes disappear under sunlight. However, she was far from done. Mei Shuai-yan had already made a firm resolve to move into action. Therefore, she was no longer going to be emotional about it. She lowered her body. Then, she used her left foot as the axis, and rotated her beautiful body in a crazed manner. A loud explosion was heard as 3 ball-like round sword energies came into appearance. These balls of sword energy then shot off in 3 different directions. Every direction began to glitter with a smooth, lustrous and bright band of light. In fact, it appeared as if these bands of light had derived their illumination from the galaxy itself. These 3 balls of swordlight looked like cannon fire if we were to use an analogy from Jun Moxie's previous life to describe it. She had attacked 3 directions at the same time. Mei Shuai-yan has put her entire strength into this attack. She hadn't left any margin for leeway. Ning Wuqing, Ma Jiangming, half-bodied, Zi Jinghong, Xiao Wenqing cried out as they frantically prepared themselves to defend against this attack. The remaining 20 people or so also gathered their entire strengths, and prepared themselves to withstand Mei Shuai-yan's manic and devilish strength. This Lord of Tian Fa had finally set her heart on killing. An individual of noble character may be taken advantage of. However, what if an individual of noble character decided to stop being noble? Thereupon, any individual attempting to take advantage of them would have to pay a heavy price. Especially if they considered it to be as easy as fooling an ordinary individual. This had happened because the Jun family's people had been caught up in an extremely dangerous situation. Jun Zhantian, Jun Wu-yi, Solitary Falcon, and the others had gotten involved in the battle. And, this meant that the danger was imminent. Dozens of gloomy and blood-curdling shrieks were heard. Even Mei Shuai-yan was heard groaning. She tried to walk, but her body staggered from left to right. In fact, she couldn't walk more than 7 or 8 steps. Blood oozed out of the corners of her mouth. Some blood could also be seen dripping out of her sleeves. And, 3 distinct palm marks could be seen on her vest and left shoulder. Her strength had been exhausted. After all, 30 experts with strengths above the Great Master level had come to assault her. This obviously wasn't a trivial matter. Mei Shuai-yan was the Lord of Tian Fa. But, even she was no match for 30 above Great Master level experts. She had sustained serious injuries during their collision. But, she didn't have much of an alternative in the current situation. The enemy's attacks would have surged on like a might river in case she had decided to retreat. And, they wouldn't have stopped until they had killed her. There are only 2 ways to confront such an attack: take a risk and gather your strength to fight, or flee far away. Mei Shuai-yan's strength could ensure that no one would have been able to block her path if she had decided to escape. But, the Jun family's people were trapped here. 3 Xian beast kings were also here. And, everybody had gotten caught in a tough battle. So, how could someone with Mei Shuai-yan's good-willed nature have walked away by herself? She had no other alternative but to gather her strength and face them. Mei Shuai-yan had recently made a breakthrough. Therefore, this battle shouldn't have been a big risk for her. However, it was a pity that she hadn't experienced a battle of this intensity in a long time. Moreover, this battle had broken out without any signs of warnings. And, this had stirred up her old wounds. This had piled up the problems even higher. It was as if this incident had added hail to the snow. Her age-old wounds had suddenly resurfaced. In fact, they had flared up at this frightening moment. Mei Shuiyan could even feel the blood oozing out of her internal organs like a river. The sinister energy she had been trying to expel from her body over the years had started to gain ground once again. Mei Shuiyan had been feeling very cold in her heart today. Could this have been the reason behind that? It must be said that Mei Shuiyan had found it difficult to endure this blow. But, the experts from the three holy lands hadn't had it easy either. In fact, they had been left in a much more desperate situation than Mei Shuiyan. The Lord of Tian Fa Forest had attacked with her entire strength. Could this be described as a trivial matter? 9 arms and 3 feet lay in front of Mei Shuiyan in a pool of blood. The ground appeared more like a beach for an ocean of blood. The snow had already disappeared on the ground. The ground was as hard as stone. However, half a foot of its thickness had been peeled off. The nearest fence wall of the Jun family's residence had also collapsed. That wall had been at about a distance of 60 meters from there. However, the immense amount of sword energy had silently eroded the wall away. Mei Shuiyan had been particularly considerate in taking care of half-bodied. His face had been extremely ugly from the start. But, it had 3 additional huge sword scars now. His muscles had also rolled up to expose the white bones underneath. He had also been stabbed thrice in the chest. Hence, blood was incessantly oozing out of his bosom. His injuries were extremely serious. Zi Jinghong's hair had scattered loose. His purple robe had been riddled with holes. And, this had exposed the soft golden armor he wore underneath. Moreover, numerous sword scars were clearly visible on it. A stream of blood could be seen oozing out from the inside. The crown on top of Xiao Wei Cheng's head had gone missing a long time ago. His body was covered with more than a dozen wounds, they had been made by her sword. Blood was flowing out from his body with murmuring sounds like a rivulet. In fact, it had flowed along his body, and had dyed his robe a shade of deep red. Ning Wuqing was panting for breath. His long sword was slanted towards the ground. A single strand of blood was flowing along the long sword and dripping down to the ground. Then, it was slowly converging with the pool of blood on the ground. This had happened because Mei Shuiyan's sword had severely slashed at his right arm. However, Ma Jiangming didn't appear injured at first. He even stood steady for a while. However, a sound of vomiting was heard a few moments later. This sound had originated because he had started to vomit blood. A closer look at the pool of blood formed by his vomit would have revealed that 5 or 6 of his teeth had also exited his jaw. The scene turned tranquil for a moment after that earth-shattering blow by Mei Shuiyan. No one was looking at Mei Shuiyan at this time. They had first gazed at those severed limbs that lay on the ground. Then, they had looked at their leaders. However, even their leaders were in a sorry state of affairs at this time. Consequently, a chill ran down everyone's spine. In fact, it seemed as if a poisonous viper had landed on their backs. This chill had even seeped deep into their bones. Such astonishing strength was extremely alarming and frightening. Many subordinates of the elusive world of immortals who were involved in this besiege had also taken part in the previous ambush on Mei Shuiyan. And, these people had unequivocally realized that the present Venerable Mei wasn't the same as the Venerable Mei from those many years ago. She's still an individual of noble character anyone can take advantage of. She had been worried about the battle for seizing the heavens at that time. Therefore, the benevolent Venerable Mei hadn't attacked them this heavily. Therefore, everyone had been left to feel as if there was a guarantee that they wouldn't lose their lives even if the battle became very intense. And, this had made them even more unscrupulous about the dangers on this ambush. Consequently, they had decided to kill her without a worry on their minds. However, the venerable Mei they were facing today seemed very fierce. In fact, it seemed as if she couldn't wait to slaughter them with her sword. There was no doubt that the current venerable Mei was a fewfold fiercer than the previous noble venerable Mei. Moreover, they had misjudged venerable Mei's strength. And, that was grave mistake. The people who had been involved in that fight knew that venerable Mei had suffered many injuries during that ambush. However, they had asked themselves, and had realized that solely being able to rehabilitate such injuries and reattain that level of strength would be a great achievement from their standards. And, this was when they had spent the entire time since that battle in doing so. However, they knew that it was impossible to make another breakthrough in this period of time. Venerable Mei was the lord of Tianfa Forest. However, they had believed that even she wouldn't be an exception to this. And, this had been a major factor in the Three Holy Lands conspiracy to eradicate the Tianfa Forest. However, they had now realized that venerable Mei's old wounds had seemingly healed. Moreover, her realm had advanced to a new level. In fact, her strength was far more than what it had been in the past. However, there was another fact which was even more dreadful: her speed had increased. In fact, it hadn't merely increased by a small margin, it had increased a few times. Mei Shuiyan's speed had already been the fastest in the entire continent at that time. However, she had become even faster now. What kind of terrifying speed was this? No one could dare to imagine it. However, they were fortunate that they had managed to choreograph a subtle situation this time. After all, she couldn't escape alone today. Otherwise, these 30 men wouldn't have been able to keep her from leaving. However, this was a deadlock where it didn't matter how fast her current speed was, or how advanced her strength's realm had become. After all, a total of 30 above the great master level experts were grinding to kill her. Moreover, she had been burdened with the Jun family's safety. And, 3 of the beast kings were also present here. So, how could she be willing to flee? This meant that she would die as long as she didn't walk away. They were lucky that this was a situation wherein she would die. After all, would she be able to sleep at night in case fled? Didn't this still make her an individual of noble character anyone can take advantage of? Half-bodied roared malevolently. He took the lead and shouted, "Attack! Everyone attack together! This slut is seriously injured. She will last long. Even a light injury can kill her. I will kill her with my entire strength. I will split her belly with my own hands. Then, I will take out her Xian core and see what kind of beast she is. She believes that she's not a beast when she takes a human form. In fact, she feels that she's a human now." Mei Shuiyan's eyes were slightly closed, and her fairy-like face was still calm and indifferent. She gently spoke up, "Half-bodied, I will kill you today, even if I die. You say that I'm a beast, but you're an out-and-out bastard." Half-bodied burst into a loud laughter. He only had one eye, and one hand. So, he looked even more malevolent when he distorted his face. Blood flowed down his face as he said in a fierce way, "Do you think that you still do that in your current state? Venerable Mei, don't tell me that you've gotten this confidence because you found yourself a young man to be in bed with. Haha. In fact, this old man doesn't feel like killing you in a hurry anymore. Instead, I wish to capture you alive now. Then, I will grab that boy toy of your, Jun Moxie. After all, I wish to see what you two do in bed. In fact, I think that everyone in this world is very curious about this. After all, Venerable Mei's name shakes the entire continent. But, she still shamelessly gets into a young man's bed. So, there must be something special about his performance. Perhaps this old man will castrate that young man in front of you. That ought to let you know how this old man rolls. Wouldn't that be something to look forward to? Ha ha ha. You are shameless. Damn you. The murderous desire reappeared on Mei Shuiyan's face. She clenched her silvery teeth, and raised her sword above her head. The sword energy filled the entire sky. Zi Jinghong, half-bodied, and Xiao Wei Qing roared in unison, "Kill her." All the experts shouted and charged forward with their swords at the same time. The sword light spread out like a forest. And, the sword energies lashed out like waves. Mei Shuiyan's figure seemed very lonely as she stood in front of 30 above Great Master level experts. She slightly closed her eyes. However, the trace of a gentle smile still blossomed on her captivating yet bloodstained lips. She thought. It's good that there's no sign of him amongst the people who've showed up to fight. It seems that he has escaped. Everything will be fine as long as he can escape and live his life. My sacrifice will not be in vain. However, it's a pity that I won't be able to see him again. Elder sister. Snake King frantically waved her sword as she let out a blood-curdling roar. Then, she crazily rushed towards this side. Jun Tian and Jun Wuyi were fighting with everything they had. They had brandished their weapons, and were flashed them right and left. But, their strengths were far lesser than their opponents'. In fact, they would have lost their lives a long time ago if Solitary Falcon and Feng Wanyun weren't doing their best to protect them. Their extraordinary weapons had also played a major role in saving their lives. However, they had fallen into a disadvantageous position even though they had these helping factors. In fact, it was just a matter of time before they either got defeated or captured. It could even be assumed that these 4 individuals would have been killed by the experts from the 3 Holy Lands if the 2 men from the Jun family weren't linked with the whereabouts of those mysterious pills. The enemy was refraining from hurting them too seriously. After all, they wanted to fish out the important information from the mouths of Jun family's people. And, that's because everyone knew that it was hopeless to try capturing the Beast Kings of Tian Fa. And, this was particularly the case when it came to Venerable Mei. These people could only be killed since they were too strong. And, this meant that only these 2 men from the Jun family could tell them about the whereabouts of those divine pills. 2 bang sounds were heard, and Jun Tian stumbled in retreat. Blood was overflowing from the corners of his mouth. Jun Wuyi's sharp longsword's blade was moving left and right in an unorthodox manner. He somehow cut off the swords of 3 of his opponents. Then, he waved his sword and injured one man at his waist. However, a palm struck his lower abdomen as this happened, and he was sent rolling. He fell on the ground, but stumbled to stand firm again. His face had already turned ashen, and he didn't have any strength left. But, Third Master Jun's eyes were still roaring with fury. It was evident that he wasn't afraid. Jun Moxie hadn't rushed out in this moment of crisis. Jun Tian and Jun Wuyi were hot-blooded and fearless real men. And, they wouldn't regret dying 9 deaths as long as the Jun family's bloodline persisted in this world. Elder sister. Big Bear and Earth Cracker opened their eyes wide. They then violently rushed towards Mei Shuiyan in spite of the punches and kicks that landed on their bodies as they made their way forward. Go back. Mei Shuiyan's expressions remained calm as she ordered in a stern voice. However, attacks came at her from all the directions at this time. Mei Shuiyan laughed heartily as her white robes fluttered in the air. Then, she rushed forward while disregarding all thoughts of her personal safety. I will kill this half-bodied even if I die. This man had landed a very serious blow on her many years ago. And, he had humiliated and insulted her today, and her man. Kill. I must kill this half-bodied. I must kill this lowly bastard. Constant sounds of the whistling were coming from everywhere. Hai Chen-feng, Song Shang, and Bailey Lu Yun had led the Heaven Destroyers and the Soul Devourers to swarm the battlefield. The battle had reached the final stages. So, this was the best time to die if one wanted death. 300 Xian beast crossbows were shot at the same time. It was like a downpour of arrows. The sturdy bodies of the Heaven Destroyers and Soul Devourers roared forward to their deaths with angered war cries. The housekeeper, Old Pang, led the Jun family's bodyguards to dash in from the other side. These people were confronted with enemies who possessed the strength of Great Master and above the Great Master level experts. So, it could be said that they had come to throw their lives away. And, each of them knew this. They had come rushing, but they knew that they had no chance of returning back alive. However, they had lived under the Jun family's kindness for a long time. Moreover, the bravery and loyalty of these men wouldn't allow them to flee at this time. Let's die if death has come. But, let's die together. A tall and sturdy figure furiously dashed to the front of this group which had come here to die. This man's hair was white like silver, his head was like that of a tiger. He howled like thunder as he seemingly flew forward. Jun Tian, this old man has come to die with you. It was Dugu Zongheng. This old man had been recuperating from his age-old injuries at the Jun family's residence these days. He had fully recovered from his illness, but he had gotten caught up in his catastrophe instead. It must be said that many people had charged in because it was too late to avoid this disaster. However, this old man had dashed in faster than anyone else. These two old men had worked together their entire lives. They had been entangled in many grievances over the last 60 years. But, Dugu Zongheng had still made this choice without the slightest hesitation at this critical moment. They had lived their lives together. So, they ought to die together as well. In fact, Dugu Zongheng would have felt as his entire life had been in vain if he had abandoned Jun Tian in this critical moment and fled instead. I will never be able to live happily again. Dugu Zongheng doesn't run away from a battle. Therefore, old man Dugu had taken the lead, and rushed out. Nearly 1,000 men rushed forth like a swarm of bees. They had come to face experts who were thousands of times more powerful than themselves with blood-red eyes. However, they hadn't shown any fear in the face of this suicidal charge. Everyone's face was painted in a shade of heroic desperation. Everyone seemed desolate, but without any regrets. Heroes don't harbor regrets. They only hoped that their hot blood gushed out when their enemy's sword pierced them. They only hoped to die the snow red. Their charge was neither to defend their country, nor to save their people from dangers. In fact, there was no purpose to it. They didn't have any purpose. They had only done this to die. Death. Only death. Perhaps their minds were unable to think with clarity. Perhaps it was merely a momentary urge. But, who thinks so much when warm blood rushes forth? The Jun family had made so many people accompany them in this madness. The Jun family's charm was clearly visible from this. This may have been the momentary urge of unstable minds. However, this was also the most praiseworthy action. After all, this had nothing to do with life or death. It had nothing to do with fame either. This was only about loyalty. A soldier had come to die for his comrade. These words were best means to interpret this moment. Even the many great experts from the three holy lands were left palpitating with fear at the sight of this heroic scene. What kind of a magical power does this Jun family have that made so many people have willingly come to die? Don't they have any regrets? Don't they regret dying? No one had expected that there would be some mishap today. Therefore, the Jun family had relatively lesser staff in its quarters. It could be said that the tide of people who would vehemently come to die would have increased by a lot if they had been given more time to prepare. In fact, not much time would have been needed for this, only one day would have been enough to increase this multiplier by 100. There would have been too many people. And, none of them would have hesitated to use the flesh of their chest to meet the ice-cold sword of the enemies like these ones. However, these people couldn't make any difference. These surely weren't afraid of dying, but they were too weak. In fact, the strongest among them only possessed Sky Xian strength. And, they had dashed into the defensive lines of great master-level experts with this kind of strength. This was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was akin to bringing about one's own destruction. These people are so eager to die. So, we will help in fulfilling their wish. Which of the experts from the three holy lands wasn't a seasoned fighter? Which one of them wasn't vicious and merciless when it came to killing people? Which one amongst them hadn't crawled out of an ocean of blood and a mountain of corpses? Would such individuals even care about slaughtering 1,000 extra people? Each of them stood still at their spots. Their eyes were emitting grim rays of light as they waited for that tide of suicidal people to arrive. Some of them had even decided to move into action with full force. We should be able to wipe out these idiots in a matter of 4 or 5 breaths. One mustn't get emotional in matters of life and death. We admit that these people are extremely loyal and brave. And, we know that we will sigh in admiration later on. But, you'll only get death since you're coming to face us. The eyes of the great master-level experts were burning with violent desires to kill. And, this tide of people was approaching. The corners of Jun Xian's mouth were stained with blood. He looked at the stream of people who had once pledged their lives to him. And, a strand of pain flickered in his eyes. 2 drops of tears rolled down his eyes. He was well aware that any attempts to persuade these people to withdraw would go in vain. Good. Come and die with this old man. We'll go to the netherworld and conquer everything there. Jun Xian roared, and his loud voice shook the entire world. His voice was filled with tragic despair. In fact, traces of these emotions could also be felt in the atmosphere around. Kill. There was a split second when the 2 parties were on the verge of colliding. The miserable sounds of murder, the clamor of the colliding swords. Everything had abruptly vanished from the world in this moment between life and death. The world had suddenly fallen into silence. It was the silence of death. A massive and powerful momentum arose from the ends of the world in an unending stream. In fact, it had appeared very abruptly. However, it had filled the vast world even though it had appeared less than 1/10 of an eye's blink ago. It seemed as if the sky was falling down, like a tsunami that was reaching to the sky. This momentum was too heavy to resist. Even the top experts such as Mei Shuiyan, half-bodied, Zi Jinghong felt the same way at this time. The sky is about to collapse. The earth is about to sink in. Is the world's end upon? They felt as if a great force was pushing down from the sky. And, it seemed as if the entire blue dome of heaven was about to fall down as a result. Moreover, the sky seemed to be brimming with an endlessly powerful and violent rage of murderous desires. This was indeed the frightening power of the heaven and the earth. No human power could ever compete against this kind of a force. No one was able to give any command whatsoever. In fact, everyone merely held their movements at this time, no one moved. They stood fixed at their spots. Many of them had already launched their swords with the aim to split their enemy in 2. Their swords would have intersected with another sword a moment later. However, everyone's actions came to a standstill in the air at the same time. Who knows what's going on here? Have the heaven and earth rebelled? Perhaps some unopposable force has decided to descend to the world of mortals. But, how dreadful could this individual be? In this case momentum has been created by a human. Suddenly, a voice was heard, so, is this the way the 3 holy lands are trying to protect the common people? I presume it needs a little change if that's so. There was nothing special about this voice. It was calm and dull. However, it had still exploded everyone's mind like a clap of thunder. Everyone's eyes traced to the direction where the sound had originated from. And, their eyes eventually rested at the top of the Jun family's tower. A white and black gown was gently fluttering in the snowy breeze. However, it wasn't known why this black robe seemed as heavy as a mountain to the eyes of the people from the 3 holy lands. Everyone could clearly feel a terrible and frightening power pressing over them. Mannerisms could be counterfeited. Appearances could be forged. But, no one had ever been able to counterfeit such imposing momentum since times immemorial. So, what kind of cultivation would be needed to possess such an imposing manner? Even a Sky Xian expert would inevitably release their Xian momentum if they were to face an attack. However, it wasn't possible for the said expert to release the enchanting momentum of the spirit Xian realm. In fact, it was impossible for the said individual to exhibit spirit Xian momentum. A Sky Xian expert could only display the most authentic and unadulterated chi field of the Sky Xian realm. Everyone knew this. No one had been an exception to this since times immemorial. However, the black-robed man present before their eyes was exhibiting a heaven-startling momentum. In fact, these people couldn't even dare to imagine what realms he had ascended to. But, it was evident that he had become unrivaled on this land. Half-bodied, Zi Jinghong and Xiao Wei-Qin glanced at each other. And, each of them saw uneasiness in the eyes of the other. The three of them felt the same way. This man's strength is at least at par with Venerable Mei. Or maybe a little more than that. We reckon that even we 90 great master-level experts won't be enough to compete against this man. How can such a heavenly and magical individual exist in this world? This man is frightening. Half-bodied waved his hand, and that tide of people from the three holy lands stepped back. They quickly formed a circle, reformed their battle formations, and started to recover their strengths. Mei Shuiyan also used this time to retreat. Meanwhile, Snake King and her people also met up with Feng Wanyun, Solitary Falcon, Jun Wuyi and Jun Zhantian. Hai Chen Feng led the group of soldiers, and they arranged themselves in order to obstruct the enemies. In fact, these soldiers had formed a thick human wall. May I dare to ask the identity of His Excellency? You have appeared here at this moment. So, I presume that there must be a reason behind it. My three holy lands are doing everything for the welfare of the common people. We are doing this for the future of our continent. Our methods may have some shortcomings, but our conscience is clear. Zi Jinghong cupped his hands together in greeting. He had spoken strong words, but his mannerism had been very modest. After all, such a strong man was worthy of everyone's respect. The strength of this man in black robes has reached the pinnacle. Zi Jinghong was certainly ranked third in the illusory ocean of blood, but even he couldn't prevent himself from admiring this man. Me? Huh, the man in the black gown chuckled in a heavy voice. He then spoke up in a vague manner, I haven't appeared in the world for a while now. And, it seems that this world has already forgotten me. I must say that humans have an amazing talent for forgetfulness. Anyway, you people dare say that you have a clear conscience even though you're behaving in such a way. This old man has lived for many years. But, you've opened my eyes today. Be it right or wrong, these methods are for the good of common people. However, we acknowledge that they might not be the best methods. So, I humbly seek forgiveness from Your Excellency if you disapprove of our methods. Zi Jinghong raised his eyes, and looked towards the top of the tower. However, I still request Your Excellency to tell us about your origins. Would you leave after I tell you about my origins? Three holy lands will always remain the three holy lands. And, they will never contain to live in fear. The black-robed man shook his head while he sighed. It appeared as if he had sighed with sorrow. Everyone had heard his words clearly. However, no one had been able to make out whether he had said these words to praise, or to demean. The black-robed man continued, this old man had taught a lesson to the so-called second great master, when he had gone to Tianfa that last time. But, it seems that it wasn't enough. You wish to know what this old man has been up to. Do you even have the strength to demand this? The black-robed man slowly raised his right foot after he was done talking. His body had moved 100 feet away from the tower in mid-air by the time he lifted his left foot to take the second step. Moreover, he was walking with his hands folded behind his back as if he was leisurely walking down a staircase. The eyebrows of every great master who stood below shot up in amazement when they saw this scene. It must be mentioned that each one of them could jump to such a height if they were to use their Xian strength. In fact, most of them could jump to heights even higher than that tower. And, jumping down from such a height wasn't difficult for them either, neither was leisurely floating down. However, walking up or down as normally as this man in the black robes was impossible for them. In fact, it was something they couldn't even dream of. Moreover, this wasn't the only strange thing that had occurred. The black-robed man was taking his steps in the void itself. But, everyone could hear a loud thud every time he stepped forward. How can his steps give rise to clear thud sounds if he's walking in midair? It was needless to say that these thuds were reverberating in everyone's hearts like thunderstrikes. This was an outrageously unimaginable scene. No one had ever witnessed something like this. Even the folklores had never entailed such an incident. However, this miracle had occurred in front of their eyes. So, they obviously couldn't comprehend this. Is the air acting like solid ground for his feet? Moreover, each word of every line that black-robed man had spoken thus far was hopping about inside everyone's mind. His words make it seem like he's Jun Moxie's mysterious master. He's that mysterious man who had burned Li Ju Tian to death outside the southern heaven city. It could be said that the people gathered here were the top great masters from the last several hundred years. Moreover, 30 above great master level experts were also present on the scene. However, which one of them could confidently say that they could kill Li Ju Tian in a single strike? In fact, many of them couldn't even have the assurance of killing Li Ju Tian in a fight. After all, Li Ju Tian's strength had already reached close to transcending the great master level. Otherwise, how could he even have come in contact with the elusive land of immortals? Killing someone who was about to reach the levels above the great master realm in one strike? That was impossible. Even thinking about something like this was tantamount to fantasizing. However, this impossible had been made possible by someone. Moreover, that said individual was present before the eyes of these 90 experts from the 3 holy lands. So, Your Excellency is Jun Moxie's mysterious master? Zi Jinghong's pupils contracted as he asked. The 3 holy lands had heard about Jun Moxie's mysterious master a while ago. They had heard that he possessed mysteriously exceptional strength. So, they knew that he was rumored to be unrivaled in the entire continent. However, how could they have imagined that this mysterious man would emerge at such a critical time, and would turn out to be this powerful? Yes. You're right. I'm Jun Moxie's master. Moreover, I'm also the man everyone has been looking for. The black-robed man hadn't spoken angrily. Instead, he had spoken in an extremely insipid voice. I'm the man who refines those mysterious pills. So, I'm the man you are looking for. I'm the one you've come here for. And, I'm the man you intended to grab, return with, and then use for concocting those pills. Boom. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Their bodies began to tremble. They felt the heavenly defying energy that was emanating from this black-robed man, and they couldn't help but mutter to themselves. We've run into an iron wall. Oh, our dear leaders. Oh, dear leaders of the 3 holy lands. Why didn't you think this through? This is a man who defies nature itself. He's a man who commands such terrifying strength. And, you sent us to capture this man? I had warned the Silver Blizzard City that day. And, they've been very obedient ever since. No one has arrived here for a very long time. And, they've only expressed their gentle greetings if they've ever come around. The black-robed man spoke cynically in a dull voice, but, it seems that the people from the 3 holy lands are a bit different. Not only did they come here, they did so with a great momentum. They've even turned this place into such a chaotic mess. It seems that you would have destroyed the entire Jun family if this old man hadn't showed up. Moreover, it seems that countless innocent people would have died tragically in order to fulfill your, so-called, purpose of welfare of the common people and protection of the future of our continent. This old man isn't very happy about this. He slowly lifted his eyes, and 2 cold rays of light flashed through his eyes. Then, he continued, this old man isn't very happy about this. Killing one Li Ju Tian wasn't difficult by any means. Do you think that killing several Li Ju Tians is going to be difficult for me? Zi Jinghong gave out 2 hollow laughs, and began to speak. Your Excellency mustn't blame us ignorant people like this. We weren't aware that Your Excellency was here to keep a watch over the Jun family. And, that's why this misunderstanding has occurred. Anyway, the three holy lands have a major responsibility on their shoulders. And, I'm certain that your excellency is aware about this. The battle for seizing the heavens is scheduled to be fought in a few years from now. Everything will be normal if we win this war, but it would be disastrous if we lose it. In fact, our defeat would mean that the countless people of this continent will find themselves in danger. He paused for a moment. His expressions grew more solemn. Then, he continued, I'm afraid that no one will be able to bear such grave consequences. Everyone who has arrived here today will be participating in that fateful battle. And, that's why we've come here to promote our strengths. After all, we need to guarantee our victory in the war. We had no other alternative but to plan things in this manner. The sufferings of one family are nothing in comparison to that of the entire world. It's no secret that these mysterious pills are unmatchable and unworldly. So, they are the solution to everything. After all, these pills are miraculous. Not only can these enhance one's strength, but they can also transform one's physique for the better. That's why we took the liberty to come here and make an earnest request. And, we hope that your excellency gives his consent to our help. In fact, your consent will be a blessing to the people of the entire world. There was no doubt that Xi Jinghong had delivered a very well-knit speech. Moreover, he had also managed to keep it inconspicuous. He had outlined their own selfish interests, and had further managed to lift this matter up to a level of sublimity, wherein this seemed like a matter of, for the good of the entire world. Moreover, he had declared that all of them were going to participate in the battle for seizing the heavens. You can't mess with us even if you are extremely strong. After all, you'll have sinned against humanity if you hurt us. This young boy uses his mouth very well. You think that I didn't know that you people are preparing for the battle for seizing the heavens? Many people are going to participate in it. But, do you think that this gives you the right to talk in front of me? You think this old man doesn't understand the meaning behind your words? The black-robed man gave an intense look as he said these words. He stretched his right hand towards the ground as soon as he finished talking. Then, he pulled those 3-4 broken swords towards himself. This manual control ability was nothing extraordinary. In fact, any one of them could have done it with ease. And, that's why his evaluation dropped in their eyes as they watched him do it. All the experts were a little confused. Do you think that you can scare us off by showing off such ordinary skills? We would have swarmed you if we hadn't seen your imposing momentum a while ago. And, you won't be able to prevent us from doing exactly that unless you pull out some new tricks. In fact, we reckon that your act of walking in the air was also some illusion, nothing more. Everyone was doubtful. But, they then saw the black-robed man flipped over a sleeve of his garment whilst laughing in a grim manner. Then, his fair hand stretched out towards the ground. And, he slowly picked a broken sword at its pointed end with the help of his 2 fingers. Everyone was still in doubt when they saw that the broken sword suddenly turned soft and wobbly. In fact, the sword had started to wobble left and right. Suddenly, everyone saw that a mass of shiny silvery liquid slowly fell down to the ground. Then, the liquid metal from the second sword fell down. Then, the third swords. Even the fine hair on Xi Jinghong's body straightened in astonishment. In fact, he could only feel a sense of icy coldness at the back of his head at this time. And, that's because those broken swords had gone through such huge transformation right in front of his eyes. Those swords had turned into a shiny silver-like liquid in a short while. They had changed into molten iron, and had disappeared from the hands of that black-robed man. This was dreadful. Unimaginable. Extremely terrible. Xi Jinghong was standing the closest to this black-robed man. But, he hadn't sensed even the slightest movement in this mysterious master's chi field. Consequently, Xi Jinghong couldn't understand how he did it. He was standing so casually. So, how did that highly refined sword simply melt down in his hands? How did it melt like that? Many experts have arrived here for this task, but which of them uses an ordinary weapon? In fact, the swords of our experts aren't made of ordinary low-quality metals like copper. Moreover, the material of our swords would remain refined steel even if they break. And, it's needless to say that he has used his Xian strength to melt it down. After all, that's not possible. In fact, such swords won't melt down for free full days if they were thrown into a furnace. However, this black-robed man had done this with ease in front of their eyes. A mere touch of his fingers had melted the sword. This had shocked everyone. Everyone was gasping in astonishment behind Zi Jinghong. All of them were scared. Everyone had doubted this man's strength a moment ago. But, they were thankful that no one had questioned this man's strength out in the open. After all, doing so would have only resulted in the said individual's demise. Moreover, no one would have come up to seek justice for that deceased individual even if everyone had believed that action to be unjust. After all, only a genuine idiot would walk up to a powerhouse in order to talk about the so-called justice. You people are in luck. After all, I'm in no mood to kill today. So, focus on what you had stated as your original intention, the battle for seizing the heavens. Moreover, participate in that battle on your own merit. In fact, this old man will make an exception and not bother you today if you do so. The black-robed man continued to speak with a tone of generosity. After all, I'm also a part of this continent. So, why would I bother myself to destroy you if you don't provoke me, right? You people should leave now, okay? The expressions on Zi Jinghong's face turned complex. Half-bodied and Xiao Wei-Cheng also looked at each other in dismay. They had suddenly found themselves stuck in an impossible situation. We were about to declare our success in destroying the entire Jun family. We were also on the verge of getting hold of 4 Beast King's Xian core. But, this mysterious master appeared out of nowhere in the middle of everything. Moreover, this man's strength can't be matched. He can easily make everyone run for their lives. So, it can be said that he's being generous to us from one perspective. But, what will happen to our reputation if we listen to him and leave? How will we show our faces to this world? A total of 90 great experts from the 3 holy lands were present on the scene. So, how could they give up on their objective because of a few statements made by a single man? How could they abandon their operation and walk away without any gains? After all, this would be a fatal blow to the reputation of the 3 holy lands. Moreover, they had already incited a huge amount of hatred in the hearts of the Beast Kings, especially Venerable Mei. In fact, Venerable Mei hadn't held back unlike the last time. In fact, it seemed as if she wanted to kill them. She obviously wasn't as strong as this black-robed man. But, the thought of the speed and strength she possessed was enough to leave the majority of these experts devoid of a good night's sleep. But, what would be the point of staying here? Your Excellency, you must be aware that we're merely following orders. And, we'll be punished if we return empty-handed. But, we can risk our lives and endure some punishments for your Excellency. After all, we're willing to endure everything to save your Excellency's reputation. But, please don't turn your back on us in this manner. You are so great, and you can refine those mysterious pills with such ease. Can't you refine some of those mysterious pills for us? This would help us in promoting our strengths for the battle for seizing the heavens. In fact, the common people of this continent will forever be indebted to you even if you give us a few pills. You mentioned that you're also a part of this continent. So, wouldn't an increase of the continent's strength be beneficial for you as well? Please help us succeed, Your Excellency. The others also gazed at the black-robed man after this statement was made. And, all of them waited for his answer. They believed that this was a virtuous request. So, they weren't afraid that he wouldn't give in to it. Shall I provide you with some makeup for your face as well? The well-being of the common people is your responsibility, not mine. So, why should I bother about it? The black-robed man rolled his eyes, and gave out a grim laugh. You people have always been interested in the pills. In fact, you had dispatched troops in order to plunder those pills in the past as well. Moreover, you've burst into my disciple's house without any permission, and you used your power to create a bloodbath here. In fact, you people would have destroyed the entire Jun family if this old man hadn't appeared. But, I've come now. And, you people are only submitting to me because you can't dare to provoke me. But, you're now asking me for the pills with the reasoning that they're for the welfare of the common people. The welfare of the common people. Don't tell me that you've suddenly started to respect their safety. He chuckled in a strange manner. Then, his voice became colder. I am considerate about the common people of the entire world. But, when have you cared about it? And, why should I help you succeed? You're not my son. So, why should I help you? Kid, have you eaten some improper medicine today? It seems that you don't have any brains. Or, perhaps your brain has become moldy. This man was unrivaled in strength. He was the strongest in the continent, but he had started to hurl abuses. No one could have imagined this. Consequently, everyone looked at each other in shock. And, they couldn't help but stare blankly. Half-Bodied's nature was the most irascible amongst everyone present. He couldn't control his anger as soon as he saw that this black-robed man was speaking rudely to everyone. He raised his voice, and spoke sternly, "We address you as, Your Excellency, because we look up to you. But, don't overestimate yourself. You mustn't crave for a foot if you've been given an inch. We are the three holy lands, and we can't be bullied so easily. We stand for the future of all living things on this continent. You might be extremely strong and appalling, but can you weigh yourself against the entire world? I obviously can't weigh myself against the entire world. But, the three holy lands aren't easy to bully. That's obvious as well. After all, the three holy lands have always bullied others. But, that's only because who could have dared to bully you? And, I understand this aspect. But, I don't understand one thing. How can the three holy lands symbolize the future of the common people? The black-robed man lowered his voice after a few sarcastic statements. Aren't you half-bodied? Half-bodied heard the ill tone of his voice. And, he couldn't resist his anger. Yes. So what about it? I'm telling you right away, the three holy lands represent the future of the Xian continent. Anyway. Many people have come here today. And, everyone can leave. Everyone, but not you. You can't leave. Because, you're an insult to the human race. You don't deserve to live on this land. This old man would feel ashamed if he allowed a trash like you to survive in the same era as his own. The black-robed man's eyes shone with boundless murderous intentions as he stated this. This black-robed man was none other than Jun Moxie. He had begun his preparations as soon as he had heard Li Yuran's warning. And, he had been thinking of ways to cope with this crisis ever since. This crisis won't be a cakewalk. The entire Jun family could be uprooted if I'm not careful. Moreover, anyone who bears any relation to Tian Fa or Mei Shui Yen would be given no windows to escape. In fact, I would call out to my own death if I only attempt to scare the enemies this time. So, that's out of question. This issue had nearly turned Jun Moxie's hair white in a short while. Jun Moxie thought hard till late in the night, and eventually decided upon using the age-old method. A soldier needs to walk the path of danger if he needs to win. But, things would be more dangerous this time around. Therefore, Jun Moxie escaped to the Hongjun Pagoda once the sky turned dark. Then, he tried hard to link his own spiritual energy to that of Hongjun Pagoda. He was attempting the same old technique. However, he wanted to link his entire spiritual energy to it this time around. After all, he would need to give his entire energy in order to receive the maximum amount of vitality from the Hongjun Pagoda. The mixing and merging of these two energies could give Jun Moxie the power to play around with fate itself. But, Jun Moxie wouldn't pick up this option if even he was given a choice. After all, failure would mean death. Jun Moxie eventually succeeded in completing this transformation before midnight. However, this time's result was entirely different from the ones in the past. The Hongjun Pagoda was majestically vigorous this time. In fact, its spiritual energy had nearly exploded Jun Moxie's mind. The strength of this spiritual energy was far more intense this time, but it was far more risky as well. In fact, this was tantamount to a gamble of life and death. Even a single mistake could lead to a horrible end. Jun Moxie had always saved most of his spiritual energy for his own protection whenever he had borrowed the Hongjun Pagoda's energy in the past. However, he hadn't held back this time. In fact, it was almost as if the Hongjun Pagoda had taken over Jun Moxie this time. He couldn't make a single mistake this time. This had turned into the greatest gamble of life and death. Jun Moxie felt as if he was walking on a tightrope every second of every minute. One mistake and he'd fall down. After all, he had no spiritual energy left within himself to rely upon. Therefore, there were no safety measures with him. His body would be torn to shred if he let his guard down even for a second. However, Jun Moxie had no other choice. He had no other alternative but to throw everything on one desperate stake. But, he had luckily succeeded. Then, his appearance had successfully intimidated everyone present on the scene. But, that was reasonable. After all, Jun Moxie had linked his entire spiritual energy with the heavenly energy of the Hongjun Pagoda. Jun Moxie didn't know how much of the Hongjun Pagoda's aura was taken up by him this time. But, he could clearly feel that he was too far away from reaching the bottom line of Hongjun Pagoda's strength even though he had linked his entire spiritual energy. He had borrowed a planet worth of energy. However, the Hongjun Pagoda was akin to the entire universe from that perspective. And, Jun Moxie was feeling it this way. Even Jun Moxie had been stunned by the frightening strength of this ancient artifact. He had begun to feel extremely insignificant even though his strength had increased so drastically. Then, Jun Moxie had used the Ening escape technique to descend the tower. And, this had shocked everyone for a second time. Jun Moxie had to confront these old foxes who possessed the wisdom of several centuries. So, he knew that he couldn't be negligent in any manner. He also knew that he couldn't use mere words to scare them away. In fact, Jun Moxie had already thought of this point, and was well prepared this time. That's why he quickly moved to initiate the third shocking act when he noticed that everyone was still suspicious after his initial threats. The power of gold. Heavenly weapons were turned into molten iron as soon as he touched them. And, Jun Moxie thought that he had settled the matter. After all, these three terribly shocking stunts had stunned and scared everyone present. Therefore, Jun Moxie told them to leave. He genuinely wanted everyone to stay so that he could kill them. But, he thought about it, and realized that his current strength wasn't enough to do that. In fact, his strength still wouldn't be sufficient for the task even if he exerted himself to the fullest. Moreover, moving into action would mean that he would be exposing his fake trickery. Therefore, Jun Moxie couldn't mess with them. Moreover, he needed to ensure that he didn't force them into too tight a situation. After all, the situation was likely to result in a tragedy in the event of a change. Thousands of the Jun family's people were present here. However, who apart from him had the ability to escape? The others from the Jun family would be held back. In fact, even Mei Shuiyan and her people were no exception to this. The enemy was about to admit defeat when Half-Bodied had suddenly stood up. This was indeed an exemplification of the saying that, man proposes and God disposes. And that's why Jun Moxie had clenched his teeth, and decided that he had to take action against this guy no matter what happened. Moreover, this guy had gone way too far when he had insulted Mei Shuiyan with his words. In fact, this was reason enough as to why he didn't deserve to live anymore. Jun Moxie had something else in mind in the beginning. He had planned that he would first deceive these people with his tricks. Then, he would send them back. But, he would later go looking for this Half-Bodied along with Mei Shuiyan in order to settle the accounts. But, this man had suddenly hopped up, and said the words he wasn't supposed to say. Therefore, Jun Moxie had decided to seize this opportunity to lay him down in order to establish his might. Consequently, this would give birth to the fourth shock. And, this was going to be an unforgettable one. This has to be the most pivotal one. I was able to dominate them after the first 3 tricks. But, I couldn't scare them into running away from here. But, the terror has to be a conclusive one this time. It must convince them that they have no option but to run for their lives. However, the entire Jun family will be wiped out if I fail to scare them away. In fact, nothing would be able to save us afterwards. This was bound to be a huge risk. The reason for taking this risk was the same as before. So, Jun Moxie had no other alternative but to gamble in this way. He was pretending to be a supermaster. So, the previous 3 acts of intimidation would have no meaning if he didn't retaliate to this open challenge. Therefore, Jun Moxie had no other way out. He needed to kill Half-Bodied. Half-Bodied shouted, "I respected you by calling you your excellency. I talked to you in such a proper manner. But, you insulted me with your words. Do you think I'm scared of you? This old man doesn't care whether you're scared of him or not. This old man has decided to kill you." Jun Moxie snorted and stated, "Half-Bodied, only half of your body is left with you. Your life must anyway be very boring. So, this old man shall gift you a journey towards your other half. After all, wouldn't it be better if you were in the company of your body's other half, right?" Suddenly, his body began to float. In fact, it had begun to move forward without any change in his chi field. Half-Bodied rolled his only eye out of extreme worry. However, he noticed that Zi Jinghong and Xiao Wei Cheng had taken a step back. It was pretty evident from their expressions that they were telling Half-Bodied, "You have a go and test him." However, Half-Bodied was sure that his people wouldn't give up on him so easily. "They will come forwards to help me as long as I can withstand his first attack." Li Ju Tian's strength had almost reached above the Great Master level. But, he still hadn't reached that level. This mysterious master was able to kill him, but this doesn't mean that we can kill an expert who is above the Great Master level. Well, he at least won't be able to kill me in one attack. Everyone will besiege him with courage as long as I'm able to face his attack without letting myself getting killed. Therefore, this bold and strong man suddenly rose into the air with a loud roar. He had decided to move into action in advance. However, he had decided to use his wrong arm. The empty left side of his shirt sleeve rolled up high in the winds, and a soft sound of whiplash was heard. It seemed that he had decided to use his empty left sleeve at the black-robed man. After all, he was scared of the mysterious powers of this black-robed man somewhere deep down his heart. Therefore, he couldn't dare to use his only surviving right hand for an attack. After all, he wouldn't lose anything more than a sleeve if his left side lost out. But, he would be done for if he used his right side to attack, and sustain damage as a result. Therefore, he concentrated his entire strength into the right side of his body. This would enable him to withdraw at any time. Moreover, he could also use it in case he needed to counter. After all, it was always better to sustain a few internal injuries and retreat than losing your entire body. He only needed to defend the first wave of this mysterious master's attack. That's all. It has to be mentioned that it was the disguise of Jun Moxie's black-robed persona that had shaken Half-Bodied to his extremes. After all, this black-robed mysterious master had displayed earth-shattering momentum and heaven-defying skill. However, Jun Moxie had wanted it to be this way. It would have been extremely troublesome for Jun Moxie if Half-Bodied had used his entire force for an attack. In fact, Jun Moxie wouldn't be able to save himself if Half-Bodied launched a counterattack with everything he had. After all, young Master Jun couldn't surpass Half-Bodied's strength in any manner. In fact, Mei Shuiyan was the only one amongst the spectators who was capable of winning a fight against Half-Bodied. Luckily, he hadn't dared to. It genuinely was good fortune that he hadn't dared to. The distance between the two men wasn't much. It would merely take a moment for them to collide. Jun Moxie was approaching his opponent in a leisurely manner. However, half-bodied seemed extremely nervous and ill at ease on the other hand. In fact, several droplets of cold sweat had appeared on his face. Everyone on Mei Shuiyan's side had the same expressions as that of those on the opposite, i.e. Zi Jingheng's side. Everyone had gathered their spiritual energies, and had concentrated their spiritual sense in order to discern this mysterious man's strength. After all, this battle ought to reveal the real strength of this black-robed man. This moment would also decide the fate of the Jun family. The two men came close to each other in a moment. Half-bodied's only one gazed deep into the eyes of the black-robed man in the same manner the rays of light sink deep in the ocean. Half-bodied was thoroughly prepared in his heart, but he was still losing his head out of panic. He then brandished his left side garment towards Jun Moxie as if he was shooting a steel plate towards his enemy's chest. However, the mysterious man suddenly disappeared into thin air in front of everyone's eyes. And, he went missing from half-bodied's line of sight. Everyone was left gobsmacked by this. They ransacked their minds to find where he had gone off to, but no one could comprehend where he had gone. Where did that black-robed man disappear? Suddenly, half-bodied let out a sad and swine-like cry, and jolted another 100 feet into the air. In fact, his scream sounded so miserable that it seemed as if his heart was being torn apart from his living body. Everyone stood their ground with eyes opened wide. They were stupefied. Half-bodied's only foot had caught fire in the air. A black and dense cloud of smoke was rising in the sky as the foot was slowly burning away. Half-bodied was crying out miserably while trying to make a cyclone in order to put off the fire with his only hand. However, this seemed to be having no effect on the black flame. It was still burning in the same manner. Moreover, it was burning very slowly. Each of the spectators had a sharp and keen eyesight. So, they could clearly see that half-bodied's foot had burned down to 1/3 its length. The flesh and bone of this man's foot had burned down to 1/3 in a flash. Half-bodied was shouting in pain. Then, he suddenly crumbled down on the ground. However, he eventually couldn't endure this extreme pain and fear. So, he wrapped his entire Xian strength around his right hand, and tried to put the fire off with its support. But, he suddenly started screaming even more miserably when his fingers came in contact with the black flame. His body shuddered. And, his bloodshot eyes nearly bulged out from his eye sockets due to extreme pain. Even his blue veins and muscles were embossed out of his forehead. All 5 of his fingers were on fire. The color of the flame was still pitch black like before. This was the flame of primal chaos. Wood burns when it touches this flame. Water burns when it touches this flame. Gold burns when it touches this flame. Even air burns when it touches this flame. There's nothing in the world which wouldn't burn when touched by the flame of primal chaos. Half-bodied slammed down with a squishing sound. The black flame had already burned down the foot. And it was busy burning his thigh now. The flame had already burnt down the hand, and had reached the shoulder by now. However, it was still burning like it had been at the start, neither too fast, nor too slow. Moreover, the flame was burning with trivial fluctuations in a very graceful manner. In fact, it appeared as if a Gothic dance or some mysterious religious rites were being performed. Everyone glared at him with eyes opened wide and gaping mouths. They looked on as half-bodied writhed and struggled in pain. His body had gotten engulfed in spasms. The flame of primal chaos had engulfed the muscles of his entire body. And, this had forced them to contract in a very violent manner. The muscles of his body kept twitching and throbbing every now and then. And, his appearance kept changing. But, the flame hadn't taken up his life yet. In fact, he was still far from death. Clang! Ning Wuqing unsheathed his longsword. His sword united with his body like the rainbow unites with the sky. He brushed the sword twice and chopped at half-bodied's shoulder and thigh. He had cut off the 2 places that were on fire. You think it's so simple? You think you'll have your way so easily, an extremely emphatic voice echoed in the air. Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw what was standing near half-bodied. A black shadow had suddenly appeared there. It was the black-robed man. The black-robed man had disappeared a while ago. However, he had reappeared the same way he had disappeared, without any movement in his chi field. Therefore, no one could understand how he was doing it. Then, he looked at Ning Wuqing in a pitiful manner, and spoke up, "I want to kill this man. So, he'll still die even if he has been crippled by you." His hand stretched out as he said these words. Suddenly, 2 pitch-black flames appeared on his hands. These 2 flames were also as dark as the night itself. Then, a deadly scream rose up in the sky. And, it started to seem as if these flames were the gates of the underworld. These flames were more ferocious than those which were burning on half-bodied's body. In fact, they resembled 2 fiery dragons which were swaying gently in the cold and dark night. "Ning Wuqing, do you also want a taste of it?" Jun Moxie snorted as he asked. Ning Wuqing's complexion underwent a drastic change, and he took 2 steps back. Even his hands and feet were slightly trembling. He had already seen half-bodied's miserable condition. So, how could he even think of experiencing it himself? This was when he suddenly heard some people of his team shouting at him, "Ning Wuqing! Discard your sword!" Ning Wuqing was startled to hear this. So, he lowered his head to look. And, he instantly lost his nerves. He let go off his long sword without much delay, and it fell to the ground. Then, he saw that a black mass of fire had emerged on the pointed end of his sword. This flame then gradually extended to the entire sword. He had used this sword to cut off half-bodied's arm and thigh a moment ago. Therefore, the pointed end had come in contact with the black fire. Surprisingly, the entire sword had caught fire as a result. The most terrible fact was that this black flame had emitted no sound, no light, and no heat. Moreover, it could burn metal, but the individuals present nearby wouldn't even come to know of it. Ning Wuqing's complexion turned as white as paper. The fear of this close call was still lingering on his heart. This flame would have burnt my entire hand if I had continued to hold my sword. Then, Ning Wuqing thought of the devastation that had befallen half-bodied. And, he couldn't help but tremble. Even his spirit turned cold and began to shiver. He watched the black fire as it slowly and gradually engulfed his sword on ground. Ning Wuqing felt terrible, as if a knife was being twisted through his heart. This was my favorite weapon. Then, he looked at half-bodied again, and saw that the black flame had started burning on his body again. In fact, the flame had burned his lower abdomen away by now. Only half of his skull and half the chest remained. Half-bodied was no longer shouting. But, he was still breathing. He had survived for such a long time because of the excellent Xian strength from his meridians had been resisting the flame to some extent. However, his body was throbbing now. In fact, it seemed as if he was suffering the horrible torments of hell. Half-bodied eventually died. However, he died without even leaving a single speck of ash behind. He didn't even get a chance to turn into smoke since he had been burnt by the dreadful flame of primal chaos. Instead, his body had disappeared into thin air. He was expert who possessed the strength of above the great master level. But, he wasn't even granted the time to showcase his signature moves. He had only been able to brandish his sleeve towards his opponent. But, he hadn't even gotten the chance to hit the enemy. Instead, a black mysterious fire had risen out of nowhere, and it had burned him while he was still alive. His mind had remained sober to bear the tremendously horrible suffering until he had died. He had clearly felt his own body getting roasted till death while it had slowly faded away. He had dreaded and despaired. His comrades and colleagues had stood nearby and stared at him in helplessness. However, no one had come up to help him. Instead, all of them had looked on as he had gradually turned into ashes. The seemingly ordinary lumps remained on the ground. These were the leftovers of the flame. These 3 remaining sparks had continued to burn on even though they had already eaten thought Ning Wuqing's sword had half-bodied's body. And, that was because they had started to burn the ground now. In fact, the black flame was still burning without a halt. Suddenly, the black-robed man waved his hand and the black flame rose into the sky. Then, it landed into the man's hands, and disappeared into nothingness. Nothing but blank spaces remained on the ground now. No remnants of a sword or a skeleton could be seen on the ground. That blank space was too horrible to look at. But, no one dared to say anything. All of them were stationary and dumbfounded. In fact, they looked like statues. Zi Jinghong breathed a long sigh after a long silence. Suddenly, he felt an itch on his forehead. So, he stretched his hand to touch it. However, he couldn't comprehend when his forehead had gotten studded with sweat. He felt a strange chill in his garments as the cold wind blew past. And, he suddenly felt as if cold water had been poured into his clothes. Half-bodied was nearly as strong as me. I might be a little better, but there wasn't much of a difference in our strengths. However, he was tortured to death by the enemy with so much ease. Moreover, no one could even figure how this man managed to do it. Things can often seem confusing to the individual who is involved in the fray. But, the onlookers can usually get a clear picture of the situation at hand. And, there are many onlookers here. But, not a single person was able to detect the mystery behind this black-robed man's moves. Will I be able to escape if he targets me like this? The answer is a very certain no. This matter is over clear at this point. So, making any amount of analyses and judgments is unnecessary. Then, he looked at the other people on his side. Everybody seemed to be thinking the same way. Their eyes were looking straight, their faces were stiff, and drops of sweat were streaming down from their foreheads. Who amongst these individuals hadn't run amok the lands in the past? Who amongst them hadn't moved unhindered in the entire world? All of them had gathered here in one team. However, that one man had managed to scare everyone to such an extent. This clearly indicated one thing: this black-robed man's strength was undoubtedly sinister and abnormal. Zi Jinghong, do you have anything else to say? Is there anything else you'd like to discuss? Jun Moxie folded his hands behind his back, and gazed at Zi Jinghong as he asked this question. The black-robed man's imposing vigor also began to turn unstable as this happened. It seemed that he had started becoming extremely irritable and angry. It seemed as if a hurricane was beginning to take birth on an ocean, the waves were ready to soar into the sky. Zi Jinghong was scared to death by this. He thought that he knew what had gone wrong. This black-robed man is on the verge of breaking out. Perhaps he will destroy me and everyone on my side if I don't give him a reply that pleases him. However, he was completely unaware that Jun Moxie had been feeling unbearably anxious when he had said that. And, that was because he was struggling to maintain his appearance at this time. Jun Moxie had started his act with the yin-yang escape method. And, everything had been normal at that time. But, the flame of primal chaos's usage had taken its toll on him. He was clearly sensing that the Hongjun Pagoda's energy was becoming increasingly unstable and restless with the passage of time. In fact, it was getting increasingly difficult for him to control it. The fusion has been too strong and prolonged this time. My spiritual strength is already finding it hard to handle the enormous energy of the Hongjun Pagoda. Its energy may break through my mental restraints at any point of time. And, I'll be completely helpless when that happens. We'll withdraw at once since the senior has ordered it. However, I request the senior to consider the matter of those pills once again. After all, the battle for seizing the heavens isn't a question of any family's reputation. Instead, it concerns the future of the entire Xian continent's common people. Zi Jinghong bowed in a respectful manner. Well. I've thought over this matter several times. I'll personally come to the 3 holy lands when the time is right. Haha. 3 holy lands, I'll surely come to you. Jun Moxie's voice sunk, and he began to speak in a lowered tone. He clenched his teeth, and thought something entirely different in his mind. I won't come to give you the pills. Instead, I'll come to take revenge, and kill you. You dared to bully my Jun family. I'm the son of this family. So, what good would my life be if I don't come looking out for you in the future? Why would I be kind towards your three holy lands? Many thanks for your approval, Your Excellency. Xi Jinghong was overjoyed at this. So, he replied with extreme courtesy. Then, he somewhat stammered as he asked, but, after how much time? Not much. I'll come within 2 years. I'll come before the battle for seizing the heavens at the latest. And, I'll ensure that I come to the three holy lands in person. Is there anything else you wish to say? Nothing. Then, leave at once. And, don't come back to the Jun family. You won't be able to leave if you come here again. However, this old man has no interest in any other place outside. That's all I have to say. Jun Moxie had begun to have a splitting headache. He felt as if his soul was mercilessly being torn apart. In fact, he nearly wanted to cry out. Jun Moxie felt as if his pain was as intense as the one that had been endured by Half-Bodied when he had been burnt down. I request Your Excellency to reveal his name, please. It'll help us in explaining ourselves upon our return. Xi Jinghong had already decided to withdraw. So, he waved his hand in order to gesture the 89 people from the three holy lands. He had signaled them to get together and prepare to withdraw, regardless of whether they were wounded or not. The people from the elusive land of immortals were grieving at this decision. But, they knew that they didn't have a choice. After all, not even a trace of Half-Bodied could be found at this time. So, what other option did they have even if they were angry? Take revenge. That was a joke. An ant had died under the elephant's foot. And, the other ants wanted to plan revenge. But, the question was, how to go about it. We'll have to wait until we go back and report this to our Empress. We'll only be throwing away our lives even if we go all out right now. The great golden city and illusory ocean of blood were already preparing for a withdrawal. So, Ning Wuqing and his people also prepared to retreat since they didn't have a better choice. This old Feng Ju Qing used to have a nickname in the past long gone, heartlessly beheads the heavens. Jun Moxie coldly groaned and continued, your thousands of years old seniors will know this old man's name if they are still alive. Go back and ask them about me. Xi Jinghong suddenly gasped in amazement. In fact, he nearly bit his tongue. He had been stunned to the core. No wonder. This man can seize the world, and bring nature under his control with his moves. This man has lived for thousands of years. He's an ultra-old freak. He couldn't dare to say anything more. So, he only spoke a few words out of extreme respect, Your Excellency, I'll take your leave now. However, the great and immortal master is always welcome to visit the three holy lands. Jun Moxie hummed in response. He turned his back on them to avoid any further conversation. In fact, it seemed as if he was trying to ignore them. His breathing was also growing more and more erratic. He was on the verge of breaking down. He couldn't take it anymore. However, Xi Jinghong and his people misunderstood this gesture as well. They thought that this great old man who had lived for 1,000 years had turned his back on them because he was dissatisfied with them for dragging this conversation out. They believed that he had been enraged to an extent that he could break out at any time. So, their hearts skipped a beat out of fear. Xi Jinghong quickly took the lead, and shouted for his people to get moving, move. Those 89 experts suddenly leapt into the air, and began to move away. There was no doubt that these at least great master-level experts were extremely fast. They flashed over the fence of the Jun family's residence, and disappeared into thin air within the blink of an eye. Finally had they left. They were gone at last. Jun Moxie heaved a sigh of relief. He was no longer able to maintain his imposing presence. The pressure from the Hongjun Pagoda's aura had already pushed him to his limits. This unusual and extraordinary aura didn't belong to the human world. So, how could Jun Moxie's human body endure such an explosive power? Jun Moxie had to pay the price for the spiritual energy he had obtained and displayed over the course of this fusion. And, the consequence for the same was the complete upheaval of his entire spiritual energy. Therefore, he had to bear the extreme pressure of the entire Hongjun Pagoda's energy. In fact, it could be reckoned that Jun Moxie's soul would have scattered to pieces a long time ago if he hadn't been astonishingly tough and resilient. Jun Moxie relaxed his mind as soon as the powerful enemy left. Consequently, he unconsciously ended up releasing the entire energy he had so far kept restrained. There was a loud and abnormally frantic explosion. It was as if a bomb had exploded. His energy had abruptly exploded since he wasn't able to restrain it anymore. Mei Shuiyan and the others were about to come up in order to thank him. However, they suddenly found that their noses and mouths had been blocked. Moreover, this feeling of suffocation was intense and unbearable. Everything went hazy in front of their eyes, and their innermost feelings of fear surfaced on their panicked faces. In fact, an urge to kneel down had suddenly arisen from the bottom of their hearts. The team members of the Heavenly Destroyers and Soul Devourers were weaker in terms of cultivation. The Jun family's soldiers and guards were even weaker. These people simply kneeled to the ground with plop sounds. They had bent towards the ground under the tremendous pressure of this grandeur. In fact, many people had straightaway prostrated themselves in admiration. Jun Moxie had suffered a frantic attack of enormous pain and unprecedented huge pressure as soon as the enemy had withdrawn. He couldn't bear the sufferings anymore, and gave out a painful cry. Then, he disappeared with a brushing sound. He didn't even get the time to have a look at the Jun family's losses. In fact, he didn't have the time to take a look at the injuries suffered by his grandfather and third uncle. His entire spiritual energy had been crushed by now. So, he was sucked in by the Hongjun Pagoda. He had disappeared without a trace. Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi had earlier thought that they'd be dead in no time. They were already despairing, and had no expectations of being saved. However, this mountain of danger had suddenly changed its course. Therefore, they braced their wounded bodies, and stepped forward to thank their savior. But, their savior suddenly disappeared into thin air. He's an unusual man. The father and son thought the same thing. However, the two men couldn't contain their happiness as they thought that this ferocious person had turned out to be Jun Moxie's master. After all, this meant that the Jun family wouldn't have to deal with any mishaps for a fairly long time. Jun Zhantian heaved a sigh as he looked around the chaotic courtyard. But, he was still happy somewhere in his heart. We were lucky that there weren't much causality today. Indeed, this has been a lucky day. He issued an order to have the courtyard cleaned and restored to its former appearance, and told his people to get some rest. The old lord of the Jun family hadn't spoken in an amicable tone, but his manner of speaking was extremely cordial. In fact, the people present on the scene had clearly sensed the affection in his voice. Old man Jun had clearly realized. These people present here are the real backbone of the Jun family. These are the people who can be trusted. These people will be one of us in the future. And, one doesn't need to be thankful to one's own family. But, it is the responsibility of the family's lord that he wholeheartedly strives for the welfare and success of his entire family. However, Jun Zhantian had made plans for the ones who hadn't showed up this time. Let these turbulent times pass. I'll banish them after that. Would they only stand alongside their family to enjoy the good times? Why should they stay here if they can't share the troubles as well? Jun Zhantian quickly ordered Jun Wuyi once the arrangements had been made. Make haste and go looking for Jun Moxie. See how things are with him. Such a huge incident took place. So, why didn't he show up? Jun Wuyi accepted the order, and quickly left. However, Mei Shuiyan's mind had wildly spiraled into a shock on the other hand. Mei Shuiyan had been standing the closest to Jun Moxie. And she was also the strongest among the ones present on the scene. Jun Moxie had groaned in pain a moment before he had disappeared. That sound had been nearly inaudible, but Mei Shuiyan was sharp enough to catch the sound of his voice. She had felt a wave of shock, and her heart had begun to palpitate. Why would this unrivaled entity groan so painfully? And his voice, why does it resemble Jun Moxie's voice? Is it possible that this mysteriously powerful man is none other than Jun Moxie himself? Was this merely another one of his mysterious tricks? But, how is it even possible? Snake King tottered towards her and asked, Has that mysteriously capable senior left? Mei Yu-yen stood motionless as she pondered over her doubts in a daze. She didn't even hear what the Snake King had said. She was trying to remember each and every word Jun Moxie had uttered. All his words were echoing in her ear. His voice continued to echo in her ears, and things gradually became clearer. Then, she suddenly groaned. It was Jun Moxie's voice. His. It was his voice. But how? He was able to kill an expert who possessed strength greater than the great master level. But, one has to pay an extremely disastrous price for this if they forcefully draw support from an external force. This is the basic reason why people don't use such high-handed methods on regular basis. And, Jun Moxie can't be an exception to this either. Jun Moxie had already intimidated everyone early on. But, I had previously stated that I would kill that bastard. Is that why Jun Moxie pushed himself? Did he do it for me? Was it him? Or was it not? Did he do it for me? Or did he not? Did he? Or, did he not? Mei Shuiyan had been in touch with Jun Moxie for a long time. So, she knew a lot about him. I've seen him smile. I've seen him curse. I've seen him shout. I've seen him lash out in anger. I've seen him in almost all kinds of situations. But, I've never seen him this way. I've never seen him cry out. I've never seen him groan so painfully. We were in the southern heaven city in the past. I had put him inside my world cage, and I had mistreated him very horribly at that time. But, he hadn't groaned out so painfully at that time. He was made to suffer throughout his journey from southern heaven city to Tianxiang city. Anyone else would have been intimidated by those endless sufferings if they had been in his shoes. But, Jun Moxie was as unshakable as ever. I had again beaten him outside the Tianxiang city. But, he didn't break down like this even then. In fact, this man seemed to feel no pain. However, Mei Shuiyan had clearly heard him groan in pain a moment ago. And, a strange emotion had filled her heart as a result. In fact, she felt as if her own heart was in pain. She didn't open her mouth to speak. Instead, she turned her head around and flew towards Jun Moxie's courtyard. She desperately wanted to confirm her doubts. After all, such a big incident had happened today, but Jun Moxie hadn't showed up. Mei Shuiyan had been hoping that Jun Moxie would have fled this entire time. However, she somehow knew that he wasn't a man of such character. This man is indifferent towards life and death. He's a man of such a lofty and awe-inspiring character. Why would he timidly run away from an enemy? Mei Shuiyan couldn't believe that Jun Moxie would have fled for this life. However, he didn't show up the entire time. This is extremely strange. Maybe he went to find his master. But, the fact that he has such a strong support on his side makes it even more improbable for him to escape. Moreover, he shouldn't have been afraid of the enemy once his master had appeared in front of everyone. In fact, the enemy has even withdrawn now. But, Jun Moxie still hasn't showed up. Being able to find him in the Jun family right now will prove that he isn't that black-robed man. But, if I can't find him, what would that painful groan indicate in that case? What does that mean? And, what price did he have to pay for everything he did if he is that mysterious man? Mei Shuiyan was at a level of experience where she knew that there were countless things in the world which couldn't be explained. In fact, she could have also drawn support from such secret methods when she was in her prime before she had sustained those internal injuries. However, she would have had to pay a huge price for using those secret techniques. In fact, that price would have been so high that she would have been pushed into a mortal situation. And, she believed that no one would have been stupid enough to use such a method. Is it possible that Jun Moxie had used one of such techniques? Did he genuinely touch upon some heavenly energy a moment ago? But, how can he bear such a majestic power? Perhaps even I would have had to pay the cost of my life for such a thing. So, how could a spirit Xian Jun Moxie endure it? But, this can clearly explain that painful groan. Mei Shuiyan flashed into Jun Moxie's courtyard like electricity. She ransacked the courtyard, and came out like lightning to search throughout the Jun residence. She spread her spiritual sense in all directions, and searched everywhere. She didn't even miss a single nook or corner. She even forgot the searing pain in her internal organs. And, she entirely neglected that blood was still slowly overflowing from the corners of her mouth. In fact, she had forgotten about all of it in its entirety. Instead, she earnestly searched every nook and corner of that place with extreme anxiety in her eyes. Mei Shuiyan eventually came to a stop. But, she was extremely disappointed. She was standing in front of the elegant fragrance courtyard. Everything was the same as before in the Jun residence. However, Jun Moxie was nowhere to be seen. He had mysteriously disappeared many times in the past as well. But, Mei Shuiyan knew that it was different this time. It was entirely different this time. Snowflakes were falling down at a moderate speed. Mei Shuiyan had always been fond of this weather. They had just escaped from a great danger, but Mei Shuiyan's heart was still full of sadness. She stood with the support of the pillar at this time. She had felt weak for the first time in her life. But, where did he go, where? She gently closed her eyes. And, a teardrop slowly oozed out. Would I have sustained those injuries if I had acted more decisively when I had been ambushed by those 10 experts? Would he have had to act so rashly if I had been of more help? Why? Snake King slowly came towards her. She was very worried, big sister. Two very fierce expressions suddenly gleamed in Mei Shuiyan's eyes. She stood still for quite a while, but the hair at the back of her head had started to flutter. Then, she abruptly turned her head, and her eyes suddenly exposed an expression of indifference. Tiger King and Bear King? Yes, we're here, big sister. Bear King and Earth Cracker were covered in bruises and scars. But, they stepped forward to face Mei Shuiyan. You two, why didn't you two use the weapons Jun Moxie had given you? You two were blindly using your fists and feet to fight. Are you dumb? Mei Shuiyan began to reprimand them. I. Big Bear and Earth Cracker were tongue-tied. They wanted to say, we didn't get the time, but they didn't dare speak to up. Instead, they lowered their faces in shame. The fact was that these two beast kings hadn't gotten accustomed to carrying their weapons around. Therefore, they had madly charged out to kill the enemy when the fight had broken out. And, the fight had already gotten over by the time they remembered about their new weapons. But, it may be a good thing as far as the matter is concerned this time around. The people from the 3 holy lands might have misjudged your strengths. So, you two will return to the Tianfa forest at once. Don't hesitate in killing anyone who blocks your path. And, remember one thing very clearly, those 2 heavenly weapons aren't for decoration. I want those pills returned back with safety even if you two have to sacrifice your lives in doing so. Mei Shuiyan's voice had sounded as cold as a millennia-old block of ice. Moreover, inform every peak 9th level Xian beasts in the Tianfa forest, they must make breakthroughs in 2 years. I will wipe them away upon my return if they fail. Why should they stay if they're so useless? All Xian beasts who are at the bottlenecks will be treated the same way, no matter what level they're at. You and Third Crane won't be an exception either. You will also be treated similarly. Upgrade your strength as much as you can. Then, assemble in the Tian Fa forest, and wait for my command. If he's dead. I'm going to the Three Holy Lands if he's dead. In fact, I'll bury the billions of creatures who walk on this continent. A bloodied murderous intention had seemingly congealed in Mei Shuiyan's tone when she had stated those last few words. Moreover, her tone had been extremely decisive. It was evident that there was no room for margin. Could people exploit a person of noble character? But, this is what can happen to people with conspiring nature when the anger of a person with noble character explodes. The snake, bear, and tiger king listened to Mei Shuiyan's words, and couldn't help but tremble out of fear. Big sister looks very angry and anxious right now. It seems that many of our brothers in the Tian Fa forest are going to be in a problem. Breaking through the bottleneck is easier said than done, but, how could they dare to refute her at this time? They had no choice but to comply in unison. Yes. We understood. Big Bear and Earth Cracker slowly lifted their heads to look at Mei Shuiyan. Then, the Bear King stammered, Big sister, shall we leave right away? Just get lost right this moment. Mei Shuiyan screamed at them. The two Beast Kings trembled out of fear. They then rushed to leave that place with a whoosh. In fact, the two tall and sturdy figures had vanished into the snow in the blink of an eye. They were nowhere to be seen. Their current movements had been even quicker than the ones they had displayed during the battle with the Three Holy Lands. Mei Shuiyan wasn't feeling very good inside her heart, but she knew that this was the best opportunity for them to leave. The people from the Three Holy Lands were still not too far from the peripheries of Tianxiang City at this time. Mei Shuiyan had calculated the enemy's moves in her mind. They will believe that the Bear King and Tiger King have obtained the aid of that mysterious man from the Jun family. So, these two Beast Kings should be living here without any apprehensions. This means that these two shouldn't start on their journey back without tending to their wounds first. Therefore, the enemy won't plan on an interception until a few days have passed. However, these two Beast Kings are very quick. So, the two of them would have traveled thousands of miles by the time those people arrived to make an interception. But, the matter would have been done and dusted by then. Therefore, Mei Shuiyan had taken this decision without delay. The two Beast Kings had sustained some injuries, but she had still ordered them to start off at their full speeds without any delay. And, that's because this moment was the safest for their departure even if they were injured. In fact, the present moment was much safer than the dangers they would have to confront after a few days had passed. Mei Shuiyan stood motionless in the snowy breeze after the two Beast Kings left. She was gently stroking the pillar as her gaze remained obsessively fixed at Jun Moxie's courtyard. Then, she suddenly smiled as a remark made by Jun Moxie surfaced in her mind. What happened to him? This anxiety is killing me. Snake King stood quietly at her side. There was a complex expression in her eyes. A long while passed like this. Then, Mei Shuiyan let out a soft sigh, and asked, Did you find where Jun Moxie is? Snake King looked at her and replied, Jun family's people are continuously on the lookout for him. Big sister, please don't worry. He's nowhere to be seen at the moment, but he has such a tyrannical master by his side. Nothing bad will happen to him. Mei Shuiyan sighed and powerlessly closed her eyes. I'm afraid that this guy. I'm afraid that he's pretending to be his own master. But I think that I shouldn't tell anyone about this. Mei Shuiyan's heart had become impatient and anxious. But, there was nothing that she could do. She stood motionlessly for a long time. Then, something suddenly stirred up inside her, and blood spurted out her mouth. The extremely powerful energy from the Hongjun Pagoda had exploded once Jun Moxie was no longer able to contain it. The experts from the Three Holy Lands were on the run at that time. However, they suddenly stopped when they heard the sound of that explosion. They then looked back, and witnessed this vigorous and imposing storm. And they couldn't prevent themselves from sweating profusely. However, their hearts were brimming with happiness. They felt lucky to have moved out in time. That was very fierce. Brother Z, we ran into a great danger this time. In fact, I'm afraid that if Brother Z hadn't taken such a prompt decision. Xiao Weiqing rushed to his side. He was wearing the three-pearled crown of the great golden city. He whispered to Zi Jinghong whilst trying to recover from the shock as they rushed along. That was very worrisome. Zi Jinghong also wiped off his cold sweat. Then, he turned his head around, and looked back. He then spoke up while gnashing his teeth in anger, Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming are such bastards. They had said that nothing would stop us from being victorious and glorious as long as we can deal with Venerable Mei. And then, we ran into a fiery demon who killed our people and broke our weapons. And, we eventually had to retreat in defeat. This has tarnished us like nothing else could have. It feels like we've been deceived. This third-in-rank Z was feeling extremely indignant at the moment. He felt as if the fact that he had to bow his head in front of that mysterious man had scarred to his prestige to the extreme. That man possessed such a monstrous strength. All 90 of us would have died there if you hadn't brought up the battle for seizing the heavens. There's no need to mention much, just think about that black flame for a moment. It left nothing of half-bodied. And, think about what happened when Ning Wuqing stepped up. If that old freak had waved his hand and thrown those flames into our crowd. Brother Xiao, then. Zi Jinghong smacked his lips, and shook his head. That's right. We could have stayed there because that black fire was beyond our capabilities. It would have burned us to pieces in a short while in case it was launched in full swing. But, it had disappeared without a trace when he had waved his hand to stop it. We couldn't even make out where and how it disappeared. Brother Z, it was a horrifying magical skill. Xiao Weiqing was still trembling with fear. But, he didn't know that Jun Moxie also wanted to sow that. However, the issue was that Jun Moxie wasn't capable of doing something like that at that moment. Using the fire against one or two people was still possible for him. But, Jun Moxie's trick would have been rendered powerless if had tried to use it against so many people. Xiao Weiqing continued, that mysterious old man's black flame was extremely appalling. But Brother Z, did you notice what happened when he reappeared after setting half-bodied on fire? Your little brother felt as if he had secretly gone underground, and had reappeared after drilling out from there. This could explain his mysterious skill. But, there was no hole at the spot where he drilled out of. Moreover, there was no fluctuation in his energy. That's how he was disappearing and reappearing at will like. He's matchless in many ways, and he can also go underground. Yes. That old freak has lived for thousands of years. So, how could he be ordinary? Zi Jinghong seemed to be reassuring him, after all, he has practiced cultivation for thousands of years. What he had implied was, what's the point of comparing ourselves with an old freak who has been cultivating for thousands of years? So, what's the point of being anxious about it? Brother Z is right, Xiao Weiqing thought along these lines, and felt a bit better as a result. Indeed. We had the wrong information. In fact, this misinformation was deadly. But, it's fortunate that our illusory ocean of blood didn't suffer much losses. Else, our Lord would have peeled off our skins upon our return. It's no longer surprising that Huang Taiyang vanished like that. Damn it! Such a terrible monster genuinely exists in this world. Even another 8 or 10 Huang Taiyangs would have turned to dust in front of this man. Zi Jinghong spoke with some regret in his tone. Our great golden city hasn't suffered too much damage either. Xiao Weiqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he spoke up as if he was gloating over the losses of others. However, half-bodied from the elusive land of immortals was sent to the sky like a lantern. In fact, he was even set on fire by that senior, he. They felt happy as they saw the gloomy and sullen face of Ning Wuqing from the elusive land of immortals. They reckoned that this man would have a very unpleasant time upon his return. Indeed. He was the ones who brought that incorrect information. And, that lead to the demise of a major leader from his holy land. Moreover, the sword he had been carrying with himself for so many years has also turned into molten iron. Ning Wuqing will have to face the violent abuses and beatings of the Empress when he returns to the elusive land of immortals. It would be extremely strange if he managed to avoid it. However, that half-bodied deserved to die. Did you listen to the way he was speaking? Did he even sound like an expert who was above the great master level? Even a dirty hooligan wouldn't have stooped to such a level. It's not surprising that the old man despised him. Zi Jinghong sighed in agreement, seeing that old boy being roasted felt good. In fact, it seems like that old man had somewhat done it for everyone's satisfaction. Furthermore, that Feng Ju Qing had spoken very rightly. After all, half-bodied was merely half-left. So, what was the purpose of his life anyway? So. Brother Z. Shall we change our other plans? Xiao Weiqing asked with his inquisitive gaze. As a matter of fact, this might not be necessary. Senior Feng has only been the Jun family's patron the entire time. After all, he is also a human. He never even mentioned about the Tian Fa forest. Therefore, we can still do what we came for. After all, why didn't he mention about Tian Fa if he cared about it? Besides, we can say that we didn't know anything about this if he comes to press us. In fact, he probably won't mess with us because of the battle for seizing the heavens. Besides, what's done is done. So, it would be of no use if he were to get angry with us over it. He's certainly extremely appalling, but can he rely on his own strength to stand against an entire race of those outsiders? So, aren't we a necessary factor in the bigger picture? Zi Jinghong spoke as a treacherous smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Jun Moxie had scarcely realized this point when he was doing the talking earlier. It was just that he was in too much pain at that time. Let's put aside the Tianxiang city's matter if that's the case. Instead, let's concentrate our entire strength on the Tian Fa forest. Let's take Bear King and Tiger King first. We can decide upon the rest later. Xiao Weiqing clenched his fist. Tiger King and Bear King have sustained injuries today. So, they will recuperate for a few days since they're staying in a safe zone right now. Moreover, they will rest a few days before they start on their return journey. We'll also be able to make proper arrangements by that time. Anyway, those two don't have the kind of divine weapons Venerable Mei and Snake King possess. So, we'll be able to succeed with relative ease. Zi Jinghong had a radiant spark in his eyes, that's right. And, hadn't that Jun Moxie mentioned that he wanted to visit the Dongfang family? Moreover, Venerable Mei lusts after him. So, she'll probably follow right after him. That time would bring the best opportunity for us. But, we must ensure that we don't hurt Jun Moxie. Instead, we must ensure that we capture him safely. Perhaps we can use him to talk conditions with that black-robed man. Moreover, we need to redouble our efforts in spying over the Jun family. We should even try to get hold of some of the Jun family's members if necessary. Xiao Weiqing had been listening with smiles of exultation. However, he couldn't help but interrupt at this time. Are you trying to court death? Zi Jinghong looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. He then spoke up, that Feng Ju Qing is obviously a permanent resident at the Jun family. Anyway, one tends to require a permanent office if they're into alchemy. Moreover, that aristocratic hall has been auctioned such mysterious pills for a long time. In fact, they're already sold a scary amount of them. It is obvious that this old freak has been refining those pills. So, this explains that the old freak has been staying at the Jun family's residence. He has never left their place. And, you want to kidnap the Jun family's members? Seriously? How did a man wearing the three-pearled crown of the great golden city come up with such a suicidal idea? Xiao Wei Cheng's forehead started to brim with sweat. He had suddenly realized that the Jun family couldn't be messed with. It would be better for us to dispatch people to collect huge amounts of money. We should also start gathering the herbs we've been collecting over the years. That old freak obviously has some brilliant and majestic skills, but he's clearly concerned about the battle for seizing the heavens. We need to get accustomed to the aristocratic hall's rule and regulations. And, we need to put in some investments. That old freak might not refuse us since we've come from 1,000 miles away as long as we follow their norms. In fact, he might even help us in refining some of the mysterious pills. He. Zi Jinghong had some crafty expressions on his face as he said these words. Elder brother Zi, you're right. Our issues will be easily solved as long as we follow that old guy. Xiao Wei Cheng said in agreement. But, we can't relax as far as the beast kings there are concerned. Dispatch a group of people to monitor the roads that lead out of the Jun family's residence. We must be informed as soon as Tiger King and Bear King come out. We'll begin the interceptions once they're about 500 miles away from Tianxiang City. Zi Jinghong issued strict orders. After all, they might run back to the Jun family if they break away from our ambush in case they're not too far away from Tianxiang. And, that would be extremely terrible for us. That's right, Xiao Wei Cheng pondered and said, we also need to dispatch a few people for the city gates, or the roads that lead to the southern heaven city in order to be sure. Let's make the most out of this operation. This is going to be a little dangerous, but we haven't sustained many injuries yet. So, our strengths are still intact. In fact, we won't suffer much of a loss even if a few of our people get injured. Zi Jinghong laughed in a wicked manner. These people from the elusive land of immortals aren't exactly a thunder of dragons. But, they can still be of use to us. After all, they do possess a decent amount of strength. Xiao Wei Cheng started smiling since he had understood the meaning intended. Jun Moxie immediately felt a violent backlash and his mind instantly went blank. At that moment, he was sucked into the Hongjun Pagoda. Intense pain flooded into him. It felt as though he was fried in an oil pan for 500 times or as though his tongue was being pulled for about 10,000 times. As he was being sucked into the Hongjun Pagoda, Jun Moxie lost consciousness. In his reverie, blood oozed out of Jun Moxie's face and body. The black robe over his body started to bulge up. Suddenly, there was a bang sound and the robe exploded into pieces. How could his other clothing remain intact when even his outermost part of his robe was blasted into pieces? As a result, young Master Jun turned naked. Blood flowed out from Jun Moxie's naked body like a fountain and it formed a thick, misty fog. His body was soaked with blood and it started to twitch and convulse in pain. His ribs were visibly moving under his skin. The power of the impact was clearly far beyond what he could handle. The damage that it caused on his physical body could not be compared to his previous injuries. If Jun Moxie was not sucked into the Hongjun Pagoda at the very last moment, his body would have exploded and the entire sky would be filled with a thick bloody fog. Shortly after, the Hongjun Pagoda radiated a spiritual energy which surged toward Jun Moxie. It entered his body, moving through his 5 sense organs, his sweat pores, every part of his body. It was unknown how much time passed. Jun Moxie finally twitched his finger and began to slowly open his eyes. He struggled as he looked around, and he finally yelled, "What the hell, apparently I did not die, so interesting, it is really interesting." Even the great young Master Jun knew that death was certain. He nearly blew up from taking on so much risk. The moment he came to his senses, he immediately felt a splitting headache. It was as if a playful monkey was jumping around in his head. The veins on both sides of his head were beating wildly like a skipping rope. It seemed like 1,000 steel needles were poking all the joints on his body. This pain was made worse when his manhood also started swaying around in excruciating pain. These symptoms made Jun Moxie twitch his eyebrows and shout, "What the hell, this has nothing to with you, you are not required in this fight, why are you coaxing me, are you trying to prove your strength? Just as he finished cursing, Jun Moxie was inundated with pain. Since there was no one around to hear him, the great young master Jun gave up resisting. He started screaming tragically like a wailing ghost was crying or the slaughter of 10,000 pigs. It was a earth-shattering moment. What the hell, why is this so painful? What AF *** king challenge of my limits? Jun Moxie's mouth spewed out vulgarities. He repeated all the curses from his past life, multiple times even. However, the pain remained and he even began cursing with vulgarities from different dialects. His curses did not spare the various divinities, going from the netherworld to Buddha, then to Lord of the soil and the ground. Then he cursed the people from the 3 holy lands, going from the previous generation and then backwards, all the way up to the 72nd generation of their ancestors. The female family members from the direct line were not spared either. With twisted eyebrows, glaring eyes, Jun Moxie cursed with great aplomb while drawing cold gasps of air. Words flowed out of his mouth more smoothly. His curses came out more easily as his saliva splattered. In his present state, he was no doubt the winner if a swearing competition was held. In fact, he would win with so much ease that no one would have raised any objections or show any dissatisfaction. It could even make the dead to dance the disco in their coffins and dance until they died once again from exhaustion. While his mouth was busy moving, the spiritual aura from the Hongjun Pagoda did not stop healing the brat despite his malicious words. Instead, it continued to doing its job diligently. Until suddenly. Why is it not painful anymore? Jun Moxie stopped swearing when he found out that his body was no longer in pain anymore. Does swearing help in recovering? Wahahaha, just like playing chess helped Guan Yu handle Huatuo's painful treatment, the great young master Jun's curses can help handle any torture from the 18 levels of hell. It seems like I will also become an undying legend. Jun Moxie felt complacent. Unfortunately, it was a pity that he could not spread this secret. Otherwise, the customs of this world would definitely change. Young Master Jun's curses incorporated thousands of years of wisdom from different countries around the world, ones from his homeland and from the rest of the world. If this were to spread to the rest of Xian continent, it would definitely upend the world standards. At the very least, it would bring more diversity to the concept of swearing. And the founder of this all would be none other than the great young Master Jun. Though it did not hurt anymore, he remained enervated. He continued laying on the ground, not having even have the strength to get up, nor move even a little. Jun Moxie felt a lingering fear. After all, the present him knew that he was in a precarious situation. However, despite the fear, he knew he would choose to do the same even if he was given a chance to make the choice again. He would do it without any regrets. Even if it meant that death would ensue with his soul disintegrating. This was because he did it for his family, the people whom he cherished the most. As long as I, Jun Moxie, am still alive and breathing, then the 3 holy lands or even the gods in heaven can forget about hurting my family. Unless they cross over my dead body, they can forget about it. Jun Moxie gritted his teeth and slowly started to circulate his energy. At this point, he realized that his dantian was empty. There wasn't even a drop of energy, as though he was drained dry. When he used his inner eye to view his empty dantian, it was like a desolate and barren land that was going to crack up from the drought. How selfish. There's actually nothing left for me. They really screwed me over. They should have at least left some moisture for me. Jun Moxie swallowed his saliva, closed his eyes and started to place his efforts into recovering. However, he did not know that if not for his previous crazy practice in alchemy, he wouldn't even have been able to do this. Slowly, at an extremely slow speed, a strand of energy was extracted from the deep recesses of his damaged meridians. It slowly flowed into his dantian, and thereafter, Jun Moxie slowly controlled this hair strand of energy to circulate around his body. After one full circulation, his vitality raised significantly. Following which, he started his second circulation. When he reached his ninth circulation, there was a sudden boom. His meridians, his muscles, his veins, his bones. Every part of his body erupted with the purest energies which entered into his pool of spiritual energy. The energy flow within his meridians grew stronger and stronger, and with every circulation, it became turned thicker. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the surroundings also started to release whooshing sounds. Like surging waters, it surged into his body like tidal wave. They rapidly transformed into energy and entered his meridians before entering his dantian. After one circulation, all of them transformed into the purest spirit energy. Jun Moxie unconsciously entered a deep ethereal state. He only knew that he had to circulate and absorb energy. As the qi flow in his meridians grew stronger, the speed at which he absorbed the Hongjun Pagoda's spiritual energy became faster. Rich spiritual energy was produced within the Hongjun Pagoda. With the naked eye, one could see milky white qi flow flowing out from the pagoda and entering Jun Moxie's pores. What kind of existence was the Hongjun Pagoda? No matter how much Jun Moxie took, it could ultimately provide him with it as though it was the easiest task ever. This time, Jun Moxie had narrowly escaped from death and his dantian was left empty. Because of this, a sense of apprehension and fear developed within the bold and fearless evil monarch. Thus, Jun Moxie knew he had to work hard to circulate his energy. Time after time, circulation after circulation. He did not notice it, but the qi flow within his meridians slowly transformed into the third layered silver thread. After which, this silver thread slowly followed the circulation and became stronger and thicker. The current silver thread had already exceeded Jun Moxie's previous strongest state and it was actually growing stronger. If Jun Moxie inspected his internal activities, he would definitely discover that his meridians were also starting to swell because of the silver thread. At the same time, a faint blob of light appeared above Jun Moxie's forehead, and it gradually became clearer. A seven-colored manifestation of the Hongjun Pagoda appeared on his forehead. It was like tiny forehead accessory that floated in midair. This pagoda ornament became clearer and clearer, and it slowly became more corporeal. It was rotating on Jun Moxie's forehead, and with every rotation, it emanated thousands of beams of light. Like the rainbows after showers, brilliant light gathered around him. Of course, Jun Moxie did not notice what was happening. The present him was like a 300-year-old ghost that died of hunger and suddenly saw a bowl of steamed bread. He started to absorb the spiritual aura around him crazily. He was absorbing with no end and his thirst seemed to be insatiable. It was unknown how long it took. The little pagoda on his forehead slowly stopped rotating and it stopped 3 inches away from Jun Moxie's forehead. He finally reached his limit. Jun Moxie felt that the rate at which he was absorbing the heaven-earth spiritual qi was slowing down, it seemed as though it no longer increased. Meanwhile, his body was in excruciating pain, and he felt like cotton had been stuffed into his head. It bulged up and it seemed as if a touch would leave a depression. Just at this moment, the meridians along his body suddenly stopped functioning, there was total stillness. No matter how much he moved, he did not manage to let the aura flow in at all. How did this happen? Jun Moxie twisted his eyebrows and was about to check his situation, when suddenly, without warning, boom! The qi flow within Jun Moxie's meridians suddenly exploded in every direction. In an instant, his meridian's original limit was broken. The silver qi flow transformed into tiny silver dust and suddenly disappeared. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Jun Moxie was shocked. An explosion also suddenly happened in his brain. Ah! Blood spurted out of Jun Moxie's nose and mouth simultaneously. He was in severe pain, it was as though his veins were shattered. Could it be that I have gone crazy and I am going to become a useless human? Just as this thought ran through his mind and before he could feel depressed, Jun Moxie realized his veins were just fine. While he was feeling confused, he suddenly realized that some pale gold fog had mysteriously appeared in his veins. The pale gold fog became more and more concentrated, gradually blocking the blood flow in his veins. Another boom happened. It shocked Jun Moxie, who yelled until he almost fainted. He urgently used his abilities to see what was happening inside his body. He then realized that the pale gold fog which appeared a while ago had disappeared without a trace. In its place, was an extremely thin gold thread. It was as though a stream of gold water was swimming excitedly in his veins. Jun Moxie could clearly feel that the flow of the gold water encompassed an extraordinarily great strength. Compared to his standards, he was definitely nowhere close. If the original third level of spiritual power's silver thread could hold 100 pounds, then this gold thread could hold up a hill, or at least a ton, or possibly 10 tons. This was an astonishingly scary change. Maybe I broke through again. Once this thought ran through his mind, another rumble occurred in his mind again. It was as though an earthquake was taking place. He felt a pop at the front of his mind, seeming as though something cracked. Of course, Jun Moxie did not know that this sound was caused by the sudden explosion of the small tower which formed on his forehead the day before by the Earth's spiritual power. It evolved into a 7-colored gas and entered his head from his Baihui acupoint. Then, Jun Moxie felt the entire Hongjun pagoda shake vigorously as though an earthquake was happening. He was lying on the floor but was too high up in the air. Luckily he was facing upwards, if not he would end up kissing the ground even though it was in the Hongjun pagoda. Ugh, Jun Moxie busily flipped and stood up, avoiding a bad fall as he asked himself, what is happening? Just as he opened his eyes and looked forward, he tried to open his mouth but he could not speak. Around 10 feet in front of him was originally an empty tower, but it has disappeared. In its place was a door. An open door of 7 colors. Hongjun Pagoda's 4th level. He really, at this timing, broke through. Oh my. Endangering my life once and I broke through. Isn't this forcing me to endanger myself? Jun Moxie was in shock. I can only break through by endangering my life. It was like this the previous time and now again. Is life really so worthless? His thought did not end there, and Jun Moxie finally could not resist and spouted, where do I find so many lives to play with? Once or twice more and I would definitely kill myself. This is too torturous. Then again, Jun Moxie himself knew that breaking through was not achievable by just forsaking his life. After breaking through, even if he endangered himself 1,000 times, it was still not a given to break through again so quickly. Actually, during this period, Jun Moxie laid a pretty solid foundation for his breaking through. From Tiannan to breaking through to the 3rd level until then, it was not a long time of about 3 months since Jun Moxie was revived. Throughout his practicing process, it was already one of the slowest breakthroughs. Although the more advanced his Xian cultivation was, the slower it was for breakthroughs, Jun Moxie's breakthrough this time around was surprising yet not without logic. During his last alchemy, he unintentionally broke through the Sky Xian level to reach the Spirit Xian level. Jun Moxie originally thought he already broke through the opening the Sky's 4th level of cultivation, but after some check then he realized that he did not. However, since then, Jun Moxie knew that although he did not break through, he was on the verge of it. All he needed was fate. He originally thought that it would take a while more to complete the breakthrough, but this time, Jun Moxie disregarded his own life, which was too dangerous. As the host of the Hongjun Pagoda, why did it allow Jun Moxie to lose his life? It was important to note that the Hongjun Pagoda was residing in Jun Moxie's body. They were inseparable. Although it was still not easy to transfer abilities, it was a clear case of direct implication. If Jun Moxie really died, then the Hongjun Pagoda would have to follow him to be reincarnated. Therefore, at the most crucial moment, the Hongjun Pagoda finally used its great powers again and pulled this reckless guy back at the last second before his spirit was eliminated, then helplessly gave him a major repair. However, this guy was not contented. While his veins were empty, he seized the opportunity and endangered himself once more, suicidally absorbed spiritual energy. Furthermore, he did it unconsciously. This was even more helpless. It just pulled this guy back from an explosion. Did he have to self-destruct once more? Master Jun was a lucky person. He was practicing not outside but in the Hongjun Pagoda, so when his internal spiritual energy was about to self-destruct, the Hongjun Pagoda would naturally compress it back. This compress directly brought about changes to the quantity which changed the nature. Therefore, this breakthrough was both understandable and yet, surprising. It was such a perfect combination of time, location and persona. Without any of them, it would have been impossible. How rare. If the Hongjun Pagoda could hear Jun Moxie speak, endangering his life will help his breakthrough and so he needs to endanger his life more. Regardless of how firm and rooted it was, it would most probably spit blood. This guy really did not have any self-love. Other than endangering his life, what else could he play with? Was he just endangering his life? It was endangering the tower too. Which previous hosts did not treat their body like treasure? Cherish it? All they feared was a slight injury. However, after staying in this guy's body, why did the tower never stop worrying? It had never seen anyone as reckless as this guy. He was not even Silver Xian and yet, dared to mess with a Jade Xian. He just reached Gold Xian and dared to start messing with a Sky Xian. The tower overcame difficulties to reach the Jade Xian level and yet, now it had to compete with a Spirit Xian who was trying to play a fool with him. It would be lucky if he did not cause any trouble, but if he did, he may offend the two great powers of the North and South, Blizzard City and Shuesun Manor. After the journey to Tiannan, he painstakingly practiced and reached the Sky Xian standards, leveled up the mission, ready to fight supreme experts. Ignoring what had passed and just about what was happening, after reaching Spirit Xian a few back, the most epic action had begun. He directly fought 30 others of Beyond Supreme and 60 Supreme experts, a total of 90 top fighters. This big bunch of people threw themselves at him aggressively. Under such formation, if the Hongjun Pagoda could sweat, it would definitely sweat buckets for Jun Moxie. Sweat, lots of sweat, a fountain of sweat, drowned in sweat. Throughout the journey, all the battles jumped levels. Not just by 1 or 2 levels but 3, that extent of rapid progress. More recently, the number of levels jumped did not matter, all the battles were deadly. Comparing, for someone who just started practicing and had not laid a strong foundation to challenge experts from everywhere, that was putting his life on a thread, as though the life was not his but an enemy's. Even if he intentionally did it, it was not possible to be so accurate every time. Luckily the tower was there. If not for the tower's help, this guy would have reincarnated more than 10 times and yet he still dared to blurt out how endangering his life would lead to a breakthrough. The tower thought that if it could move, it would definitely give him a good scolding. It was not that it had not seen someone so thick-skinned but someone as thick-skinned as him was rare. Did Master Jun Moxie know these? He happily strolled and appreciated how he was blessed by a misfortune while he catwalked into the 4th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. In fact, it was as such, as he was so excited, Master Jun totally neglected the fact that he was still butt naked, which caused his image to become slightly funny, dangling in front and shaking at the back while he put on an arrogant expression which called for hate and undermined his personality. Actually, even if he remembered, the Master Jun at that time probably did not care. After all, only he was there and again, Master Jun had super thick skin and even if there were others around, he would still sway around like he did, with no need to elaborate on the details. Just another mankind. Master Jun whistled happily. This guy was a typical example of not learning his lesson. He just recovered and broke through, but he immediately forgot about the danger he had been through. His eyes were glistening, he had on an extremely lewd smile as he carried his long spear while entering. Once he entered, Jun Moxie felt that something was different in there. In fact, very different from the 3rd level, extremely different. The entire 4th level was a pretty chaotic scene from a chaotic world. Spiritual energy was concentrated and was aggressive. Some even lightly bumped into Jun Moxie and he could feel the power. How pure must the spiritual energy be to be able to create such a scene? There was not only these inside. Floating in the air were red flames, green water, and black. Anyways, there were all sorts of things. Jun Moxie was stunned. He never thought that it would be such a situation on the 4th level. Before he could consider anything, suddenly, a 7-colored light sped past his eyes and for no reason, several lines of chants appeared in his mind. The heart is beautiful, filled with will, persevere, uncertain actions are actually phantoms, do not forget, the lotus throne is attainable, the soul and spirit will disappear, not killing the fetus. Jun Moxie felt a sharp pain in his head and felt barely conscious. In a state of blurriness, he suddenly understood that the opening the sky's 4th level chants had barged into his mind. This was not rare as he learnt the previous few levels in this way too. However, the next moment, everything was different. It was as though Master Jun's naked body became a black hole and suddenly gave off a scary and irresistible great strength of attraction. Abnormally, all the unstable elements in the 4th level instantly were tamed. Beginning from the green element, it rapidly entered Master Jun's body, then followed by the red, black. At the same time, what he absorbed was the violent yet substantial pure spiritual energy. Jun Moxie clearly felt his vein beneath his eyes had become an endless ocean, crazily absorbing all sorts of energy and spiritual energy. Yet, once these energies entered his body, they disappeared immediately. Only the spiritual energy became more and more concentrated and more aggressively entered his body, forming endless trails. As his veins were so flooded, he naturally quickly grew stronger and even his diaphragm seemed to be strengthened by the support of the gold airflow. Gradually, the gold spiritual energy in Jun Moxie's body flooded his diaphragm again and again. By then, it was not just airflow but it was real substance, abnormally concentrated substance. Not knowing how long more, finally. The moment the spiritual energy in his veins stopped moving, the surging spiritual energy which originally was in the 4th level had already been absorbed cleanly. New spiritual energy flooded in and slowly filled up the 4th level once more, but it was already calm. Jun Moxie's body stopped automatically absorbing anything. Even when he purposely tried to absorb something, there was no effect at all. This was because his body was completely filled already. Quietly, Jun Moxie's extremely full diaphragm started to move slowly. This time it compressed tightly. The more compressed it was, the smaller the solidified gold spiritual energy became. The large amount of energy in his veins was absorbed bit by bit, helping the compression in the diaphragm. Finally, the solidified gold spiritual energy became a golden pearl of the size of an infant's fist, spinning at an unimaginable high speed while absorbing spiritual energy. Suddenly, when it's spinning the fastest it had been, it unexpectedly came to a complete stop. Following closely, Jun Moxie felt his entire body's muscles contract and an indescribable feeling emerged. From the top of his head, an extremely cold stream flowed down from his Baihui acupoint to his governing vessel, then downward strongly to beneath his feet. From the Yongquan acupoint at the bottom of his feet, a warm current surged in the opposite direction through his conception vessel and ended at his Baihui acupoint. His body shook violently as that two streams of spiritual energy, one cold and one warm, suddenly they started colliding at the intersection of his governing and conception vessels. Jun Moxie moaned in pain as he felt that another mysterious door had opened in his body. The cold and warm streams quickly perfectly blended together. His body felt slightly cooling, a very pleasing feeling. At the same time, the newly solidified golden pearl in the diaphragm shattered silently. Jun Moxie observed what was happening in his body and was shocked. What was that? Suddenly, in Jun Moxie's diaphragm, appeared a small baby about the size of an infant's fist. Its entire body was red, complete with 4 limbs, 5 senses, brows, and eyes, slightly tender, pretty pleasing to the human eye as it sat with its eyes closed. It seemed like it was breathing. What? I am pregnant, Jun Moxie yelled in shock as his entire body's hair stood up. Pregnant without sex, how even? The second Jesus is about to be born. This idiotic immortal actually treated an immortal's cultivated baby as him being pregnant. Once again, he showed how there was no bottom line for intelligence. At that point in time, Jun Moxie unexplainably felt gold rays of light shining in front of his eyes. Unknowingly an entire piece of words congregated together appeared. Jun Moxie was elated as it seemed like the returns this time around was not small. Calmly, he finished reading the words in one breath until his face darkened. Until the end, he uncontrollably scolded, "Why don't you tell me directly in 4 words, this is immortal cultivation? That's all that's needed. How dare you happily throw me tens of thousands of words? Do you think I'm an idiot?" However, he did not know that without this essay of words, he would really be an idiot for a longer time than an idiot. Seems like this extra return was given to him by the Hongjun Pagoda as it could not bear to watch further, in hope of enlightening him as a form of pity for this little idiot. Yes, it is exactly like children's enlightenment books. Other than introduction is more introduction. Nothing interesting, Jun Moxie grumbled, just teach me how to wipe out the earth would work too. The best are those charming eye techniques and legends so that whenever I meet a pretty girl, all I need to do is stare at her and she'll hopelessly fall in love with me and only want to marry me. How nice would that be, ha 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 ha, Jun Moxie ended up laughing lewdly. Master Jun finished complaining and officially began to look through his gains. Wow, it was indeed satisfying. The power of water, fire, and earth. At the same time, a relatively short paragraph of chants appeared in his mind, treat gold and woods as the foundation, water and fire of the same source, earth as a virtue, as all 5 elements, the strength of the 5 elements, are unbelievable, remain until the end and all will end in chaos. After a look, Jun Moxie seemed to understand it but not really too. However, Jun Moxie understood something clearly, he had gotten lucky. He really made it rich. Starting from the 3rd level, he had been in contact with the powers of the 5 elements but now, he finally gathered all of them. All 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire and earth. What strength of water and fire? If they all had the same strength as the power of gold, then it would be hard to not have made it rich. No matter who annoyed him, he could immediately break his bones. He carefully felt the strength within his body. Jun Moxie could clearly feel that it was very different. If he used the division of Xian practitioner's abilities, then knew his abilities were no longer of a normal spirit Xian. After he broke through, he was of the Grand Master's abilities and had even exceeded the 5th realm of spirit Xian. That also meant that it was the 1st realm of a Grand Master. However, as to exactly which stage, Jun Moxie had no clue as there was no comparison. But now, Jun Moxie started to ponder over something else. It was because he finally knew that what he was practicing was the purest and most superior immortal dermic formulation. That meant that it was almost confirmed that he would be able to achieve longevity. This guy's only impression if practicing to become an immortal was confined only to longevity. If so, what about his relatives? It would be tough after tens and hundreds of years as he would be the only one left alive after his relatives die one by one and even the prettiest girls would become skeletons. Damn! Is this immortal cultivation or torture? To be separated from 1 or 2 people by death was already so painful. How about being left all alone? Would I have to repeatedly go through separation? Even if I live till 800 years old, with 10 generations of descendants of my bloodline, I will only recognize them and not know them. This won't do. I have to change the possibility of this happening. Jun Moxie pondered over it seriously as this was not a small issue and so he could not make a decision rashly. However, how could he do it? Master Jun stark nakedly stayed in the Hongjun Pagoda in a daze, thinking of a way while the outside world was in chaos looking for him. That was because Jun Moxie had gone missing for 3 days and night. His disappearance duration was unnecessarily too long, especially after that huge change a while back. It made the rest uneasy and in the end, even Jun Wu-yi who had a lot of confidence in Jun Moxie also started to panic. Old Master Jun seemed as though everything was as per normal but inside, he was already panicking. His only grandson was missing, what could he do? Maybe, he was caught by the people from the 3 holy cities. Mei Shuiyan used her powers to adjust her breathing for a night only, and before she had recovered, she was already out and about searching for Jun Moxie. Although was 80% sure that Jun Moxie had to face immense backlash and was somewhere recuperating now, or perhaps, had already been blown into smoke. However, she still kept a small bit of hope that by finding the gathering location of the 3 holy cities, she could monitor them closely. She hoped that she could find some traces of Jun Moxie here, although the results might not be ideal, but at least he was alive. Based on her outstanding ability to take flight, she naturally did not have to worry about being found out. As time passed day after day, Mei Shuiyan grew more and more hopeless. She was on the verge of breaking down and grew increasingly murderous. Even when she saw the normal people of Qianxiang City, she could not cover up her murderous look. This was the usual thought of wanting to destroy the entire world. All these while, Mei Shuiyan only focused on winning battles and focused on practicing, waiting to complete her mission, even if it meant that she had to kill many people, as she did not regret but instead, felt it was a form of glory. A historically grand form of glory. To her, she never thought about anything else. About relationships, it was only a joke to her and even just a myth to appreciate. Mei Shuiyan never believed that anything in this world could touch her heart. Mei Shuiyan was an extremely stubborn person, and just based on how she disregarded any threat to her life and insisted on her own ideals, it was not difficult to realize this. At the same time, she was also an arrogant and prideful woman. Just like a lone lotus flower on a glacier, she did not crave for anyone's appreciation but still bloomed lonely with her own unique beauty, as though no one could rival her beauty. Up till now, no one is able to witness my elegant demeanor. But of course, that's how it was supposed to be. How could mortals be worthy to see my unique form? It'd only be a form of blasphemy if they were able to. Even a spirit Xian and or supreme expert was nothing more than a power-hungry man without talent. What kind of person am I, Mei Shuiyan, to be associated with such people? The plum blossom in the snow. How many could you find in the world? All heroes in history were like this. They came and went alone. She was like the one and unique bright moon in the 9 heavens. Once appeared, the stars would dim themselves as they were not worthy to be beside her. She could only look at the changes of others while fulfilling her duty. After all these years, she had never felt emotions, as her heart was always as calm as water. Even if she was being hunted down, Mei Shuiyan would still be able to maintain an indifferent attitude. However, this cold yet graceful lady got her peace disturbed by young Master Jun. Furthermore, her peace was broken in a barbaric and almost perverted act that almost deflowered Mei Shuiyan's pure body. Although it was during her tiny Xian beast true form, Mei Shuiyan was overwhelmed with anger and shame. What an insult! It was back when they were in Tian Fa Forest. Jun Moxie did not even spend half an hour before unknowingly stirring the emotions that were resting deep in Mei Shuiyan's heart. Shame. This brought ultimate shame to her. Anger. She was burning with anger. Hatred. Full of hatred. However, there was nothing that could be done. This was because Mei Shuiyan had no idea how to deal with Jun Moxie. No matter how strong the hatred, Jun Moxie was healing her. Thus, she owed him a great debt of gratitude. Above all, Jun Moxie definitely had relations with the mysterious man that snatched the Fa Tian fruit. The Fa Tian fruit was the key to the future for the Tian Fa forest. Mei Shuiyan was lost and confused. What should I do? Just forget it. I am not willing to do so. Should I kill him? No. Cripple him? No way. While deep in her thoughts, she followed Jun Moxie all the way to Tianxiang Empire. After interacting with him further, Mei Shuiyan thought she could put this behind her and forgive Jun Xie. However, he violated her again. And most importantly, it was when Mei Shuiyan was in her human form. This man actually kissed her and spanked her butt. This lecher. As Mei Shuiyan wondered about her mixed feelings, the load on her mind got heavier. When they arrived in the Jun family, she could see the hard work of Jun Moxie. She did not question how the spirit pills were made, but she knew that if it weren't for Jun Moxie, there would be no spirit pills. Jun Moxie was the key to everything. But what kind of person was Jun Moxie? Mei Shuiyan knew the answer, she knew it very well. He was definitely an evil man, nowhere near a gentleman. The heavenly battle that Mei Shuiyan cared for the most was worth nothing in his eyes. The lives of the world were not of his concern. However, while he might not be a great man, he was sincere and pure. He was not a hypocrite, but a straightforward man. He believed his destiny was in his hands and not with heaven. Money could not change what he was going to do. He could destroy an evil underground organization for a girl that he did not know. He could also go against the world for someone he cares for. He was also able to use bloody and cruel methods to purge a group of reputable men. He did not bother about their past, be it good or bad. In this world, Jun Moxie cared about no one else besides his family. He was not a hero nor a formidable person. He wasn't even a gentleman. This was because he was a villain, true villain that follows his heart. Jun Moxie had played his role well. A member of the Jun family, the grandson of Jun Zhantian, nephew of Jun Wuyi, son of Jun Wuhui, a man that Du Gu Shao Yi admires, the man of Guanqing Han, the brother of Tang Yuan and the main pillar of the Jun family. He was Jun Moxie. This was all part of Jun Moxie's identity. However, he would never admit that he was a citizen of the Tianxiang Empire, and he would never consider himself as one. I am who I am, one and only. I am just me, I would not change for anyone or anything. When I want to be rakish, I'm rakish. When I want to be a gangster, I'm a gangster. When I want to act dumb, I acted dumb. When I want to flirt, I flirt. When I want to kill, I pull out my sword. When I want to scold someone, I opened my mouth. This was how a genuine person should be like. Follow your feelings, your heart and your mind. He never bothered about what the world thinks and he doesn't care about what's written in history. They can all go screw themselves. Just scram to the side. He did what he wanted and followed his heart, that is Jun Moxie. A man like that would never be so generous unless there were special reasons. Spirit pills after pills. Giving legendary weapons without any hesitation. Unless you could move his heart, who in the world would be able to get any benefits from Jun Moxie? As Jun Moxie gave more, Mei Shuiyan increasingly opened up to him. What she cared for was no longer the spirit pills or legendary weapons, but the red eyes and tiredness when Jun Moxie arrived. All for the moment he arrived. However, she never spoke of it. She never mentioned how happy she felt every time he arrived. Despite feeling shy and embarrassed, she could also feel joy. Because Mei Shuiyan could feel with her clear heart that Jun Moxie never wanted her to be worried, not even a single bit. He was willing to carry all the pain and sufferings. He slowly digested every single bit of it, but on the surface, he showed that the pain and sufferings didn't bother him. Despite being a few times stronger than him in abilities, he was willing to stand in front of Mei Shuiyan and face all the problems. He had the ability to move the clouds and give her a clear sky. Facing the downfall of Tianfa Forest and the suppression from the three holy cities, her broken heart magically healed and was filled with hope. During this time, Mei Shuiyan had subconsciously gotten used to the happy days. Even though Jun Moxie was much weaker, he had given Mei Shuiyan an odd yet strong feeling. As long as he was present, there was nothing to be worried about. She just had to wait and everything will be settled. It was during these days and times when they were together that this young man had become the only support of Mei Shuiyan's life even without her knowing. As the days passed, Mei Shuiyan was used to the presence of Jun Moxie, she was used to him making decisions, used to showing him her feminine side, used to his jokes, his attitude, his voice, his breath in him. Back then, Jun Moxie was always by her side and Mei Shuiyan was not aware of what was happening. But now, Jun Moxie had disappeared, she saw it with her own eyes. He just vanished. It was at this moment that Mei Shuiyan's heart became flooded with great pain. This feeling was so sudden, so sharp. She felt as though her heart was hit by a sledgehammer. And when she saw the sudden explosion on Jun Moxie's body, Mei Shuiyan felt like her insides were burning. Me. This was all because of me. This was the first time Mei Shuiyan cried in her life, she could feel the saltiness of her tears and the pain in her heart. Guilt, self-blame, sadness, despair. These emotions flooded Mei Shuiyan's mind. If I didn't come to the Jun family, if I did not force him to refine the pills, if I did not reveal my true identity, the 3 holy cities wouldn't have sent such great force. 30 beyond Supreme Masters and 60 Supreme Masters. What kind of lineup was it when it consists of 90 strong individuals? And the clear objective was to deal with the people from Tianfa Forest. Just when I was about to give up, he appeared and saved me. If I didn't swear to kill Yue Ban, he would not force himself to kill one of the strongest men that was beyond supreme. In order to fulfill the promise, he was willing to go through all the danger. That scumbag Yue Ban was done, but he himself disappeared. Jun Moxie disappeared and Mei Shuiyan had finally understood her heart. But it was all too late. Too late. Was it really too late? That night, Mei Shuiyan cried for almost half that night, she cried silently with her broken heart. The familiar presence, comfort, jokes, and laughter were no longer by her side. Most importantly, she did not feel safe anymore, she had nothing to look forward to, nothing to wish for. Nothing is left anymore. Everything became black and white to her now. Mei Shuiyan finally realized that she could not live without this man. Without him, the world would be dull and boring. The 3 holy cities were nothing compared to him. The heavenly battle was not that important after all, the future is not significant. All of these, what has it got to do with me? I just want him to be alive. As long as he can come back to me. If he was dead, then I'd naturally become number 1 in this world, but what was the point of that? And so what if I could win the heavenly battle? There are many people in the world that deserve to die but are still alive. Why can't he be saved too? Why? Those who were supposed to die, stayed on. While those that weren't supposed to disappear, disappeared. For those that are alive and kicking, are you worthy of it? What rights were you entitled for Mei Shuiyan to work and fight for you? In the end, you just backstabbed me and hurt me over and over again. The person that I cared most for, will no longer be around. Why should I care for you people? And who would care for us? 3 holy cities, since you are so vicious and you left me with no choice. I, Mei Shuiyan, hereby swear that I will not leave you with any afterpaths. Even if all the beasts and creatures in Tianfa Forest die, I vow to take this revenge till I succeed. 3 days had passed and Mei Shuiyan was filled with despair. Over the past 3 days, she had listened in to the conversations between the 3 holy cities as people. Apparently, they did not capture Jun Moxie, and in fact, they did not even have the intention to. The explosion was so strong that even the strong Mei Shuiyan could not even survive, let alone Jun Moxie. There was no explanation for what was happening. When Mei Shuiyan returned back, she was filled with anger from head to bottom. Her deep killing intent could even be felt by the Snake King Qian Sun, who did not dare to utter a word. Mei Shuiyan had made up her mind. If there was still no news by nightfall, then Mei Shuiyan and Snake King Qian Sun would run through the entire Tianfa Forest. From Tiannan to the South Sea, they would unite all the Xian beasts and advance into the 3 holy cities. They would then fight till their last breath. Their 3 holy cities were extremely powerful, but it didn't have many people. At the very most, there were only a few thousands of them. On the other hand, there were at least millions and billions of Xian beasts. Even if Mei Shuai-yen didn't recruit the help of high-leveled Xian beasts, the large numbers of low-leveled Xian beasts would still be enough to overcome the three holy cities. Among the low-leveled beasts and creatures, there were the bees, snakes, ants and wolves. Just these few beast types would already amount to a terrifying number and give the three holy cities a run for their money. There was no need to talk about larger beasts like lions, monkeys and bears. There were even aerial-type beasts like eagles. Although the individual strengths of the three holy cities as troops were way beyond those of Tian Fa Forest, the combined strength of Tian Fa Forest was completely on a different level from the three holy cities. Mei Shuai-yen, by herself, would never be confident to win the three holy cities. However, Mei Shuai-yen was sure that she could destroy the three holy cities with her current power. This was also the reason why the three holy cities wanted to destroy Tian Fa Forest. As she approached the door, Mei Shuai-yen took light and baby steps. She was afraid of returning back to the house which was filled with his breath and his smell. It would break her heart. But, at the same time, she also yearned to return and be reminded of his unique and unforgettable scent. As she stood there, a feeling of weakness hit her. She felt an immense pain in her heart and tears flowed out of her eyes. She murmured, "After today, I am really leaving. If I am unable to win the three holy cities, I would never return. If you are lonely, please wait for me till I take revenge for you, then I will accompany you." Moxie. This was the first time that this name was uttered so tenderly. Mei Shuai-yan's heart wrenched and tears flowed past her cheeks like a heavy downpour. If only all this was just a dream. Why does one have to experience it to understand and know that she cannot do without him? Who is this lady? Calling out my name in this romantic tone. I am quite shy and after you called out my name, my legs went jelly. Suddenly, a flirtatious voice with a tint of evilness sounded. Mei Shuai-yen shook and she was shocked. She slowly turned her body as she was afraid that if she did it too fast, the voice would disappear. Though this might be a dream, she hoped that she would wake up later, or even not wake up at all. As she slowly turned and looked over, with her eyes filled with tears, she saw him. Jun Moxie looked back with a funny expression on his face. Mei Shuai-yen was stunned. She could not react. She had used her hands to clean her tears and attempted to clear her vision by rubbing her eyes. She could not believe what she was seeing and she did not trust her eyes. "Hello." Jun Moxie smiled and waved in front of Mei Shuai-yen. He said, "Wow, who is this crying kitty cat? I do not recognize it." Mei Shuai-yen stood still and looked at Jun Moxie. Mei Shuai-yen burst out in laughter, but after a while, she let out her tears once again. She dashed into Jun Moxie's arms and held him tightly as if she was trying to enter his body. After some time, she finally came out of Jun Moxie's embrace. She looked closely at his face and realized that this was not a dream. She took out her fists and punched him. However, she suddenly brought him close again. She hugged him as though he was a precious gem that she lost earlier. Jun Moxie wondered what happened to Mei Shuai-yen and why her emotions were unstable. He wondered if his powers had improved so greatly that a beauty would throw herself willingly to him. Jun Moxie thought that it was still a good thing that a beauty threw herself to him voluntarily. However, he could feel that Mei Shuai-yan's body shaking and it was obviously the aftermath of extreme fear and shock. Jun Moxie thought, what could have happened to her to cause her so much fear and shock? But no matter what happened, this should not be the reaction when reuniting with him. Guan Qing Han and Snake King Qian Sun dashed out of the house. The two of them had also been anxious and nervous over the past few days. When Jun Moxie appeared, they were so excited that they wanted to rush out and hug him tightly. But just as they saw how tightly Jun Moxie and Mei Shuai-yen were hugging, a strange light flashed across the two ladies' eyes. They silently stood at a distance, looking at the two of them. There were inexplicable feelings in their hearts, sourness, comfort, happiness, and even a hint of disappointment. Mei Shuiyan relieved herself from all her emotions and she pulled herself away from Jun Moxie's embrace. She instantly regained her cool form, but her swollen eyes didn't match her cool form. Mei Shuiyan acted strong and cool. Her face turned red and then white, she felt uncomfortable and shy. She demanded, "Where have you been for the past few days? Do you know everyone was worried about you? How could you be so irresponsible?" Jun Moxie touched his head and reached his hand towards Mei Shuiyan's forehead. He wondered, "Mei, are you okay? Are you sick?" Mei Shuiyan turned furious immediately and she swiped his hands away and shouted, "Speak. Where have you been over the past 2 days?" Jun Moxie's face turned bitter. He had just returned from Old Master Jun and third uncle, and he had already been interrogated twice solemnly. He didn't think that he would have to face another interrogation. Was he doomed to face the fate of a criminal today? What a sad day. Jun Moxie could only repeat what he had already said twice. Actually, Mei Shuiyan didn't even need to know where Jun Moxie had been over the past 2 days. Did she even need to ask? He was definitely trying to heal his injuries. The only reason why she asked this question was that she needed an excuse to talk to him. As for how he answered, it wasn't even important to her. To her, what was most important was that he was still alive. That was enough. If he wasn't alive, then she would ensure that the entire world accompanies him. From the hug, Mei Shuiyan could clearly feel the natural scent from Jun Moxie's body. Hearing his voice, Mei Shuiyan confirmed that Jun Moxie was definitely the guy in the black robe. However, Mei Shuiyan decided not to expose him and let it be a secret between both of them. Besides, being able to enjoy Jun Moxie's performance every day sounds like a good idea. Whether or not Jun Moxie is actually the guy in the black robe, it doesn't matter anymore. As long as he is safe, that's what matters the most. Jun Moxie felt relieved, after seeing how Mei Shuiyan had finally calmed down. He then turned around and walked towards Guan Qinghan. Seeing Jun Moxie walking towards her, Guan Qinghan became bashful, as well as gratified, but the next moment, she became cold again. She slowly looked down and bit her lips without uttering a single word. "Are you worried for me too?" From what Jun Moxie knew, Guan Qinghan was considered a tall girl. Other than Mei Shuiyan, other girls such as Ling Meng, Dugu Xiaoyi, Han Yanmeng, Sun Xiaomei and Snake King Qian Sun were all shorter than her by 1 or 2 centimeters. However, in front of Jun Moxie, she was shorter than him by more than half a head. Guan Qinghan smiled forcefully. Just as she was about to lift her head, Jun Moxie pulled her into an embrace and gently spoke into her ear, "Don't worry, your man will not die so easily. Cats have 9 lives, but I have 81 cat lives." Guan Qinghan felt her body became weak as she felt the warmth and manly scent from Jun Moxie. Hearing how he referred to himself as her man, made her heart beat faster and she blushed unconditionally. This time she did not struggle but silently laid in his arms. Guan Qinghan decided to not against her heart anymore. During the past few days, Mei Xianyan seemed to be on the edge and Guan Qinghan was about to go crazy too. For now, being able to listen to his heartbeat by his chest is such a blessing. Suddenly, the grievance she felt disappeared. No matter what happened, it's all worth it. These days, young Master Jun had been flirting with both Mei Shuiyan and Guan Qinghan and both were slowly getting used to it, accepting the presence of one another. Although, both Mei Shuiyan and Guan Qinghan would unavoidably get jealous of each other, they did understand Jun Moxie's intention. Furthermore, in this masculism generation, it was not a big deal for men to have 3 or 4 wives. In fact, it was very rare for men to only have 1 wife and even the most gentlemanlike Taoist student would not question the fact. For Jun Moxie who was about to be 18 years old, to not have any concubine was very rare. At least among the aristocrats in Tianxiang City, it was very uncommon. In fact, some men who were even 2 to 3 years younger than Jun Moxie already had a group of concubines. As Jun Moxie and Guan Qinghan hugged for a while, they could both feel the affectionate warmth, making them feel blessed to be with each other. After a long time, Guan Qinghan lifted her head up from his embrace. Her face was bright red, as she avoided Jun Moxie's gaze. Her cold facade from the past was long gone. At that moment, Guan Qinghan resembled a shy and timid young wife. Mei Shuiyan was very anxious and worried for the past few days, and Guan Qinghan clearly understood that it was all due to the disappearance of Jun Moxie. Although Guan Qinghan did not know what happened, from the reaction and behavior of Mei Shuiyan, she knew that it was something serious. Did Jun Moxie encounter something dangerous that is hard to get over? If not, why would Mei Shuiyan with such superb cultivation be so worried? Therefore, those few days, Guan Qinghan felt very heavy-hearted too. Seeing how Mei Shuiyan got more depressed as the days passed, Guan Qingyan knew that something really serious had happened, slowly getting past her. Now, seeing how Jun Moxie is alive, Guan Qinghan felt relieved, as if she regained something back that she lost before. Hence, even if Guan Qinghan had a cold facade before, at this moment, she did not want to hide her feelings anymore. It was because happiness had torn down her cold mask that she was wearing all along. Of course, once reality hit her, she put on her cold facade once again and got out of Jun Moxie's embrace. Jun Moxie looked at both of them and wondered what happened between them. Their behavior and emotions flipped as quick as a book. Their heated passion towards him were all felt just before. Just as he was being elated about it, thinking how Cupid was finally on his side, they instantly went back to how they were before. Cold. Oh my God. The ups and downs of life came too quickly. This is killing me. Was it all a dream? Jun Moxie rubbed his face hard, only to be confirmed that he was indeed not dreaming. He sighed, women, they are so hard to understand, at one moment, they are all sunny, and the next moment, thunderstorm. They look so innocent and helpless looking before, but the next moment, they turned cold and pretended as if nothing happened. This is really testing a guy's heart. Being a human is hard, but being a man is even harder. Being a popular man is the hardest. Jun Moxie sighed, feeling a bit bitter. Hello, Xiao Qian Sun, come here, let me hug you. Please comfort my poor broken heart. Since Jun Moxie had no chance with the two beauty, he decided to flirt with another woman and hopefully succeed with her this time. Humph, the king of snake gave him a menacing stare and the atmosphere instantly became ominous. She had already hidden her little thoughts from him and was pretending to be fierce. What are you trying to do? We are not familiar with each other, she grumbled. Jun Moxie laughed and brought his face closer to her. Qian Sun rudely flicked her wrist and two snakes slithered out. Jun Moxie easily avoided the snakes as he pretended to be frenzied because of it. While shrieking, he jokingly said, "Oh God! Why are you so mean to me? Where did you get the snakes from? They are such wonderful goods. Do you still have them? Bring out a few more. I will be having a feast of snakes tonight. I appreciate your kindness." Qian Sun, Mei Shuiyan and Guan Qinghan rolled their eyes, turned around and returned into the house. Instantly, young Master Jun was left alone outside, all by himself. Jun Moxie rubbed his nose, blinked his eyes a few more times and shamelessly followed them into the house. Even though Jun Moxie was getting stronger, he was still far from being the top. However, in being shameless, he is at the very top. There's one thing that I really do not understand. Jun Moxie went back to being serious. He looked at Mei Shuiyan. According to the lineup of the three holy cities, any of the three is already more capable in terms of abilities when compared to Tianfa Forest. In fact, just by looking at the lineup this time, any of the families when combined abilities could easily overpower Tianfa Forest, and other than you, such as King of Snake before advancement, can never win against the people from the three holy cities. Jun Moxie paused for a while and said, in fact, Tianfa Forest is not only inferior to them by a level. From what I know, only the 10 King of Beasts from Tianfa Forest when in human form has stronger abilities. The rest, including the 9 mystical beasts, has only average capabilities. I thought it would be blessings after misfortune. What happened? Just by looking at the rankings, it appears that you guys from Tianfa are stronger. It is really hard to understand. Mei Shuian was solemn for a while before she said, the analysis you did on the powerhouses are not wrong, but unfortunately you missed out a very important factor. Even if the people from the three holy cities are all deities, there are only a few of them. As compared to the mystical beasts from Tianfa forest who have trillion ideas, it may not be pleasant to hear, but a spit from a beast is enough to drown the three holy cities. The combined abilities from Tianfa's beasts cannot be compared with the three holy cities. It is not that I did not consider this point. But when the quantity is at its limit, no matter how strong the enemy is, it will be useless. This is probably the original intention of the three holy cities when going against Tianfa. But I am still very curious. Tianfa mystical beasts are naturally gifted, and has the advantage, but as compared to the three holy cities, how could their superior abilities differ so much? Jun Moxie really could not understand this fact. Hayes, Tianfa is known for being ominous and even has a higher rank than the three holy cities. How could their superior abilities be any less of them? The number of fights that Tianfa mystical beasts had been through is also similar to the three holy cities, however in the recent years, there were a few changes. Mei Xianyan seemed like she absolutely did not want to discuss this topic. She bit her lips and said, to be honest, what should really appear in front of us today should not be the 10 King of Beasts but the Supreme King of Beasts. But, after an incident, the seniors retired, but since Tianfa cannot leave the king's seat empty, the juniors must take over the front. Mei Shuian obscured a lot of information when talking about it, and did not talk much about the details. So that's how it is, a person from a different generation, no wonder it was so strange. What actually happened to Tianfa forest, to put them in such a situation? But since Mei Shuian refused to talk about it, Jun Moxie did not push further. His attention is now shifted to another goal. Why do you look so pale? Are you injured? Jun Moxie naturally would not say that he actually witnessed it, but seeing from the previous match, Mei Shuian should not be severely injured. It is just an old injury, nothing serious. Mei Shuian bluntly said. Oh, I see. Jun Moxie thought that it makes more sense, but he did not notice that Mei Shuian had told him the most obvious reason, which saves a lot of interrogation time. Why did you not look for me after injuring yourself? I am a skilled national champion doctor. Jun Moxie laughed. This kind of small injury is easy to heal. With me around, I can cure any type of illness. Jun Moxie grabbed Mei Shuiyan's hand and started using his heavenly power to scan through her hand. All of a sudden, just as Jun Moxie's spiritual energy entered Mei Shuiyan's meridian system, she suddenly got startled and immediately withdrew her hand from Jun Moxie. She quickly stood up and inconceivably blurted out, "Supreme level of cultivation. How did it become like this? It's impossible." Most people looked at Jun Moxie in shock and Mei Shuiyan did not know what to do. No wonder when she saw him a while ago, she felt that something was amiss, but as she was feeling too overwhelmed, she did not look carefully. Furthermore, for someone who was only Spirit Xian 2 days ago to have become a supreme in a few days, this was too legendary. However, at that moment, Master Jun's entire body was filled with pure energy. Mei Shuiyan naturally realized that this guy had only gone missing for no more than 3 days and yet he had jumped from Spirit Xian's 2nd grade to the 6th grade. Once he reached 5th grade, he was already a supreme. At 6th grade, he was already a 2nd level supreme. This strength of power was at least superior of the grassland eagle god, Ing Bo Kong. How long has it been since I first met Jun Moxie in the Tianfa forest? When they first met, his abilities were relatively weak and he was a mere Jade Xian. The second time they met, his progress was shocking as he was already a Sky Xian. This progress was so unbelievable. However, when they returned from Tiannan until several days ago, he had already reached Spirit Xian. This was a horrifying miracle. That was not the end of a string of surprises. In the few days he was missing, he quietly rose to a supreme. How should this be considered? A miracle within a miracle? A spiritual miracle? This is just a coincidence, Jun Moxie said with a rare humbleness. Then again, the cultivation techniques I have been practicing are mostly not normal. Maybe it is different from what you guys practice. Mei Shuiyan used all her energy to hide her shock and slowly sat down. Coincidence? This was probably not a lie, but such great coincidence could be achieved only when present in great danger, as how could he reap rewards without any sacrifice? Only in a crisis then an opportunity exists. It seemed like he excessively used secret techniques which backfired. After he luckily overcame it, then he was blessed by a misfortune. After such a thought, Mei Shuiyan looked at Jun Moxie with a softer look and unusually held his hand gently. Feeling her internal injury, she felt a warm, soft airflow endlessly enter her body without any discomfort. All she felt was a sense of calmness and an urge to fall asleep. Jun Moxie looked more and more serious. Mei Yanshui's old injury seemed quite challenging for him. Actually, the injury was not a big problem. The biggest problem was that Mei Shuiyan's body had a chilling gas entrenched on her artery. It would be troublesome and challenging to remove it. Who is so cruel? Who does this chilling gas belong to? Jun Moxie asked angrily. Yui Ban. Blood Shadow God, Mei Shuiyan sighed. A few years back I was attacked by him. He left a handprint on my body. I managed to escape but with severe injury. After I returned then I realized that the handprint came with an extremely evil unorthodox skill. I was focused on escaping and did not bother about the injury. Until I really started treatment, then I knew that it was too late to be expelled. All these years, I have tried various methods but none of them worked. So far, I can use my abilities to suppress it, but in the future, I can only leave it to fate. So it was this bastard. Back then, I should not have let him die so easily, Jun Moxie said with hatred. If I knew, I would have kept him barely alive and slowly torture him, let him heal then torture him again and again for a few years then skin him alive. Mei Shuiyan forced a smile. I can't do this here, let's go to your room. Jun Moxie stood up seriously and made arrangements. Qian Sun, stand guard outside and let no one in, no one is an exception. Including yourself. This is a crucial moment for your big sister, it is very important, remember. Qian Sun, the king of snake, quickly agreed. The two of them entered Mei Shuiyan's room. Jun Moxie looked extremely worried and said, this treatment process can be explained simply. It is to use pure spiritual energy to expel the poisonous gas from your artery and leave through the 3 yang meridians in your arm. It will feel unpleasant, very itchy and pain, but within this short amount of time, you must not move at all, not a single bit. However, once the poison has been expelled, go to sleep and once you wake up, all will be fine. In fact, after this ordeal, you will have greater room for improvement. Mei Yanshui gently agreed. Okay, then let's get ready. Take off your clothes, Jun Moxie said seriously. When your body emits the poisonous gas, especially starting from the artery, the gas is extremely stubborn. If it is hampered by clothing, it may endanger your body. By then, it will too late, said Master Jun as he could not help but reveal a sly perverted look in his eyes. What? I need to take off my clothes, Mei Shuiyan's eye widened and blushed. Of course you have to. Jun Moxie said with as a matter of fact seriously, you are a martial arts practitioner too. Don't you understand this logic? This is a necessary condition. We can't compromise on this. Now I am the physician. Who will you listen to if you don't listen to me?